applies to the government. No, it doesn't. Go to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and read that article of law, right? You're adding a word. You're putting a word there. You're adding the word only to make it only apply to the government. That's not what the Charter says. I agree. The Charter does apply to the government. The Charter applies to the actions of the government. But the Charter is also in operation to preserve and allow us to operate our fundamental rights and freedoms, our human rights and freedoms, our natural rights, our rights as men and women. But you see, you fell for it. You fell for it hook, line, and sinker. When they changed words and they changed definitions of words, when they made up these laws and made up these constitutions, they did it to trick and deceive. And guess what? They tricked and deceived you. That's what they did. That's why here now in 2023, you're sitting back and saying, oh, well, the Charter doesn't apply to me. The Charter only applies to the government of Canada, because they deceived you and they tricked you. If you go study, if you go hunt, if you go dig, right, a little bit, you're going to find in the court judgments of Canada what that Charter really represents and what that Charter really means. And if you dig a little deeper, right, you're going to find that Article 7, that subject, that player, everyone, that only refers to a man and woman, that only refers to a human being. Well, then, if it only refers to a man or a woman, right, what's it trying to say? It's trying to say that in that article of law is where our fundamental rights and freedoms exist. It's where our natural rights have been preserved. Now, it doesn't bring forth all our natural rights. No, even the courts have said it. Natural law and the rights of a man, they develop, and they are an ever-growing force in the land. So when you point to Article 7, it doesn't include all of our rights. But that's why there's Article 26 in the Constitution, to back up Article 7 for the human being. But Article 7 strictly operates for a man, But yet you're going out there on the internet and teaching people who are following you and telling them that the Charter has no application for them. It's a deception, and you need to stop. All right, so let's look into Canada and into the laws that are in operation in Canada and into the operations of law that are going on. And I'm going to look to the Quebec Civil Code. But as we get into this and look at what's transpiring and see the same thing that's transpiring in Russia is transpiring here in Canada, I'm using the Quebec Civil Code because it shows us very clearly. It expresses it very clearly. But this is going on all across our country and all across America. These are the same operations of law and the UK that are being used against us. Now, the Quebec Civil Code, Article 1, it says every human being. Oh, a human being, it's just a color of man. Oh, a human being is a monster. It's not a monster. When it says human being, see monster, right? And then it says a human being what? That's been deformed. A human being, that's what? That's, excuse me, but in those times, it means a retarded person. It means a person who doesn't look like a regular natural person. Someone who was born without an arm. Someone who was born with a decrepit face. That's what it's trying to say. They used to call those people that look like that a monster. It's a good thing our society developed and we don't call people like that anymore a monster. But when you send me a link on the YouTube and you say, look what it says, human being, see monster. And then it says monster. And then it says a human being who resembles. Doesn't say he's a human being. He says it resembles, but with a deformity. But anyways, every human being possesses juridical personality and has full enjoyment of civil rights. Every human being possesses a legal person. Every human being can act as a statutory creature. Are you seeing that? There's a distinction, right? There's a human being, there's a man. And that man can operate as a statutory creature. That man can operate as that citizen. They're not one and the same, right? You possess it, you're not it. You possess a car, right? Are you your car? You possess a computer, right? Are you your computer? No, but you can use your computer and you can use your car. And that's what the law is trying to say here. And can someone force you to use your car? No. Well, then they can't force you to use your juridical personality. They can't force you to operate as a statutory creature. And the Civil Code of Quebec brings it very clearly, brings it forth very clearly. A person. Now, notice the subject, right? It doesn't say a human being, right? It says a person may only renounce the exercise of his civil rights. Okay, well, what do they mean? Where do you get civil rights from? Do you get civil rights from foundational law? Do you get civil rights from natural law? Or do you get civil rights from the legislator? Do you get civil rights from statutory powers? Well, you get civil rights from statutory powers, right? And those civil rights and those statutory powers operate on what? On statutory creatures, right? On that juridical personality. And that's that person in law, person. And here, when they're talking about renouncing the exercise of the civil rights, of course they're going to bring the person because it's the person who has the obligation, not the human being. They can't force you into recognition. They can't force you to take up these rights. A person may only renounce the exercise of his civil rights to the extent that is consistent with public order. Whoa, so there's an operation of law. There's a way to what? To renounce the exercise of your civil rights. And guess what? It's not against public order. It's contained within public order. Within. So those who say that, oh, when you do these things and when you seek to exercise your right, you're going against the public and it's not so good. No, these operations of law exist and are there within public order. Now the rest of that says Quebec Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms. So this is the Quebec Charter. Whereas every human being possesses intrinsic rights and freedoms designed to ensure his protection and development. Well, what did the law just say? What did the law just articulate? Is that a civil right? Is that a statutory right because it's coming from the Quebec Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms? Or is that a natural law? Is that a fundamental right and freedom? It says every human being possesses intrinsic rights and freedoms. And intrinsic says belonging naturally. Belonging naturally, essential to the character of what's being spoken about. Right? So the human being, right? The human being possesses intrinsic rights. What's it saying? It's stating the rule of law before your very eyes. It's showing you the rule of law. I talk about it a lot, right? Well, here you're seeing it expressed. Here's the rule of law. What? Every man has natural rights. Here's the rule of law. Every human being possesses intrinsic rights. So what are we seeing in law? What is law teaching us? Fundamentally, in the beginning of this now, in the commencements of this, in the start of our race, right? Remember the video in the beginning here, I said part one, the start, right? So what is law trying to say to us? Law is teaching us that a human being possesses two things, or a man and a woman has the capacity for two things within law. What's that? Intrinsic rights, natural rights, the rights of man, right? Or civil rights, statutory rights. Can be a statutory person or a juridical personality. So from the very onset, from the very start, right? When you look at yourself, when you go to the mirror and go to the washroom and look in the mirror, understand that attached to you are two different sets of rights. You know, I'm going to use this in a biblical reference. You know, when you say, oh, you have the angel on one shoulder and the devil on your other shoulder, and the devil's tempting you to do evil, and the angel's there to encourage you. Well, that's exactly what you could look at it in your fundamental human rights and freedoms. You as a man or woman, you as a human being, you possess natural rights, intrinsic rights that belong to you because of who you are, and they're with you, and you can never sell them, and you can never give them away. But on the other hand, right, you have the capacity to operate as a statutory creature. You have the capacity to take on civil rights and be ruled and restricted by civil rights. We're going to look at one more. It's back into the Quebec Charter of Human Rights. Article 1. It says every human being has the right to life and to personal security, inviolability, and freedom. Okay, well, what rights are they talking about? Are they talking about civil rights? They're talking about statutory rights. What is this? The right to life. Is that a statutory right or is that a natural right? What is personal security? Is that a statutory right or is that a natural right? What about freedom? Is that a statutory right or a natural right? And then it goes on to say, he also possesses juridical personality. Well, so there again, we see the rule of law, right, in operation. Every human being, what? Has natural rights. Every man or woman, what? Has natural rights, fundamental human rights and freedoms. But they also possess the ability to operate as a statutory creature, as a juridical personality. So every human being, every man or woman has the right to personal security, right? That's what it says. That's a natural right. That's what they're claiming. It's the rule of law. And you look at the Thompson Newspaper Limited versus Canada, right? It says, while the individuals as a rule of law have full legal capacity by operation of law alone, artificial creatures are creatures of the state and enjoy civil rights, not natural rights, not fundamental rights, but civil rights and powers only upon the approval of statutory authorities. Now watch, the individual may stand upon his constitutional rights. He owes no duty to the state since he receives nothing therefrom beyond the protection of his life and property. Whoa. So an individual standing under their full legal capacity, standing under his constitutional rights, what is he entitled to? Well, he's entitled to protection of his life and property. He's entitled to that protection under natural law as a natural right. And we see that express itself, right, in the Quebec Civil Code. I mean, in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms of Quebec, Article 1, where it says that every human being, the man or the woman, has the right to personal security. Well, it's a natural right. You're standing in your full legal capacity and you have that right. And then we see that the courts have already agreed. Yep, absolutely. If you stand under your full legal capacity, then the state, Canada, that corporate body, it owes you that obligation under common law. It owes you that obligation under natural law. So you look down there in Article 3, right? It says every person is a possessor of fundamental freedoms, including freedom of conscience, freedom of religion, freedom of opinion, freedom of expression, freedom of peaceful assembly, and freedom of association. All right, who's the subject and player here? Is it a human being? Is it a man or a woman? No, right? It says every person. That's the statutory creature, right? That's the artificial person. And that statutory creature, right, is a possessor of fundamental freedoms. Isn't that funny? The human being possesses a juridical personality, and then the juridical personality, the person, possesses fundamental freedoms. So those freedoms of conscience, freedoms of religion, freedoms of opinion, freedom of expression, and the like, right? They're all attached to the legal person. They're all attached to a statutory creature. And that's why they can be limited and abridged. When you look at the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, right, in Article 2, we find the same.
Oh shit, man. He just made me realize that gives them the right to censor us, man. Holy fuck, man. I've got fucking goosebumps, man. I'm freaking out. That gives them the right to censor us, man. Holy shit, man.
Expressions, freedom of conscience and religion, freedom of thought, belief, freedom of peaceful assembly, freedom of association. So we find the same freedoms listed in the Constitution, but the subject there is everyone. And if you're not careful, and if you read that, right, you could apply that to meaning every human being, every man or woman, because of what we find in Article 7. But that's not what the courts have said. The everyone here, right, is everyone part of that democratic society. The everyone here is everyone who operates within that democratic society, everyone who's a statutory creature, whether you're a doctor, a lawyer, police officer, a judge, a cook, taxi driver, Uber driver. That's the everyone that they're talking about here. And notice it's fundamental freedoms again, right? Not fundamental rights, as we learned last time. And these freedoms, right, they're subject to limitation. When we jump into the international covenants, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to jump you into the international covenants because you should know that. You should know this by now, right? After all these years, when we look into the international covenants and we look for the subsequent right, the corresponding right in the covenant, well, we're going to see that when these rights are listed and brought forth, after they're mentioned, then they state that the state party can put a limiting factor upon it. That these rights can be limited and abridged only in certain situations, but nevertheless, they can be. They can be. All right, so I'm going to stir this up a little bit here. And I know there's going to be some people that are in the corporation Canada that are not going to like what I'm about to say, but nevertheless, I'm still going to say it. Because guess what? It's my right. And that's upon on what I'm about to say to you guys. Because if the wrong people get a hold of this knowledge, up till now, it's been okay what I'm teaching. They know it's there, you know. But this level that what I'm about to reveal here, they don't like this. Because if the wrong people get a hold of this, it can make a big trouble for public order. Big trouble. But that's okay. I'm entitled to say it, right? I'm entitled to defend human rights and fundamental freedoms, no matter how deep I want to take it, no matter where I want to go with it. So as a man or a woman, right, do you not possess the freedom of conscience? Do you not possess the freedom of opinion? Do you not possess the freedom of peaceful assembly? Yes or no? Yes or no? No, you don't, right? You don't. Because it's on the person. It's on the statutory creature. Well, then, as a man or a woman, what do you have? What do you possess? Well, change that word, one little word of their magic games, and no longer title it or designate it a freedom, but call it a right of conscience, a right of opinion, a right of expression, a right of association. And what does it become now? And what is that now? Now that's natural rights. Now that's fundamental rights.
Hello.
That's been granted to you.
Hello.
But a fundamental right that you're.
So we got. Hold on. All right, there we go. So we got to be careful when they start pimping on everybody with this person and possess. Right? What is person and possess? This is dead language.
Right.
No. Right. This is actor language. This is detracting from what. Why is the first word human being? We can get into that one way or the other. Why does it then change one way or the other to person and possess? So my first thought is someone who possesses something can have something taken. Right. So is this a right that we retain, God given, or is this something we possess that can be taken? And again, that's just the common use of the word when we go back to possession, meaning all types of different things. So now you got these folks using words that could mean a variety of different things, and we're not sure what they mean when they're using it. So when these people go talking about all this stuff and don't get down to the fundamentals of what the word means and clarify with the people putting forth these treaties what these words mean, they're getting played on. Because I would bet anything, if you went into the definitions of what these words mean, it's going to tell you the game was played. Does that make sense? Is there a place where all these words are defined by these people so we could figure out what's actually being said in the treaty?
Agreed. But the channel that we're watching right now is Eternally Aware, and he's mentioned that he's displayed the difference between persons and or human beings. So this is what he's explaining actually right now. But he's got like 10 years worth of videos behind him explaining all of this, and he's just like doing a rundown. It's called Road to Freedom Part 1. So I guess this is like his first new series that he's bringing out, and I guess he's starting from the beginning. But he did mention a few things like during this video where he says, look, I'm not going to break that down because I've already done it. Like I got 10 years worth of videos. Go check them out. And so he moves on and continues on with his presentation.
Right.
I don't want to be too critical, but his language tells me that he may be trying to learn about this stuff, but he's not truly living it in his heart. So it's definitely a fine line, but you got to keep it simple. He's getting into making it very convoluted for the average person to be able to unravel, to decipher the loose cipher.
Yeah. Maybe I'm playing it too fast. He's talking too fast. All right, hold on.
I think it's common. I mean, a lot of people talk about this stuff, but very few actually get down to the meat and potatoes, or whatever you want to call it, to
the lifestyle, right?
The essence of it.
Like you said, you're not really living it day in and day out, because when you start to live it day in and day out, you start to, like anything else, find the connections and the tricks, right? And the abridged version, because it's all the same idea that it comes back to. You know, it doesn't matter what land treaty and whatever else you put forth. It's the same game, pimping and macking. Yeah, so they're going to write a whole bunch of. You go ahead.
No, but he was talking about Russia when he started the stream. That's what I'm saying. If you guys would have watched him when I started the stream at the beginning.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Okay, well, he says it. You know, he's telling people, guys, I've been telling you these things for the past 10 years, and if you can't wake up, you know, and he says that he lives with he expresses it throughout all of his videos. I've been following for a while, so it's not to come into his defense, but guys, go look into him, research him, listen to what he's got to say. You'll see that he's not talking out of the top of his head. He really lives the knowledge that he's the best example. It's like when I met you, Paul, you actually reminded me of him because I had stopped following his videos, and I went back to listening to everything he said, because it's just like, I have, like, he explains Canadian law and how everything functions in that manner. So it's like not exactly the same as the United States, but the base rights of human beings are like, it's all over the planet. It's all the same everywhere. It's like international law or something. So that's what he was explaining during this video.
Usually what it seems is everyone thinks that the country they're on, or the land they're on, has a different system because it's called different things. But from what I've seen and heard, I can't verify it firsthand because I haven't been there and dealt with it. But, England, Canada, what they call these common law lands, they have different names for the similar processes, right? And similar jurisdictions, the idea of jurisdiction. So usually what it seems is they got everybody, most people, like 98%, corralled into some code and policy idea of what a society is. And then you have folks on the periphery, outside of that, who they could be tribal people, they could be, there's different classifications. But that then brings you to this idea that not all citizen slaves are created equal, so to speak. Not all beings are considered to be the same class of being. So to me, that's where the power is realizing these are classist systems. These are caste systems in a sense, where you're either going to buy your way through plead and beg your way through, or you're going to retain your power from God, in which case you should be given safe passage at some point. What's going to go on in between? I don't think anybody ever knows. It's dependent upon them doing what they're obligated to do, which is a big if sometimes. But I guess I want to believe that this is more of a spiritual thing than it is the physical. But when it comes to these lands, man, they have these processes. People just don't know about them, or few people know about them, and they don't try them. They don't use them. They don't exercise the rights. So then they go to saying, "Oh, it's different here. It's different there." It's not what I've experienced. Again, not firsthand experience, but from what I'm told with people who have done this, and from what I've looked at, the limited amount of research I've done, that's the whole point of a common law land, is they observe universal law in a sense, right? The idea that, all men and women have certain rights and they can't be taken by servants. But when you opt in and you contract and you don't contest that or rebut it, it becomes presumed.
That's the key point right there.
Yeah.
And where could you protect them? And where could you find protection for those rights? In Article 1 up there, right? It's teaching us, and the rule of law is teaching us that man, human being, has a right to freedom. It's a right. And the right is called freedom. It's not saying that we have freedom of. We have the right to freedom. And therein lies a big difference, a very big difference. That's why every time you look into law, right, when they talk about these fundamental freedoms, they're always attaching it to the statutory creature. They're always attaching it to the juridical personality. Oh, the citizen has this freedom, and the driver has that freedom, and the resident has this freedom. It's always attached to that juridical personality, to that statutory creature, because it's a civil freedom, and it can be regulated and controlled. But when you stand under your right to freedom, there's a difference. The only thing that controls that is common law or criminal law, criminal code. If you do wrong, you harm, steal, bear false witness. All those common law codes are within the Criminal Code of Canada. And you do that, then you lose your right to freedom. You lose your right to freedom, not under the will of statutory power, but under the law of man. But apart from that, you have a natural right to freedom. And what's in the right to freedom? That's what I'm going to ask you. So when you say, I have the right to freedom, what does that mean? Are you just stating a word, freedom? I have the right to freedom, and that's what it means, just freedom. Okay, what does the context of that word freedom mean? What makes up that word freedom in law when you say it as a man or woman? What makes it up? Do the same attributes that you find here in Article 3 and in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, could those same attributes make up that word for you, freedom? And if they could, right, then you're exercising a right. You're no longer exercising a freedom of, but you're exercising a right to. And if you're exercising a right to, then they can no longer put a limitation or abridgment upon it. When we look to the Quebec Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Charter, United States Constitution, and the Russian Constitution, they all say the same thing. All of them. Why? Well, because the rule of law forces them to. The rule of law controls them, and they must. Was it a coincidence? Was it just fun? Was it just circumstance? Was it just happenstance that this is all in the charters? That it's all the same operations of law going on? No, it's not. And I profess to you, and I say to you, that which you are learning here, that's the same thing that's going on in all of our countries. It's nothing new under the sun. These operations of law they use are exactly the same, one to another country, just expressed in different ways. And here, the Quebec Charter of Human Rights, the charter shall not be so interpreted as to suppress or limit the enjoyment or exercise of any human right or freedom not enumerated herein. The next one, the guarantee in this charter of certain rights and freedoms shall not be construed as denying the existence of any other rights or freedoms that exist in Canada. United States Constitution, 9th Amendment. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage other rights retained by the people. Well, what rights do people retain? What rights do people retain? Well, natural rights, right? People, when you talk about people, you're talking about them exterior to the corporate body, exterior to the state party, not interior to it. The Russian Constitution, the listing in the Constitution of the Russian Federation of the fundamental rights and freedoms shall not be interpreted as a rejection or derogation of other universally recognized human rights and freedoms. So all the same operation of law. Well, we're saying that there's certain rights and freedoms expressed in this charter, and there are others, and we're not going to deny you that there are others. Well, what rights and freedoms are they talking about? Are they talking about civil rights and freedoms? No, they're not. They're talking about your natural rights. They're talking about absolute rights. They're talking about inalienable rights. That's what they're talking about. And when they say that there's certain of these listed in the charter, yes, there are. We can go and find them. We can go and find them directly expressed. But those that are not directly expressed, right, we can still exercise. We can still exercise. And notice the Quebec Charter. Listen to the way it's written out. Listen to the way it's written out. And this is what the other three are saying also, but not so directly. It's the other three are saying the same operation of law, but not so directly. The charter shall not be so interpreted as to suppress or limit the enjoyment or exercise of any human right or freedom not enumerated therein. So what are they saying? They are not allowed to suppress or to limit the exercise of your right, your human right, and your human freedom that's not listed herein, or that is listed therein. So the obligation that they're saying is we're not to suppress or limit. We're not to stop you from exercising your right. We're not allowed to. Why? Because the rule of law says you can't. You can't. You can only use deception on me. You can only trick me. And you know what that is? People are upset, right? People who are waking up. But you know what that is? That's interference on what? That's interference on your conscience. It's interference on your mind. That's what it's doing. It's a bondage on your mind through things that have been implanted there, through the society. So let me ask you, how does this state party, how does this corporate body, how does it see you? How does it interact with you? Are you a driver before them? Are you a worker before them? Do they know you as a taxpayer? Do you fill out your taxes every year? Do they know you as a homeowner with a qualified title? You have a title registry. In all capacities, they're operating with you, right? They know you as that statutory creature. They know you as that statutory creature. Have you ever said anything to them? Have you ever sent a claim to them? To say, hey, listen, I realize that I have a whole set of rights, natural rights, fundamental rights, human rights, common law rights, whatever you, well, I shouldn't say whatever you want to title them. You should call them what they are, according to the law, according to what they recognize. Because all one and the same.
No, you got to learn how to plead better, OGW.
Like they only speak.
All right.
That's what Alphonse and the slaves say, that you got to learn how to plead better. That's where the power is, right? You got to just learn their fucking legal code system and their civil procedure, and that must attach to civil rights. And this is why I say there's so many folks in this doing it. This guy's on it, right? See exactly what we had just said or what I had just spoken about. He just re-verified that.
Absolutely.
So
I saw that.
this is just real quick. This is going to come down to every man or woman individually embodying this understanding as common sense and applying it lawfully, right? And surrendering the outcome, regardless of what the legal system is claiming as their belief of their authority, right, over the person or to administrate the person's estate. So yeah, I think we should like stop. I don't want to tell you what to do. I'm just saying if we could stop every once in a while and kind of like comment a little bit. But yeah, who is this person again?
This guy,
Person.
his
We're back to
channel.
person.
Hold on, let me go to his channel real quick. I'll get his link if anybody's interested to see. He's got a lot of stuff, dude. He's got hundreds of videos. He's been on here for 11 years. You know, shouting this rap out, and I've been following him for like 6 years now. So I've known about him for a while. Hold on, how do I get?
Once you understand this, there's really no moving away from it. And that's why I'm sick and tired of these slaves online who got all these answers that move you away from this understanding. I can't conceive of what the purpose is of that other than detraction, distraction, and disempowerment. They're either cowardly, scared slaves who know it but can't buy into it and can't live by it completely and make it a lifestyle, or they're put there, I guess, or allowed to proliferate in order to keep everybody from this understanding. So that pretty much sums up the majority of people who would not resonate with this and embody it.
On the road to being
It would seem to me.
Sorry about that.
No, you're right.
Now I got lost in the video. Let me bring back to I don't even know where we were. I think we were pretty far up. It was almost over. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
McCodes.
Yeah,
Gotta
you're
follow
absolutely
McCodes.
Russian Constitution. I think I'm right on it, right? This is exactly what he was talking about. Hold on, let me just listen in.
It's interference on your mind.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's what it
All right. I'm not bad, man. Jeez, hit the mark right on spot. I'll bring it back full screen. Yeah, so I don't mind pausing it. Absolutely. I'm just because I'm so, like I'm listening. I'm really paying attention to what he's saying. So that's why I guess I don't comment because it's like it's sinking in. You know, I'm especially when he's talking about like, yeah, what?
What? So I just real quick because it made me think of something. I, for my own self, I can't prove it obviously, but I take it to the next level when I remind folks of what I perceive, that this is not about us sitting at the position of going, what he just said, oh my God, this is the society and the mind control. It is that. But I believe there's a bigger purpose to this. How do you form a man or woman to be made in the image of the Most High, if not by testing them and teaching them through chosen suffering, in a sense, right? It's like, it's very beautiful and kind of twisted in a way, it would seem to me. But what's needed, right? Like the prodigal son, in order to create the perfectly formed man or woman, the universe has to have a process to really test your heart and your conviction. So I just, that to me is where you take it all the way to the next level, and the person has a shift in their perspective. And even a lot of, I think, their personality disorders may even start to change because they realize, oh, I'm a player in something. And in order for me to be the best version of myself, I have to go through this process and stand on these things. So it's scary, but it's very empowering to me. I don't know how others receive that, but go ahead, sir.
Well, to stem off of what you just said, I do agree that it is empowering because that interaction that I had with the police officer, I didn't feel intimidated at that moment. I actually felt empowered because I knew that I was standing on truth. And I saw the confusion in the policeman's eyes when I started, and it just like gave me even more power. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, well, he's off balance. He's unstable. Something's going on in his brain. He's not used to this kind of interaction. He'd usually.
Dude, could you imagine if Talcott went to the next level and started doing this with all his time because he's got nothing to do anyway, and then like told the cop on live to get out of his confusion? I would fucking die a happy man. I could die happy if Talcott would travel freely. We got to crowdfund that and see if we can get him to do it. Get him a used car, or even if we can crowdfund him and get him the original, right, from the automobile dealer, and get him all the right stuff and get him secure as much as possible, and then have him ride around with a get out of your imagination vehicle and travel freely, and then tell the cops, get out of your confusion. Sorry, my mind is starting to work today, as it often does. It's very, very bizarre how
We
it
always
does
have
that.
great ideas for segments. That's something that should be tried. We should get Jack on the road, doing some on the road activism. Maybe grabbing a couple of cops by the face. That'd be pretty interesting.
Wait, you talking about Trinity Dave? You gonna get him out there grabbing police by the face? Yeah, I don't think so, bro. He does that with middle school students. He don't do that with policy enforcement.
But you never know with Jack when he gets angry enough, Yeah,
I wouldn't put anything past Jack when he gets in that mode, man.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's choked a few hoes in his day, because he said he went overseas and he was doing military games like they all do, which really means going overseas and fucking hoes. And he even admitted to it. He said something happened and he got caught fucking some Vietnamese woman, and they try to say he was raping. But yeah, I could see Talcott, man, like dark alley, middle of the night, something goes wrong. She says the wrong thing. Is the movie now? She says, like in the middle of fucking, she says, Jack, I don't know if you're going to be able to end legal secrets. And he turns, right? The eyebrows go down, and now he starts choking her. What did I? And it's like a Son of Sam kind of takeoff with Talcott. I'm doing it again. Sorry, OTW. I got a lot of vision where I could take this.
Yeah, I could see have a wild imagination there. Get out
I have to. This is how you do time, right? Whether it's in a slave world or in a box, you got to be able to take whatever craziness is put forth and do something with it in your brain. You got to you got to get into your imagination to deal with slavery.
You know what? That reminds me of something that we used to do in high school, where at lunchtime we'd gather around the table and we'd start telling.
Is that
stories.
JG Wentworth down there?
No, it's Lou Bass.
Oh, okay. Sorry, OTW.
I just realized I was listening to what you said about Jack waking up in the middle of sex, and she says, "Oh, we got it.
It's his money, and he wants it now."
I just about shit myself when I heard.
It's my swine grease, and I need it now.
Call Lou Bass Wentworth 877 Grease now.
All our sausages are unsliced, buttered, and warmed to 99 degrees.
You're so gross.
Is Z serious? Do you really use I think you have said it before. Do you really use like swine grease and just like everyday things like your coffee and shit?
Dude, you know that he masturbates with some kind of animal byproduct. He's such a grotesque human being. He eats roadkill.
Oh, buddy. No,
Yes,
I don't.
yeah,
I will never, if I ever come over there, I'm not eating anything from inside of that enclosure. I'm not drinking out of any of your cups. I'm not eating anything. I'm not even shaking hands with you. You're so grotesque.
I think he'll take his risks with McDonald's probably over eating at your house, dude.
No, I don't eat that shit at all, bro. I won't eat that shit at all.
No. Don't touch that fucking.
The closest I'll come is.
Paul, tell me, it's the end of the world. It's your last meal. You have a choice between McDonald's and roadkill that Lou Bass made you. Where are you going?
Oh, man, dude, you're gonna put him in that spot.
Oh fuck!
Yeah, I'd have to, bro. I'd have to see. Like, what kind of roadkill? Like, did we just hit it,
bro? I don't.
Was it a healthy animal that we just hit, or is it like one of those green coated animals he picks up?
Does it have prions? Aren't you worried about prions?
I'm not getting Kuru. I could throw another. I've done it, in the past. I've there's been dozens, at least thousands, probably of McDonald's French fries packets.
he probably not going to give you the good shit. He's going to give you the stuff that he froze over 6 months ago. You know, it's like he's going to pick into.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I might have to go with the McDonald's French fries that have 25 ingredients.
Dummy.
I need the 25 ingredient French fries because you know what? I feel like if it's the end of the world, man, one more thing of French fries isn't gonna really throw me off too much. My body's already used to it. I've been raised in the dark, molded by it, like Bane. Like the first 3/4 of my life was nothing but McDonald's French fries and nuggets. So I'm fortified.
Yeah,
I'm mummified and fortified.
One more patty of ground up babies isn't gonna hurt nobody.
Nah. See, you're making stuff up. Well, you can't prove that, is what I'm saying.
These fuckers have said it. These fuckers have said it in the past. We're gonna feed them their own children back. They've said
I already told you, Lou. I already told you how I feel about it. Animals are innocent. Okay? You want to give me a L.A.W creature that's cursed to the 10th generation for its evil ways? I might prefer that in an apocalypse. Ground up L.A.W creature.
Stop
over the
being
innocent.
a brainwashed fucking slave. Get out of your fucking imagination.
No, you know what? The only reason I wouldn't want to eat L.A.W creature is because the meat is probably tainted. There's probably some spiritual sickness on it.
It's tainted with some nice garlic sauce, some chili peppers, some onion in a pot with some tomato, cooked slowly like a cacciatore, then topped with some nice cheese.
See, but you know what sounds so good about that is everything you just named, but not the main ingredient.
Yeah, right.
So I'll just eat all that.
I'm a fat shaming out of Dairy Queen yesterday.
Say that again, Ramon.
Mango, so
I said I was a victim of fat shaming out of Dairy Queen yesterday.
Oh man.
Where'd you go with your mom?
No, I went by myself. I drove my big boy tractor there.
He let you out all by yourself?
Yeah. And I ordered a triple burger, and I felt shame when I ordered it too, right? And a large fry and a large drink, and I at least got the Powerade because I didn't want to be unhealthy getting pop. And so I sit down, and a couple minutes later, this young gal comes to drop my food off. This is the first time it's ever happened that anybody would shout out my order exactly to me as they're putting the food on my table. And she goes, a triple burger, a large fry, 2 sides of ranch. And I sat there very sadly eating my food. So I was a victim of fat shaming.
Hey,
well, so it was from within, and that's not definitely fat shaming. That's a natural response to being a disturbed and grotesque individual. So that's good. You're on the path to success, right? Yes. See,
but it was delicious. I'll tell you what.
But that's the thing, heroin is delicious too to the guy on Skid Row who's got sores on his face. So, you got to listen to that inner skinny voice. There's an inner skinny voice, and you have to listen to it.
Right. Of course, I don't feel like I was a victim or fat shamed at all, right? I was just making a joke of it because I thought it was hilarious that she was shouting it out. But, yeah.
Are you fat?
But you should be shamed? Is this the moral of the story?
I was
you were making a joke. I'm being serious. You're a grotesque individual and you need help right now. And this is your intervention.
That's true. I do need Jenny Craig. I used to be fit before, but since I took over driving for a living, as a commercial driver, I started over the road, and this was over the pandemic. I got really fat just eating a bunch of hot dogs at truck stops and shit.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, man. I mean, now you got the double down, right? Because not only are you getting obese, but you're like being part of a cycle. Lube-ass, cover your ears. Part of a cycle of complete twisted torture and genocide and slavery. Those creatures you're eating are diseased spiritually and physically. They're kept in horrible conditions. And then they're slaughtered specifically for you to continue your horrible life and existence. Right. And this is why I say karmically up the line, we're treated the same way. A lot of folks are housed, they're tortured, they're put through all different types of experiments and treatments for their safety, of course. And then they're essentially either physically or metaphysically ground up by the beast system and served back to the other slaves. So, it's like a karmic revenue process. Folks can't seem to make the link of how that works, that you are what you eat and what you do to the least, you done to yourself. So, and again, it's why they call your insurance company State Farm, funny enough, because all you chattel slaves are numbered and branded, right? You got to have your branding, and you're on a state farm, a state of, and they will, warehouse you for everybody's existence, I guess, in the corporate world, of course.
Oh, I didn't even think about it that way, man. I've got State Farm.
Right, there you go. Because you're a little chattel slave with a number and branded. You don't know it. That's why I'm here for you, sir. I'm glad that you're saying you're not considering it that way. Most people don't. Once this all hit me, over the course of time, more and more, I said, oh, I see the game. This is spiritual warfare. They want to get us to become exactly what they are so that we take on their karma. That's what the demon, the shaitan, the deceiver does. Is it plays on your body and your physical existence to make you make a spiritual choice to become like it. So it can damn you to this place and keep you here. This is my perspective. I can't prove that.
And that makes me think that even their little jingle at the end of their infomercials are completely sick. Like, we are farmers, like making it a happy and joyous thing. That's gross, man.
See how it works? That's a little bit of sorcery and mockery. Let me show you another one. There's a bunch of them. Raising Cane's, right? Isn't that the place where they get all the chickens when you go to eat all around the Midwest in certain places? It's called Raising Cane's. Well, what's Cain? Isn't that Cain and Abel? If you're raising Cain, aren't you raising hell? Right.
Who's called Raising Cain?
That's the chicken fast food place.
It's called
chicken
Raising
fast
Cain?
Food place. It's all over. Yeah, it's called Raising Cane's.
Yeah. Well,
and when you put Cain and Abel together, what do you get?
Cannibal.
Cannibal. There you go.
Oh, shit. I tell you what, I'm going to be losing service, and I don't want to interrupt the panel, but I'm certainly going to be listening on the YouTube area. So,
thank you,
awesome
sir.
talking to you guys. All right, talk to you later. Bye.
Thanks a lot for being
Sean,
here, man.
Sean, you have to understand something, eh? If all you're eating if you're eating a good diet, like you believe, as fruits and vegetables and stuff, and you're not eating that shit food like
I'm not vegan, by the way. I'm not vegan.
Well, whatever. If you're eating like mostly that kind of stuff, your body's not going to get the nutrition it needs. So you will eat yourself. That's how it works.
I know about autophagy. I'm aware of autophagy, if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah. So don't eat your natural diet and you will become a cannibal.
Right, there you go. Because it doesn't matter what we're talking about. Lubass is going to do what he does with his women and children and force his lifestyle and ways on everyone.
Bitch. We were
instead of
about this.
No, we're speaking. No. We were speaking objectively about words and terms and symbolisms and connections. You made it about your bitch ass and your lifestyle and what everyone has to live like you. Did I say anything about being a vegan, you fucknut? Did I say anything about being a vegan, you fucknut?
Scumbag, I made the connection.
No, I'm not the scumbag. You're the one who can't get out of your own way ever. And you've always got something to push that never lets us have an objective conversation without your subjective lifestyle push.
My I made the
let's get ready to rumble!
Right as I was
if he doesn't want to eat what you, if he doesn't want to eat what you consider to be his natural diet, he has that fucking personal choice. And neither of us, and hey, fucknut, neither of us needs to lead him to do whatever we do. That's why you can't. No, that's why you can't lead women and children. You need to lead them where they need to go, if anything, not where you go and where you want them to go. That's your fucking problem, because you can't think and speak and act objectively. You always got to have your bullshit in the mix.
Whatever.
Whatever. Right. Yeah, that's what a man says, too, in front of his women and children when he's got no more bullshit. Whatever. Are you going to storm off now? Scumbag. Yeah, I'm a scumbag.
Say one thing without you fucking rolling over me. My connection was you guys.
If you don't want to eat your natural diet of constant blood and meat and animal byproducts, you'll turn into a cannibal and you'll eat each other. You're an idiot.
You're a fucking gorilla.
I may be a gorilla, but you're still a fucking idiot. This gorilla's more intelligent than you, whatever you are.
Yes, I get it. But I was making the connection between cannibalism, because if you don't eat what you're supposed to eat, you will
I think you have kuru. I think you have kuru, that African disease that people get from eating the brains of roadkill and other human beings. Okay? I think you're a sick, twisted, disturbed man, and you need more than inpatient treatment. You need to be locked up indefinitely. Locked up indefinitely. A padded cell. You need a padded cell.
I have cuckoo from listening to you, motherfucker.
All right, let's move on. Let's go back to the video.
It's the top of the hour, OTW. It's the top of the hour, sir.
Oh, it is. All right. So it's 12.
I love you, OTW. I don't know why that just happened.
Oh, I don't know. It just does with you and Lubas. It's actually quite entertaining.
See?
He reminds me of my disgusting father in so many ways.
Oh, nothing like that fucking slave.
There you go. No, I see you just like him in a lot of ways. So there you go.
At
now,
all,
you have to now live with that. You live with that.
Not at all, bitch.
There you go.
You're a meat-sucking slave with Italian bravado and ego. You're just like him.
I'm nothing like that fucking Trump-loving fucking slave.
That may be the only reason you're not like him. I had to come on here and teach you not to have a daddy.
The banks.
If I didn't teach you to not have a daddy on here, you'd have been just like him, yelling for Daddy Trump again, like you probably did 4 years ago, like Fat Scott.
I do want to say,
unfortunately, he's a Canadian, so he doesn't vote for your political system.
Oh, that's right. I always forget he's a
years for any.
I always forget he's a Canadian grease pig.
Yeah, whoa, wait. Okay, don't identify Canadian from Ontario to Canadians from Quebec. Okay, we're completely different.
Yeah, we're much better.
I'll show you another example of an Ontarian Canadian here. I mean, Cage Reality. He's also from Ontario. All right. So
listen, you're not winning any points here. One side is a bunch of French scum. The other side's a bunch of Italian scum, apparently. So, and other mongrel races who hate the blacks but are part black. They got some identity crisis.
Look, Daddy, I'm smoking weed like a big boy.
Yeah, well, yeah. Are you trying to impress me? Because you're smoking. Yeah. You need that weed, fucking detach from your horrible reality. maybe that daughter of yours will come in and give you a hug. That's what you'll need. Smoke some dope together.
Hey,
give each other a hug instead of fighting and arguing like animals.
Look what my daughter brought me the other day. Look, this is funny as shit. I laughed my head off. Look, see if you can read
a man brazier.
Can you read this?
Hold on, let me bring it full screen.
Identify as a building permit. I don't even really know what that means. Look,
can you see that?
Approved. Okay. So,
my daughter Christina brought that to me the other day, and I just about shit myself laughing. Because I don't go for these. I don't go to ask a man permission to build something on my own fucking land. I chase them off with a 2x4 if necessary. No, that's not true. I don't do that.
Peaceful non-compliance, Blue.
Yeah, you know what I do? The last building inspector that came when I was building my barn, obviously without a permit, he comes and he says, who's the owner of this property? I said, why? Who the fuck are you? I can tell right away he's Italian. He says, I'm the building inspector. I said, okay, if that's the case, don't fucking step foot on this land, okay? Please. I said, please. Anyways, by the time he left, we were buddies and we were going hunting together the next week. So that was it. No building permit needed. And he's still good friends with me. Calls me every fucking week.
Wow, what an inspirational story there, Lou.
And you guys bonded over being bullshit, you guys bonded over
like your dad.
No, you bonded over being corrupt Guinea scum. He's gonna now put some woman He's going to now put some woman and her children out of a damn house tomorrow to make up for the fact that you're all going hunting together. You corrupt Guinea scum.
What?
Always, you're just like Al Capone, Lou. You want to put a gun in people's face, use intimidation, and then try to be charming to get your fucking way. And then some grandmother loses a house the next day. You are the lowest form of life.
What are you fucking bumbling and mumbling about?
How much did you pay him, Lou? We're not here. Wink, wink. We're not here. You gave him an envelope, right?
I did not give him envelopes at all.
Okay.
We're buddies. We became buddies that day. Literally.
Yeah. And fuck the grandmother next door. Fuck the grandmother next door, too.
Now I got another building inspector leaving me letters on the door because my son brought a house here, a fucking modular home to park it on my land so he can sell it. And the fucking guy leaves a fucking thing on the window. So I
call your buddy. You can't call your buddy?
I did.
Oh, there you go.
Then he hasn't called me back.
So, all right.
No, my buddy
He's not getting involved with you.
My buddy called me back, but the guy who left the note hasn't called me back. He's left it be.
Everybody's good buddies, right? Everybody's good friends. Everybody's bonding. Well, just wait till they get a hold of this recording and they come after him. He's gonna throw you right under the bus. You're gonna have 5 notices.
They don't know who the fuck he is.
They're gonna be bringing your whole house out on a flatbed.
Well, I'm nothing like your father. Your father, if he had to fucking if he had to paint his house, he'd call the building inspector and pay for his permit. Don't tell me he wouldn't.
You're worse than my father.
Yeah, I'm worse.
I guess that's not really true.
They're tracking you, Lou. They know everything you do, man. They know that you're.
They can go fuck themselves. I don't give a shit. They could track me, fucking follow me, do whatever.
I'm calling them. You know what? I'm calling them on you. Since you want to come on here and act like such a big tough guy.
Go ahead.
You don't fucking travel. You don't travel. You don't do nothing. You're a slave, and now you want to get on here popping shit. I'm calling them up. I'm gonna say Lou is not. There's some building over there on that fucking on that den of iniquity.
Anton. Go ahead.
There's some flop house over there that seems like it's not permitted to be there. I want something done about it.
Cream. You got some face cream?
Yeah. I'm getting into the Trey Jolie market. It's made with horse semen.
You want to go into business? We could do some ass cream.
Right.
Much love, everybody. How y'all doing?
What's up, Virgil? Man.
It's good, man. So you getting it in on some mango yesterday, man?
Huh?
I saw you getting it in on some mango yesterday. I guess everybody's getting the hint. It's mango season.
Some papaya. It was papaya.
Oh, that was papaya? Oh shit. Looked like
What do you think? You're the only fucking person who's ever eaten mango?
I mean, I am mango man, so
mango man.
Dude, I literally went on a walk last night. I got 40 fucking, I think I got 30, 40 fucking mangoes. This bag was so heavy. I was like, it's
Sean,
crazy out here, man.
Sean, Paul
Yes,
ate a mango once.
You're an idiot, Lou. The whole year before this whole nonsense started taking off and I started traveling more, I was eating nothing but fruits and vegetables, and of course pasta. I am Italian. I don't care what you think. I need to lie to anyone, including your pathetic dirt pig looking ass out there with your butt crack hanging out, planting 3 plants, and then you're out of breath. This guy put 3 plants down and was out of breath yesterday, acting like he was working. Look at him. He's dying right now on stream. He's having a heart attack.
I did notice though, Jack didn't want to put Lou up farming and gardening, and I wanted to ask Lou, has Jack ever, when you were doing that, put you up like Paul has and OTW has? And
no,
there's a reason.
I originally put it up because Benton asked, because he thought it would be cool to show that, so I did that, and then everybody liked it, so I kept doing it. But no, Jack won't put me up if I'm gardening.
Wow. Yeah, I think I've noticed that before in the past, and I can't help but feel, it's maybe a subconscious projection of his.
Yeah, because he wants to grow some tomatoes. He says he's growing tomatoes, and then the guy asked him, "Where's the tomatoes?" He said, "They're still at the store." That was his response.
Oh my God, man.
Wow, what an
I'm
answer.
starting to wonder why I even restreamed this. He's not smoking.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
He's smoking. It's saying he's smoking cigarettes. He's smoking reefer now. All of a sudden, Lou wants to be one of the cool kids.
I want to be like the big boys, Daddy.
Right.
Yeah, you're a regular Tommy Chong now, Lou.
I think he also maybe realized he's completely out of control and he needs something to maybe level him out.
That could be right.
Agreed. I have to agree.
Yeah, the only problem is, Lou, is that we can't rest on crutches and addictions. I know that that's crazy. You hear that coming from me, someone constantly smoking reefer, but you got to find a space in yourself to be able to do that sans reefer, if that makes sense.
Well, the reefer that
I think I'm speaking French. Was that French?
I've always wanted to smoke reefer, but I was always afraid. And so this reefer that I'm smoking right now, it's very.
You're afraid of reefer now? You're such a big tough guy, and you're afraid of reefer.
No, I've always been afraid since I was young. I had a really bad experience.
What, are you afraid you're going to find out you're gay?
Yeah, maybe. But aside from that, my friend brought me this packet of reefer that's like 2.1% or 2.1.
Wow, you're smoking Reggie. This guy's dusty, like Antoine says. He's over there smoking Reggie.
Yeah, but my idea is that if I can slowly get my body to become a little bit more tolerant of it, then I won't get the anxiety when. And
you need the 30%, Lou. I got 30% right here, THC.
All right. I already bought one that's higher.
You gotta, the reefer's gotta make you borderline schizophrenic. Is what I find. Higher the THC, that's what it'll do for you. All right, I'm kidding. I don't actually smoke reefer with THC in it. I smoke nothing but CBD. This is all props.
Yeah, and it's high CBD, this one that he got me. But now I got another one that's 8.1 milligrams THC. And I tried that and I got a bit of a little bit of a buzz, and it didn't give me anxiety. So I'm on the right road, I think.
Lou, you just need to learn how to control your heart rate and your breath when you're smoking.
Yeah, that's what happens. My heart rate and my breath gets out of control. And but so far that hasn't happened. So I'm up.
Yeah, but Lewis, the point of a lot of times that a lot of you egoic genzos seem to miss out on is the point of these substances is to learn a space of surrender when you're in those kind of spaces, whether it's directly related to the experience or it's inadvertent sort of learned skill, right? Like people who take acid, regardless of what you think about it, if there's something to learn, if it should be done, one of the things you will learn inadvertently when it starts to work in you is you start to feel something happening, and you feel your heart rate go up, you get insecure and fearful, you start having intrusive thoughts. If you can learn to surrender in those moments to whatever the outcome is going to be, because there's no point in doing that. It's already in you. Whatever's going to happen, it's going to happen. Now you got to be down for the ride. You could take the same idea to rights, freedom, principles, and anything else. Doesn't matter how fearful, insecure, intrusive the thoughts are. Are you down for the ride or not? You got no choice. You're here. It's in you. It's not on you. Same thing I said with principles and conscience.
I agree with that completely.
Yeah, and listen to this, Lubas. If you continue on the path that you're on right now, I mean, they're going to start making signs, and they're going to be putting them up on the roads to warn people that you're around, because you might just hit them and consider them roadkill. And
then that might be me getting hit. I might not be the one doing the hitting.
Yeah, drive safely. Roadkill collectors abound.
No, I agree totally that I have to, because I truly believe that plants are there to be our medicine. That's what I believe they're here for. And if we use them correctly, they're all gifts from God in my view. But I think particularly marijuana and possibly even mushrooms, I think, are really a gift from God that it's given to us as a form of medicine. And so I don't want to be afraid of it, but the truth of the matter is I am, right? So I'm trying to
Yeah, but people are not it's the same thing with my father. So again, you'll say you're not like him, but I see so many ways you are. He'll have the same rap. It's not the fear of the substance, it's the fear of not being in control.
Yes.
And you display this, and I know what it is, sir. I thank you for this is why I'm good at what I do, because I know myself and I know others.
Well, now with the way things are too, it's the fear of, whatever they're spraying in it, whatever the fuck.
No, please stop, sir. You're completely derailing where I was going with it. Nobody's sitting around thinking about what's sprayed on it. We're talking about the psychology that relates to his direct in the middle of this is my point. This is why panels suck. You people suck, because we can never go anywhere that matters. This is life-changing information about somebody altering their inner space to deal with their women, children, their family, themselves, and using these substances as a tool to understand that. And now we're going into what the enemy is doing to us. Again, we're going into fear and paranoia and insecurity about what they are doing to us when you are your own worst enemy in life. I'd bet anything on it. And what you do and don't do.
I think I know the reason why.
I have to agree with that too. I have to, because it's the truth. We always seem to go into this. What are they doing to us? Yeah, they may be.
Yeah, to avoid what you're doing and not doing. It's real simple psychology. So every time you catch yourself thinking about them or they, you're in loser failure thinking. You're in disempowerment thinking.
Because if I was growing it, I wouldn't have to worry about that.
Right. So stop whining and complaining about what they are doing to shit that you shouldn't be taking anyway, because you should be sourcing whatever you take directly.
Right on.
That's rule number one for all the drug takers out there, for all the dumbasses who think they're going to just take drugs because Paulie Boy was lost and broken and didn't give a fuck about living or dying, preferred to die. You probably shouldn't do that. It's called harm reduction. So if you're going to take anything, you should probably know the source as much as possible. If you're going to take it at all.
There's not a lot you can do to change weed. I mean, can you spray something on it? Maybe, I guess, but
Lou,
I don't think anybody's doing that anyway.
Yeah, okay.
Really, bro?
You bet on the fact fact that people aren't spraying nothing on weed. And you go to like fucking Kensington, Philadelphia and buy yourself some weed, 10 times and see if you don't change your mind on that when you nod out.
No, I agree.
Face plant to traffic.
Get you some the newest xylazine laced Kush.
Xylazine. What's xylazine?
It's the new bath salt. We were watching. We watched it on Paul's.
I know for a fact the fucking Jamaicans at the Dread Weed House back in the day were spraying some kind of Windex or some shit on Reggie and selling it. I'm almost positive. So that shit goes on all the time, man. People do all type of wacky shit.
No, I don't disagree with that.
They just want to clean the crystals on the buds, dude. It's Windex. It's for the the window-ish surface of the crystals. It's just clean.
Yeah, the point we were getting to is that one of the problems, or the main problem with human beings, is lack of self-control. To either do what needs to be done or not do what doesn't need to be done. All right. So self-care, self-control, self-management, time, energy, attention, and resources. Doing these plants and herbs at times can teach you that, how to, get into a space where you learn to surrender to whatever is, right? And then you take that back to then doing the next right thing. Because again, life is a trip in itself. So it's going to have times where you have, go ahead.
You got an issue with Mr. The Kofa?
I don't know. You're a bitch ass motherfucker down there. You ain't coming for nobody. You ain't doing nothing. We already know that. Stop wasting our time. Come up here. Shut the fuck up.
He's not coming to you to do you harm. He's coming to give you a back rub.
Listen.
I think it's cult of Axis.
Okay.
Probably.
There you go.
Yeah,
so the same big surprise. There's not even any new slaves for me to play with. It's the same old tired, wrinkly, weak-ass, disempowered, effeminate slave with black nail polish on. The fuck out of my face and go get a life, bro. Go get a life partner.
Who's wearing black nail polish?
The rat Axis slave.
He's wearing black nail polish?
Yeah, he's one of those satanic, emo, broken slaves who thinks he has power because he does rituals. You're a pathetic joke.
Yes, thank you for saying that because I'm in absolute agreement with you. All right. I don't believe in all his mumbo jumbo, and it's another fucking fear-based tactic to fuck with you. And I'm like,
oh, I believe in it. I'm just saying he don't have no power with what I walk with. I believe absolutely these people do rituals and things, and they could influence the field, but you can't fuck with me and what I walk with. Go do that with the other slaves who don't know who and what they are and where their power and resource is. I'm not one. You can't influence my field. I influence your field. That's why you're here sucking my dick. See, God is above Shaitan. That's what you need to remember. You're a Satanist. All right, you're a proclaimed Satanist. God is above Shaitan, a deceiver. So you have no power here with me.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't have any with me either. It's a complete joke in my opinion. And I muted myself. I believe that you can manifest whatever you want in your life. So you're the manufacturer of your destiny or whatever. You're the one in control of everything, man. Nobody has control over your life. With no frequencies. When you're real with yourself, you know that what you can do and what you're capable of, and nothing else around you can control you, man. Fuck that.
Well, hey, I missed the Z show, but I skimmed through a little bit, and I just pretty much watched the end. But a part in the middle, it sounded like he was touching on. You guys were touching on frequencies and the impact that they have on consciousness, if you will. Care to fill me in, or were you not listening? Or
well, I was there. I was listening.
Yeah. So what was? I didn't really get much. I didn't listen to much. But what if you could surmise? What was
all right, so they're talking about the present, universal frequency that everything is tuned into right now. The radio frequencies that are being emitted right now are all at 440 hertz. Okay, and that is like a new tuning frequency that they implied in the beginning of the 1900s. So this is actually harmful if you look at one of the Kazumoto, whatever.
Masaru Emoto.
Yes, thank you. If you look at that, you'll see that 440 hertz is actually damaging or causes like chaotic forms in the water, and it has different examples of what different frequencies do to water.
So now what?
Right. So since we're composed of 70% of water, so they say that these frequencies have either a nefast effect on us because 440 hertz is being played out in everything in all the music, and this is used to keep us either sick or dumbed down at a low frequency.
No. You're doing it again. Pineal Power is desperate to blame everyone and everything for why he's inactive in his own life and his world. I'm tired.
I was asking a question.
Nobody told you you can't go learn how to make your own vibrations inside yourself to offset whatever's being put onto you. You don't give a fuck enough to do anything, bro. You want to sit there and talk about what the fuck these people do to us and can't figure out what people been doing since the beginning of time with mantra and yantra and yoga and all the rest of it, trying to throw off these fucking imbalances. Nobody said you couldn't sit in a fucking brass ashram tube all day and make your own vibrations to offset it if you're that worried about it. If you're not going to do that, what's the point of talking about it?
Right.
Well said.
So put even more negative fear vibrations to everybody about what the fuck we can or won't control. I'm trying to help you, bro. Seriously, I'm not being a dick.
No, well said.
You're consumed with fear and insecurity, and it's the worst vibration fucking you over in your life. Forget about what they're doing. They don't even need that.
Well put, man. Well put.
I love you, brother.
I love you, brother.
Seriously, this is the dysfunction of our day. People on the metaverse constantly fixated on what they're doing with their vibrations and energies while we're putting the worst fear, vibration, and energy from within ourselves and not doing anything to offset what they're doing. Nobody told everybody to fucking have a fucking electronic Bluetooth device shoved up their ass. Nobody told everybody to do that. Or they did and they did it.
I broke my phone a few weeks ago, and I haven't been missing it at all. I don't even want to. I don't want to get a new one, man. I'm gonna at some point. I'm gonna either pay to fix the screen, or just get a new one. But yeah, man, it's like a freedom. to not
Yeah,
have
they're
the,
putting out vibrations, and I'm riding around either at one point doing reggae spiritual music and singing my own shit, or I'm riding to quote unquote gangster music and producing an energy inside of myself where you can't fucking touch me spiritually, right? So they could put out all the frequencies they want. I'm putting my own frequencies out too, and I suspect that this technology NI is superior to AI. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Natural intelligence.
Oh yeah,
So
of course. That's why
I'm
they have
like,
to mimic.
right. So you could kill me today and you're still fucking powerless inside of my beingness because what I know and understand is superior to what the fuck you're doing. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. I'm the one who's going to decide to be my own enemy or not by the way I receive that shit. Not what you put out, it's the way I choose to receive it and what I put back out. That carries over everywhere in life.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. That's exactly the way I see it with, especially with this Axis Wrath Blood character. It's like, man, you have absolutely no power over any of us. It's in your mind. And the only power you have is if someone lets you have that power and let your scare tactics trying to get people to believe in your bullshit. But I'm not one of them. So
well, it's like Paul always says in a different way. We are actually transformers. Everything we take in, we are supposed to transform it to what we need in life. That's all he's doing. He's transforming the energies that he's receiving into what he needs. And it doesn't matter how it comes out for him because it's what he needs. So if he needs to express himself in a powerful manner, he will. If he needs to express himself in a peaceful manner, he will. It comes across differently, and that's the way he's learned to operate on the energies. Everybody else is operating on the words and the forces that everybody else wants to impose upon them. And like he said, this technology can never be overcome by AI. This technology is what made AI. How the fuck can something that's created become greater than what created it? It
kind of like servants, right, Wizard? Kind of like government and servants, man and woman erected government, and then they decided they're going to take over their creator. It doesn't work that way. This is Shaitan's biggest trick. It's going to outdo God. Government's going to outdo man. Children are going to outdo parents. It's fucking nonsense, right?
It's just like
it's the corruption of the true order is what it is.
It's just like Shaitan was going to take over and overpower God. And he said, I'm going to build my own army of demons. And he reached down and picked up a handful of dust from the ground that God made. And God said,
That's my dust.
There you go.
Yeah, you can't use what's mine to take what's mine.
There you go. Oh. All right, hold on a second.
Therefore, most people just give themselves to Satan, Shaitan, the evil forces, the dark side, the convenience, the contract, the shaking of another man's hand, the trusting of another man, all things that the scriptures tell you not to do. All you good Christians.
It's like the vampire archetype. The vampire has to invite you in. I mean, you have to invite the vampire in, or he can't come in. So,
and when he's in, you have to honor your side and treat him as a guest.
Right.
But that's the point, is that they want a victim and play the victim when they keep summoning the demons to be bound to. And I say, no, you're not going to get me to blaspheme this creational archetype by going against the force that's there to teach you through your own chosen suffering. They'll say, Paul, he's sold out. No, I understand the game. You want to get pimped and macked on? I ain't Captain Save-A-Ho. I ain't that stupid. That's how a hoe turns around and says, mind your own business, and the pimp puts a gun in your face. Mind your own fucking busyness. I don't summon in demons to control me and bond me, and I don't promote it for others. You want to do it? Even though I told you and showed you what the answer is, that's on you. And it's for your journey and for your greatest teaching and testing through chosen suffering and cowardice. Not mine.
AOTW.
Another bomb should have
this
dropped
guy,
right there.
This guy you got on screen, this channel, I've never seen him before, but I know of another one. He's called Christian Remedy and Law. The fucking problem is, I get maybe their information is really good, but my problem seems to be they're insufferably boring the way they present their material. That's the only thing that I have a hard time fucking staying focused, because they
It's not boring. It's because you're not really interested.
No, I am very interested.
No. Well, then you wouldn't find it boring. You would actually try to understand what he's talking about, research it more, dive deeper into the topic. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you find it boring, it's because it's not interesting, dude.
But bro, why is it that you've been subbed to him for 6 years and couldn't remember his name? It means you're not listening to him.
What do you mean?
For
I
some
did
reason.
remember his name. His name. I don't know what his name is. I know
No, his
name
channel.
Yeah, but I haven't looked at his videos for years.
There's some merit to what he's saying. I mean, and it's why Paul, again, as mentioned before, is openly stated before, he doesn't want to be pigeonholed, into just legal lawful. You know what I mean? Because not just because it can be indigestible for many people, but you kind of have to, like, I don't want to say initiate, but you kind of have to have a way to appease to certain crowds. If this information is to really get out to more people, then there has to be a multi-dimensional approach to initiating others, into the truth, of the deception that we're all under. I don't want to say I don't want to speak for everybody, but that the world overwhelmingly is subjected to through these fraudulent.
Maybe if they invited. Sorry, Sean.
Go ahead.
Maybe if they invited some detractors into the discussion, it might make the material, number one, less boring, number two, more understandable, because you're getting a little bit of both sides of the story. The person who doesn't believe in it or detracts
from it. If you don't understand it, it's because you're a lack of education there, Lou. Because I clearly understand what he's explaining. Why wouldn't it be clear? He's fucking making things really clear.
I didn't say I don't understand it.
Well,
I understand what he's saying.
Have to rewind.
Whatever.
Rewind. You just said it wasn't understandable.
I said that they're insufferably boring. Not that I don't understand it. Rewind.
Wow, I'm looking at his channel right now. He's got 96669 fucking views. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm already subbed to this guy. Sorry, 96669 views. That's fucking wild.
Lou is bugging.
Why didn't you just say it 966,699 views?
There you go. That's better. Appreciate the clearing up.
Who cares how many views he's got?
It's a good point, though. I've barely watched this guy's stuff, and I've been subbed him for a while. And I mean, same goes for a lot of people. It's been a while since I watched Justinian Deception. At least he's got some production quality and whatnot. But anyway,
yeah, Justinian Deception is also another one like this guy, but his presentment is different. It's actually a little bit better. Even it's not as boring, but. Like Lubas points it to be, but I don't find it boring. I actually find it really interesting. I just like with all the other topics that I decided to go down rabbit holes of. These are one of them that I decided to come back to because of Paul, right? So now I'm rewatching his videos and fucking relearning this shit, because I'm actually trying. I've actually stepped forward and tried to apply it in a situation where I was maybe I wasn't in the right situation, where I wasn't doing it right, but it doesn't matter. I tried. Now I want to learn the Canadian law and understand how it functions and be able to navigate through it, man. And
therein lies my point. OTW, you made my point for me. You got interested in it again because Paul made it interesting for you. He had to turn it into something interesting. And that's what piqued your interest. So this guy, although the information is all good, although the information may be all real and all correct and whatever else, there has to be a little bit of fucking, you know, I don't know. I don't want to say showmanship or anything. I don't know what the right word is.
Hey, Lou.
Yes.
It's very synchronistic. I just had a vision. We were talking last night about the star. Someone said, "What do you think you're a star?" I go, "Well, 50 Cent said that a star fights for the energy or the oxygen in the area in the room, right?" Because he said, "Every time you talk, you take all the air out of the room." I said, "Well, then you're saying I'm a star by definition, right?" But then I saw it, right? This idea of how we see the whole world as the material world, right? We look up, as above, so below. We see the star. We think there's physical material there. That's what makes the star the star. No, what makes the star is the energy that inhabits it. Pure light, right? It's an energetic light process, right? It's that heat, that burning, that energy that inhabits that makes the star what it is, right? Beyond just the process of the physicality, you know, the fighting for the air or the energy in the room. So I don't know if I could characterize it as fighting for the energy in the room or just being sort of, I would say possessed, but they'll immediately say the demons got me. But, you know, sort of overcome with this energy, this light, this understanding. And the way that I project that, as you say, would be perceived as showmanship. But I don't, you know, there's some of that, I guess, at sometimes. I think it's just compassion, right? It's a passion for truth and wanting to do and be better. So that comes through in the performance, so to speak.
Yeah, and making something that can be boring just based on the information sometimes can be boring. You know, all these numbers and statutes and codes and blah, blah, blah. It can go on and on. Putting a little bit of showmanship, again, I don't think that's the right word, behind it can get it the information to set more deeply in someone's mind and reinvigorate their interest in it. Like OTW said, it, you know, it brought his interest back because of you and how you bring the material out, right? It's not just droning on with facts and numbers and statutes and codes.
Well, we're back to a star, Lou. The star has to burn out, not fade away, right? That means you got to come with the energy, you know, all day, every day, until you burn out, I guess.
Right. But after the point of trigger where you become interested in the topic, the topic is no longer boring. This is what I was trying to point out. You know what I'm saying? Even, you know, forget the messenger. Did you get the message? This is where I'm coming at. It's like the information is really important. So, you know, this is what you have to wrap your head around, man. Don't listen to the guy who's presenting it. This is I believe for all Canadians, you know, and for everyone around the world, because these, like he said before in the video, these laws apply to everyone all around the world.
They're even written the same way.
But wouldn't you say, OTW, that we're like it's a loop we're kind of doing in a way, because it doesn't matter how much you know this information if you don't have that energy to present with at court, or is almost like on your document, right? If you read a document that I produce, it's almost as if there's an energy coming off of it, right? I suspect when other people get it, I don't know, maybe I'm like writing my own sort of story for myself in my life. But
no, I do believe that you can recognize someone by their handwriting. So yes, there must be some sort of energy emitted from the text. I do believe.
And that's where the power is, right? That's the truest resource. It's, you know, my people perish for lack of knowledge, but the Holy Spirit has to be present and working with you in your life and basically be part of your signature, right? Part of your energetic signature, so to speak. So even when you pen something, it should be clear that this is I am that am that's putting it forth. It should be something that moves somebody. You know, even if we went back in time, right? It should be able to move pretty much anybody in that spiritual sense. They should be able to get a sense of who and what you are and what your power is and where your power is not lost.
Well, it's funny you're talking about power, because right now Access Rat Blood is actually, annoying me, you know? And, you know, here, let me show you.
Bring him up here.
No. I don't. You want me to bring him up here? He's gonna fucking blast us with his fucking, probably nonsense frequencies that have.
No, I'm not worried about all that. I'm not worried about all that. It can't work that way. I already told you. He can't have a power that surpasses the thing that I work with, right? That's not how this order works. If that was the case, him and his type would already have taken this place. He's a fool. Okay? So bring him up and let him make a fool of himself for everyone to witness.
All right, come on.
Yeah, there's 4 or 5 of them down there, all running their mouths saying the same rhetoric, and yet all of it has no foundation.
And I guess all of them are stupid enough to not realize that the link is at the top of live chat, and they could have clicked on it at any given moment.
Right. They're so powerful. It's so powerful that they're scared to come up when the link is right there because they got to do spells in dark rooms to effectuate their power. I do what I do out in the open, and I don't hide from nobody and nothing. That's the difference.
He wants me to invite him up. Like, when you invite a vampire into the room, okay, a vampire can't enter the room if you didn't invite him.
Come on in. You want me to do it, OTW? Come on in, demon scum. Let's play.
Yeah,
I'm going to bind you. No, I'm binding him now, right? He can't bind me. I bind you, demon scum.
Yeah, it's not like you're walking into a bar, huh? You got to be invited into a bar, right? To have social conversation. You're fucking idiots.
This is an open house.
Conditional acceptance. I can invite him up on panel. He has no power on this panel. He has no power over me. I've not conditionally accepted him or his kind taking power over me in any sense.
That's what I'm saying. If you go to a bar and you sit there and you drink all night and the bartender says he's had enough, he has every right to kick you out, and every law in the land will say so. Fucking dumbasses. Reason and logic.
Hey, you bitches are so powerless. I invite you up, whoop your ass, and then throw you out. Just to show how weak and powerless you are. With all your spells and all the rest of it. Sitting there for weeks and months, can't get nothing done. Right? That's what I do. I offer you love, or you want to play power games and competition games, metaphorically, metaphysically. I bring you in, beat your ass, kick you the fuck out, and then offer you the same thing the next day. You want to go back to love? You want to be a loving being and co-create, or you want to play power games? Because you ain't got it in you. And whatever you're working with, it ain't going to do enough for you. Hashtag trust me.
That's what this guy does. He does spells or some stupid thing.
Yeah, he's a fucking bozo who's powerless in the world. So he has to work with the otherworldly god of this world to try to mitigate his powerlessness. And it does not work beyond a certain point.
Dun, 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 dun.
And then
you only have power just like your masters. You only have power over slaves who don't know who and what they are and where their true power comes from. You don't have power over a being like me. Foolish slave. You know the rules, or maybe you don't know the rules.
And when you out him on his wanting to come up and the link's right there, then all of a sudden it's, come on, guys, let's go somewhere else and run some numbers.
Yeah, it's like, what a dumb response. It's like, okay, now that, now that it's time to fucking, he's been begging for the link the whole show, man.
He's a coward.
Let me up.
You could get 10 of them in a room, and physically and metaphysically, they're not more powerful than I am that am. I could bring 10 of you in a room around me and say, go ahead, do your worst from all sides. Right? First of all, I'm strategic, so I'd figure out a way out of that if I couldn't do it just off I am that am. Right? But I think you get what I'm saying. Physically and metaphysically, you're not as powerful as I am that am with 10 of you down there in the room. That's what I suspect.
Takes a lot.
He's a coward. He won't come up. He's a coward.
Well, now they're not saying anything in chat, so maybe they left.
Well, yeah, they probably left. But it's just like the cop that confronts you on the front at the roadside. It only takes one, but behind him, there's 9 or 10 other, or if not more, people supporting what he's doing and not even knowing what he's doing. So he's got him and all these people down there doing shit they don't. It's like I said, they're putting the cart before the horse, and everybody sees their ass. Everybody that's following those people sees their ass.
It's just a bunch of nonsense, man. It's just another YouTube scheme, scam, whatever the fuck they're doing here is just
It's
another.
not even that. It's just fucking. It's like Polly Point. It's a bunch of kids playing games. Drew, when he come up, when Chalk Body Outline, he's told everybody, "I'm just playing games." Yeah, because you think it's a game. EBT, same thing. It's just a game. Tommy, I'm just being fake about it. Everybody knows that this is all fake, and so they're up here knowing it's fake, but they're acting like they're real, like this in the real world. No, that's not the way it is, and we all know it. If you was real in the real world, you'd be real here.
Exactly.
What happened to Tommy, by the way? I thought he was in the fold again.
Who cares?
Paul
I don't need any news from that dude, man.
Yeah, but I mean, he doesn't even come up on your channel, does he, Paul? I don't think he even.
I don't know what. I don't keep tabs on him or what he's up to, man. He does his own thing.
Yeah, but I know. But since he's been sort of let back in, he disappeared all of a sudden.
You obviously don't have your eye to the streets, Lou.
Oh, okay. Where is he?
He's been around. He was just on Paul's like a couple of streams ago, man.
Yeah, I saw that, but whatever.
Someone doesn't hop on for a few days and you gotta start making a big deal and wondering where they're at.
No, but some people just don't let him on, eh? So he might show up backstage, and he just might not appear on screen. So that's why Lou is like, I don't see him anywhere. Well, yeah, but because maybe he burnt his cards everywhere he goes.
Yeah.
Now he has no more viewing time because people can't stand him. And I'm speaking for myself. I say, I don't want to project.
I'm not making a big deal of it. Also, Christos, I'm just curious. That's all.
Yeah, no, I'm just messing around though. Yeah, I got you. I mean, I actually caught the other day OTW just going back through some streams randomly. I did see that part where he it looked like an airsoft gun for real. It looked like he had a dang like military sniper rifle. He's in his bathroom. He's yelling the F word, probably the N word too. And I took you a couple of seconds to realize he was down there in his box, his Brady Bunch box with a gun, yelling things. And
yeah,
man,
then
like
I got rid of him.
earlier. I don't hold it against you that you don't care for him at all. He's done too many gun shows.
And to point out the thing about the cart before the horse, these guys come in here in their little group and raise the numbers, and then when they run, they're talking about they're going to drop the numbers. So you raised the numbers so you could tout that the numbers dropped after you left. That's just fucking stupidity.
Yeah, because they went back up again. It's like the people that leave, they either come back, they have something to do. It's like people don't think about what's going on outside of this fucking metaverse, whatever you want to call it. It's like people have lives, man. They come in, they pop in 20 minutes, 5 minutes to 10 minutes, who knows? And they come back and they go and they leave, and it's just somebody else goes live. Oh, okay, well, I like that one better. Go watch that. And it's just like fucking normal, man.
It's not stupidity. It's them revealing that they're so powerless in their day-to-day life that they would cling to such a non-factor of what they see as power as something like, I'm going to come in, start controversy, knowing it'll drive the viewers up 10, 15 people. And then when I leave and the energy changes, those folks will leave. That's the greatest power you have throughout your day.
Wow.
That's all that is. Every time they tell you stuff like that, they're revealing where their power is found, whatever little power that is, and where it's given away and lost. So again, these are the same people who can't do their own broadcast, hold an audience the whole time, because nobody's going to want to sit there the whole time, all day, every day, watching manufactured fights and controversy with an uninteresting person beyond that. You don't have an interesting story or life and lifestyle, and you don't have something that's powerful or valuable as a presentment to give to people or to show to people, there's little to nothing there, long game, long term. You got to know that about yourself, about life. So most of this stuff is flash in the pan nonsense. Without these gimmicks and gambits, most of these folks are going nowhere fast. Right? I'll always be somebody with the way that I speak and how I present and what I know that I could be put anywhere if I apply myself. I could be put on stage doing comedy and make a living and create an energy for myself and others and work with people one-on-one after the show, right? I go to a school, a prison, right? And do the same shit there. I go start a morning zoo broadcast with somebody, right? You want to call it selling out or working in the world and being of it and not minding my own busyness and doing my own thing. Call it whatever you want. You could take this consciousness, awareness, presence, and presentment to any venue and get results. Court's another one. There's your truest power, and specialization is a non-specialization. It's an awareness.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I've been through that experience over the weekend where I was invited over to a 10-year anniversary wedding. And I felt that kind of stance there where I felt empowered by the fact that, the guy was one of my good friends, and he always wanted me around him, and he was like the center of attention. And the fact that he always wanted me to be around him, and, he always came over towards me while I was doing something else or talking to other people, kind of gave me a boost in like my morale or confidence. It showed that, I was like, I had a status somewhere in real life, if you will, so that does help you grow inside, I guess, when you get positive feedback like that from your inner circle, if you will. What's that, Wizard? Hold on, let me put that full screen. Let me see what you're doing.
Does that look like a 9-inch nail?
I guess it does.
Is that for vampires?
Vav. So yes, it is for vampires.
Vam? What's a vam?
Vav, Hebrew for stake. 9-inch nail, which they used to stake Jesus to the cross. It's the 9-inch nail that stands for Vav, tent peg. When you put your tent in his house, then you learn how to live by his intent, his will. Your word is bound. How is it bound? Is it bound like a 9-inch nail that isn't going to be moved once it sinks in? It's not until you get the full comprehension of what's true to you that you're never going to be willing to give up anything for it again. And so until you come out of your fucking fictional bullshit cartoon lives, you will sit there in front of boob tubes and watch everybody else.
All right, so what's that sound I'm hearing? Hold on, let me see who's on the
Sean
road.
must be vacuuming.
Oh, I think it was Mitchell.
No, it was me. My bad. I'm sitting down by the river.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow, that's nice.
That's beautiful.
They're
That's
fishing
nice
there?
scenery.
Wow, dude. I found where
That's
the
beautiful.
sidewalk ends.
Is there fish in that river?
Yeah, for sure. There's good fish in here.
That's a beautiful spot.
Yeah, it is. My bad. I'll mute up, though.
I thought you were like near a rail, where the highway or something. It was just like cars was just racing by, and I thought that's what the sound was.
I have a river like that in my land up north. It's a little hard to get to, but if I sell my property, I'm going to build a road to that river and build a little cabin there. Maybe it's not that big, but it's got a lot of movement like that.
All right, so let's get back to the video. Didn't have much left to play. About 10, not even 10 minutes, 8 minutes. 6 minutes, 7 minutes. Anyway.
Hey, OTW, I'm going to jump out,
it's a
bro.
blockage on your mind through things that.
All right.
Are you streaming, Paul?
Yeah, I was just restreaming real quick, like kind of a short one with OTW, but I'll broadcast at some point over the next few hours, I'd say. But I don't want to be on here all day, every day. All right, I'll catch you fellas later.
All right, much love.
I did
I did want to
See
say
you next
about
time,
Lori
man.
Chavez's channel. She's she's got some really good videos, and it's too bad he dropped out. But I wanted to bring up the whole point of how a lot of these, everything's in text, right? Everything's written. So if God really did speak the world into existence through letters, numbers, and words, right? Is that what it says, Wiz?
He says, "In beginning was the Word."
The word was
In
with
that
God, and
we
the
have to
word was.
remember. In that we have to remember the very words that we're reading were created by another. So it's just another's interpretation. So we can't interpret it as the beginning was the Word. That's a definition, which is just another man's opinion. We have to be able to discern for ourselves what is true to us as how we see what might have happened in the beginning as to why we're here today. And that's everybody's question. Why are we here? Well, go back to the beginning. You don't start reading a book at the end. You start at the beginning. Those scriptures tell us about a beginning. In the beginning, before I formed you in the belly, I knew. So we're just merely supposed to go back and reflect upon ourselves, because we are the God of ourselves, as Jacob and Esau. In that story, Jacob was fighting a God. When he realized that God was his own damn self, he realized he didn't have to fight himself. He thought it was the world he was fighting. When he realized it was himself he was fighting, the fight was over and everything in the world was given to him. Why are you sitting there doing the same damn thing? It's a simple story. It's been repeated many, many times. And nobody wants to listen to that. They want to make their life hard. They think people that think that their life is hard, it's only because they see all these other people that they think are important and doing these great things in their life because they've got all these great materialistic things, all the gold and the fancy cars and nice houses and everything, that's what's important in life. And that's the greatness. You've been deceived. Greatest thing there is being cast from the mother's womb, because that's the day a man is discharged of his mother's waters and becomes a living soul. I had a young man here a few years back when I was in a discussion with another gentleman, and we were talking about this straw man, and this kid was 6 years old, and he interrupted the conversation. He walked up to me and said, "Most everybody lives their life dead."
Wow, that's
profound
profound.
statement for a 6-year-old.
Yeah, that's profound, man.
He's on it.
Right on it.
Do not ruin the spirit of the children. They see more than you think they do.
Oh, that was great, Wizard, man. People are loving
Yeah,
it.
so on Lori's, I think it's on Lori's channel. I was looking for a video because I remember a few weeks ago it being brought up. But basically, who's to say, and kind of in line with some of what Paul was talking about yesterday. I mean, what if getting off the books, correcting the record, getting off the books, as a free man, is actually how you escape, if it is real, if there is any truth to the so-called, reincarnation, soul trap, matrix, whatever you want to call it, the Saturn, whatever. If there is some truth to that, what if that really is the key to getting out of here?
And they told you earlier in this very charter that you're reading, says every man has a right to a judicial determination. So why are you working with these administrative courts? That's an administrative docket, not a judicial docket. The judicial docket, again, I don't know how many times I'm going to repeat this, is the Postal Service, the post office. That's the seat of government. You cannot run a nation without a military and diplomatic post. No way to be done. That has to come first. That's how you issue your documentation. The fuck don't you people get about that?
Sergeant Robert Horton blew the lid on that for me. For sure, that's a critical point.
Hey, Sean, I kind of think what you're saying there about possibly being the key to getting out of this joint. I think you might be right that is part of it. I think, though, that the part about the paradox between the spirit and the physical, I think, is important too. Because if we don't reconcile the animal body with the spirit body, if we don't reconcile those correctly, I think that holds us back here as well. I'm not trying to push a narrative or anything. It's just a true belief that I have.
Right. Well, it holds us back everywhere in life. And like I said before, if you want peace, you got to come with peace. So if you want the truth to be expressed in the end, you have to bring the truth at the beginning. So when you go to customs and you are asked, do you have anything to declare? Think about the Declaration of Independence. So you declare you're independent. How are you independent? I am a spiritual being and not a manual being. I am separate from the person. You're asking for a person. I am not the person. I do not have a person on me. If you're looking for the person that you are identifying with, then you would have to go to the person that's the person that's holding that person. And that would be the Social Security Administration, Selective Service, Department of Defense, Homeland Security, Department of State, Secretary of State. Those are all persons that hold that. And if you look at those records, you will find a clear fact in error. I was not born in the military. Again, before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. Before thou was cast from the womb, I sanctified thee. I ordained thee a prophet unto your nations. How's that for a passport? Followed up with Psalms 121:8. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. And why does he do that? Because the land shall not be sold forever, for it is mine, and ye are strangers and sojourners with me.
Damn. Man, you have a way with words, wizard.
You want to walk into the UN with me? Every last one of those 196 nations goes according to the same basic principle in all of their scriptures. Every last one. You either walk with your nation's God or you walk alone.
Speaking of the United Nations,
does your protection come from a nation who has an international protection of persons, or does it come from the full armor of God?
About the United Nations, wizard. You know how they call the back when 9/11 happened, they called some countries the axis of evil. And is it not correct that those countries that they labeled as evil were the only countries that didn't sign a pact with the United Nations?
Yeah, that's defamation causing interference with commerce and trade.
Yeah, so they didn't sign on to that.
That's a violation of international trust, refusing to allow somebody to be a beneficiary.
Right. And so that because they didn't sign on to that, they were considered the axis of evil. And then on top of it, then you get Saddam Hussein, who's making a gold coin in order to sell his oil, and you got Gaddafi, who's making the gold-backed dinar and wouldn't sell his oil without it. And boom, they're dead. They're gone. They're history.
If you're not going to involve yourself with our fictional paper man trust, and instead use solid substance for the base of your trust, then we're not going to have any part of it. So they went in and took him out. They were showing the world what the rest of the world is looking for in their social societies, and that is the education, fair education paid for by your own labor, that your country is depending upon in order to provide those gross domestic products.
That's the terrorism.
But my CNN told me that he was doing genocide to his own people.
Come on, give me a fucking break.
My mainstream media told me though.
It was about the fucking gold-backed money, and that
right, and that's what he's saying. Though it's confirming again that it was all defamation. It was defamation, genocide, the whole 9 yards for a commercial purpose. That's Nuremberg shit. It's been going on in front of us for many years. Cuba said, fuck you then. And they survived for over 60 years on their own shit.
Cuba may not have had any economic benefits through their standing against it, but they did have health benefits, because the whole country had to learn how to grow their own food,
and they did so immediately. And they did so immediately. It was natural, folks. And you motherfuckers sit there in your fucking lazy, convenient ass thinking it's going to be so hard to learn this stuff. You don't even fucking try to learn it.
And the people in Cuba
that was the point I was trying to make before.
Self-sufficient.
That's the point I was trying to make earlier. Sorry, Lou.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, but it's because this is one of the reasons why I decided to dive back into the topic, because of the interest that because you and I were, you said like it was boring and shit, but no, when you really dive deep, nothing's boring anymore in that interest. It's like everything's interesting, all the dynamics of it, every aspect of it, every little detail. That's why you have to go beyond your ego. Never mind that the messenger, the person that's sending the message out, listen to the information, man. It's gold. These are jewels. These people are doing the research and dropping these bombs to help people. So I don't see anything bad about it, right? So you stop nitpicking and trying to find reasons not to listen to it because it's boring. Because now you're what you're doing is bad publicity. It's like, oh well, okay, this is boring. I'm not going to go watch this guy. He's boring. So now you're not even realizing that you're putting sticks in people's wheels by doing that. You understand? Oh, the guy's boring. Don't go watch his stuff, but the information's great. Oh, he's boring. So right away, you're starting to pre-program people to fucking, okay, well, don't look, and I believe that's wrong, that you should not do that. It's like information is important whenever in any form that it's coming through, especially when it's the truth, man. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah,
I agree.
It's like last night I'm on a panel and I was trying to explain to this guy about the law and how scripture works with it. And you guys know how I use the scripture. Well, he had to interrupt me and say, well, when you use scripture, you're going to lose part of your audience. Now, there's a particular part of any audience that is still kind of borderline, and they're sitting there listening to you, and they might be Christians, but because you're making such clear sense, or they might be Muslim, or they might be Jews, but because you're making such clear sense that when it comes to the scripture part, they correlate the message and they follow the message rather than the messenger. So when you sit there and say, well, you're going to lose a certain part of your audience because you use scripture, telling the audience that were before right there doing that, they're automatically going to click in their mind just because a lot of them are just pure followers of the last statement said. Oh, yeah, that clicks. Yeah, I'm a Christian. He's speaking scripture, and I really don't like people speaking scripture when we're speaking law. Whatever stupid excuse it is, I'm Muslim and he is. He's talking Christian. We're, that's an infidel, and and then all of a sudden the whole message is gone. Same thing with people interrupting. Even City Hall gives you 3 minutes. Give the man the respect to speak what he's going to say, so everybody out there that's listening that has a right to know can listen to what he says, and you get a better conformed consensus of what is actually happening or being said.
Man, Wizard is the record holder for the bombs on this show. It's like
I'm a record holder for the slave whistle on every show.
That too. Oh yeah. So this is a really interesting topic, guys. I'm loving this. Do you mind if we continue playing the video? Do you guys want to continue watch it? I don't know if
Yeah,
you're
you may as
familiar
well
with
finish. You may as well finish.
Wizard. Are you familiar with Eternally Aware?
Yeah,
Okay, well this is your type of guy, Wizard. I'm telling you, this guy is right down your alley. All right, a little bit like the guy that was on Zetetic Warriors stream there. What's his name again? Christos would have tell you this. Guys, help me out. What's the name of that guy? That sounds like Wizard. That went on Z's show. Come on, man.
I didn't see it. I don't know.
Christos would have said it. He knew it. He said it this
What
morning.
was it today?
No, it was yesterday, I think.
Okay.
So Christos isn't here. He'll be back. I'll ask him later. He's always back, so I'll ask him when he comes back. So all right, I'll just move on with the video, and I guess you'll be aware of Mr. Eternally Aware, Wizard. I was hoping you'd come just because I wanted to connect you with this guy because he's got like fucking hundreds of videos exactly on this topic, and he really elaborates all of it. Like his videos are, in my opinion, Lubas would say they're boring, but I think they're very instructive, and the information is actually accurate and on point. So the guy really knows what he's talking about.
My only point was that it would be helpful, and maybe it's just me, and maybe I'm just too stupid to get it.
Well, hold on, I'm just gonna cut you off.
My only point
in his
was
earlier videos, he has like a whiteboard where he presents stuff, and he actually it's a different presentation. But I guess now he's more familiar with how the computers work, and he's like making presentations in a different way now. So I just it's like his show has evolved in that manner. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, and I'm good with it. It's just my only point was it would be helpful for him, for everybody, to add in some form of entertainment with the information, because it will make the information more not digestible, but more able to hold. You can hold the information better when there's a little bit of emotion attached to it. That's all.
All right, so let me get back to this. All right, and while I'm at it, we have 65 people watching right now, so make sure to hit that like button, share this out to the world. YouTube is a big place, so if you guys do that, you'll help out with the algorithm and get this show recommended through the YouTube algos that recommend videos or shows or live streams or whatever. All right, so there's a like button.
Hey, OTW, before
are you actually interrupting me while I'm doing my little promo? Seriously.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were almost done. Sorry.
All right. Well, no, since you seem to have something more important than my promo to say, go ahead, Lou.
I just thought maybe what would be interesting if you invited this man onto the show.
I was already thinking of doing that.
Good man.
Yeah, of course I was already thinking of doing that because I don't see him.
That's probably what his promo was about. If you'd have shut up and listened.
I'm sorry.
Instead, you were thinking and not listening.
Yes, I was. It's correct. Yeah, that is true. Sorry.
You tend to do that, Lou. It's
dysfunctional. Sometimes, yes. Sometimes, yes.
It's kind of dysfunctional.
It's a struggle.
Okay. You're forgiven, sir.
Thank you.
I'm a little dysfunctional, don't you know?
Stop interrupting, Sean.
All right, let's check it. All right, guys.
That have been implanted there through the society. So let me ask you, how does this state party, how does this corporate body, how does it see you? How does it interact with you? Are you a driver before them? Are you a worker before them? Do they know you as a taxpayer? Do you fill out your taxes every year? Do they know you as a homeowner with a qualified title? You have a title registry. In all capacities, they're operating with you, right? They know you as that statutory creature. They know you as that statutory creature. Have you ever said anything to them? Have you ever sent a claim to them? to say, hey, listen, I realize that I have a whole set of rights, natural rights, fundamental rights, human rights, common law rights, whatever you, well, I shouldn't say whatever you want to title them. You should call them what they are, according to the law, according to what they recognize. Because all one and the same. But it seems like they only speak one language, their language. And many people have tried to speak it out and to show them in not their language, but another language, and they don't see it and they won't hear it. They'll only hear it in their language. You have natural rights, fundamental rights, human rights. And if you don't say anything, and if you don't tell them who you are, then who you are to them is what you profess, which is I'm a driver, I'm a homeowner, I'm a resident. So before you do anything, before you interact with them and try and exercise a right, many I read the comments. Many people are saying they're going to do this, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do this. Well, good luck to you. And I don't mean to be rough here, but if you don't start your race at the starting line and you try and jump ahead, you're not going to succeed. You're going to be disqualified, right? How many people are trying to run this race? How many different groups are out there? How many people are teaching different things out there? It's up to you who you want to follow. I don't force you to come and listen to me. I don't force you to
hear that, Lubas?
To what I'm teaching here and what I'm sharing about our fundamental rights and freedoms. But there's many people out there that are teaching, right? Everyone's trying to run the race. And some are coming up to the starting line and they're coming with the wrong equipment. And they're coming with the wrong equipment. And the judges there and the referees and the officials are saying, well, no, sorry, you can't run this race. Well, why not? I want to run the race. Well, because you're not wearing the right equipment. You're not wearing the right equipment. And that's an analogy, right, of what's going on. Because many people are coming to the state party. I'll give you a few examples. We just need to read the OPCA judgment that's out there. And we see, right, blooding their fingers and putting thumbprints on documents, creating trusts, calling these things that they create trusts and say the government's now under obligation to it, claiming that there's foreign judgments that are being placed against the government. All these crazy stuff that's being said is being done. All these crazy waves lining up to the starting line. And the officials standing there. Who's that? Well, that's the executive powers of Canada, right? That's the ones who you're trying to contact. That's the ones who you're trying to get to not exercise, but acknowledge your rights and freedoms, to acknowledge what you're trying to do. And you're lining up to that starting line and they're picking you off one by no. Well, why? Why can they do that? Well, because you're coming to the race with the wrong equipment. They do recognize fundamental rights and freedoms. They do recognize the rule of law, right? We see it. They do. And you have to come to that starting line with that equipment. That's why I say, and I bring forth that you need to claim your recognition before them. In Article 35 of the Criminal Code, right, it talks about a claim of right. And it says, holding your possessions under a claim of right, you're afforded such freedoms, you're afforded such protection from the law. Well, that's the operation of that claim of right, claim of recognition. You're telling them, look, until now you haven't recognized me in my full legal capacity. You've only treated me like a statutory creature. All the interactions you're doing with me, even when I'm at home, I'm a resident. If you understood what I meant when I said that, you'd be upset, because they don't let your conscience go no matter where you are in their society. The only way to get freedom of conscience is to step out of that garbage, to step out of those obligations that they're placing upon you. And their position is, well, you signed yourself up for them. You entered into that role of the statutory creature when you made the application. And you signed upon that application and presented it to us. You said you'd live like this. You said you'd be ruled by this law. It's not my fault. It's your fault. Okay, well then say something. And say something in their language. and come to the starting line with the right equipment. And once you start your race, okay, then great. Now they know who you are. Now, what is it that you're upset about? And what is it that you want to seek to exercise? And let me ring it in your head. And let me say it again, in case you haven't understood the concept of this video: claim of rights. Claim of right. Claim your rights before them. And the only way you can claim your rights is if you can express your rights. If you can't express your rights, then you can't claim your rights. And if you can't claim your rights, you can't go and exercise them. And you can't go and defend them. Because within the context, the way they set it up, right, it's our responsibility. It's our responsibility that if they're removing our fundamental right, we have a right not to be deprived. And what's that right not to be deprived? Well, I got to go and defend it now. I got to go and fight for it now. But how can I fight for it if I don't understand it? And how can I fight for it if I don't even know how to exercise it? And how can I fight for it if I've never even claimed it? I'm not laying claim to it. Run the race properly.
Wow. No, I think he's passionate, Mitchell. I believe he's passionate, man. I believe he lives his words.
The information is amazing too. I'm happy you brought this. Thank you, OTW.
Hold on a sec. Got it. Video keep playing. What did you say, Lou? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said I'm happy you brought this guy. I like the information is good, and I'm gonna go over his channel. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. You'll see he has hundreds of videos, man. He's been doing this for 11 years now, so he really elaborates it all. I mean, like Wizard, he's got a bunch of videos as well. I mean, go check him out.
Yeah, I watch another guy, like I said, called Christian Remedy in Law, and he's really interesting as well. Insufferably boring as well, but the information is great. And this guy's probably a little better than the guy from Christian Remedy in Law. But yeah, imagine how far he'd be if he added a little bit of fucking, showmanship to the show, like Paul does, right? He's still bringing out his information. He may not be doing it in a sort of in this format where it's what do you call it, a lecture. Basically, he's doing it in he's seeding it in as he's working the ground, and working the ground is the show. And then when the ground is thoroughly worked and people's emotions and thoughts and feelings are up, and he puts the seeds in. If I could use a farming analogy, if it even makes sense to anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like Paul,
yeah.
Paul will stir up the ground, right? He'll stir the ground up where everybody's all fucking aware, awake, and paying attention, and then put the seeds in the ground, right? Which is the information.
Yeah, I was trying to point out. That's why I brought up Lori's channel before. Good way to bring it back up with the donation. That's dope. But yeah, she's got a lot of great stuff on her channel, man.
All right, so I actually brought up the video that he just dropped in the chat, so I'm going to bring it up. Why not? I mean, what the hell, Mr.
You ever seen her channel, Lou?
No, I haven't.
You would think all this time you've been on Paul's channel.
It feels.
Check out.
I didn't even know. Like, I don't know that Lori.
Are you guys serious here? Can I speak?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say it feels like someone just like paid me to play something. It felt strange.
Right.
So go ahead and play it.
Yeah, that's just what I wanted to mention. But you guys went and jumped on the mic like it was a piece of steak or something.
I'm hungry.
All right, so hold on. Let me bring up the video. Share screen. There we go.
Bro, I'm going to get off panel. I'm going to listen on the sidelines. I got to go get some shit done. I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks.
All right, Lou. Have
you.
A great day, man. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, OTW. Bye.
Peace, man. Never saw your email, by the way, but peace.
All right, so let me just put the viewing thing differently and go full screen over here. I wonder what this is about. What it says here, status correction, or is there more? Okay, so it's another video in the same direction that we're in, right? This was what it seems like.
Yep.
All right.
I'm going to drop her channel in the chat. For anybody interested, I'm going to drop her channel.
All right, I'm going to play it now. I was just reading chat real quick, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to hit that like button. We have 66 people watching.
Hey, well, I hope some people are available to jump on board here. And this is actually my first YouTube live. I haven't done a YouTube live ever. I've done Facebook lives before, but not YouTube lives. But most of the videos that are on here are just me hitting record and talking anyway. So that's why I'm going to do this live, because it's pretty much what I do when I record. I don't really plan stuff out and all that. If they had a screen share here, that'd be nice. Let me see. Is there a screen share? I don't see one. All right. Well, we'll do the best we can. I'll have to do some videos with some screen shares later. But I want to talk about status correction, or what people believe is status correction. So from my experience, there's no status correction in the system when people do certain things, like they're, claim that they're an American national and things like that. There's no real change in the system. I've had people do passports, right, where they have an American national passport and they're like, oh, I'm do not stop, do not detain. Next thing you know, they're in cuffs and they've hauled them away. So status correction to me is only basically your declaration of it, right? Or your affidavit of it, which is important. I'm not saying it's not important. However, I do believe there's more to it than that, because one day I stumbled across the definition. I was looking for the definition of status in the Black's Law Dictionary, 7th edition. It's only in the 7th edition, this what I'm about to tell you, this information. So I looked up status, and it didn't have status. It had law of status. And law of status, it underneath it said one of the 3 departments of civil law. The other 2 are law of obligation and law of property. And that's when I was like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense, because everything is agreement, contract, right? That's your obligations, and property, right? Whether it's the straw man property or whatever, all property is tied to the straw man essentially. So, I mean, when there's the social security number involved and all that, and the name, right? It's all tied to that. So it made sense to me that, oh, wait a minute, just a declaration of my status, whether it's, American national, state citizen, kingdom of heaven, whatever, that's only a third of what's really going on, right? So if it's one of the 3 departments of civil law, let's take a look at that, right? Just, you guys, if you haven't been to the House of Markets website, you can go there, download. I have free versions, of course, because I can't sell them. It's not my work, but it is my private library, or part of my private library. It's not even close to my library, but Black's Law 7th is on there. You can download it, look up the law of status, law of property, law of obligation. All right. So civil law, it's the 3 departments of civil law. Well, as you start to study and realize this stuff, you realize that everything is civil law in these countries. So they call us a common law country, right? But they're not using common law. We all know that. So you have to look at civil law as like the overarching structure, right? Federal rules, civil procedure say there's only one course of action, the civil action. Well, they did that in 1938 when they blended they ran concurrently in all their courts, equity and at law, which is common law, believe it or not. That's what at law actually is, common law. So you have common law, at law, or equity. In equity, you would file a bill in equity. In at law, you would file an action, a complaint, right? Well, they blended that. So there is no more bill in equity. It's just all under one complaint. If you study equity, you will see the procedures. If you study equity before 1938, you'll see the different terms for the procedural stuff, right? You'll see the different procedures that were performed in equity as opposed to the ones that were performed in the common law. you'll see the different courses of action, the bills, which you could have a bill for rather than, the common law action, right? So you have the civil law, then you've got equity and common law underneath that together, right? Now, those two laws, in my opinion, should be above the civil law, but that's not how it's flipped around. So when we're looking at status, that's only one part of it. It's not the other two. And you will get trumped up or tripped up on the other two, the obligations and the property. So to me, when I write my declaration of status, I take care of all three. I don't just write that I'm a free man under God and you can't touch me. Like, that doesn't work. Okay. And it might work to some degree. Okay. A lot of it works in civil action type stuff, which is, credit card stuff, people or cases that are filed that deal with money. It's not criminal. Now, most of us know that real crime is an injured party. We know that. However, in their system, right, they don't need an injured party for crime. We all know that. We've all seen it. So what happens is, again, it all starts in equity, even the criminal. But in the criminal, if they get you over here into the common law, you kind of get screwed, at least from what I've seen, right? So if you're not handling equity first, which is the obligations and the property, okay, but you have to have status before you can do the obligations and property. If you don't handle that first, they're going to throw you over into the common law side, okay? And you can stop them up on that. But again, in civil cases, it's much easier to do. You try to do that in a criminal case, like you try to do like a, common law, just affidavits and stuff in a criminal case. That's all well and good. But then you'll feel the power of the railroad, meaning they'll run you right off the tracks, Unless you've been in that situation, you probably don't realize that. So it's really important for me that when I do my declaration of status, I include the major pieces of equity that need to be done to take over the securities and the obligations. All right. So it starts with, I always have a power of attorney. That's first. And then my declaration of status gets attached to that. And that lists where my security interests lie. And then I'm the first priority interest holder. All right. So that usually people try to do that through the UCC, right? They try to do I'm the lien holder. Most people that I've seen do a UCC1 don't even understand. They go, I got a lien. I got a UCC1. That's not a lien. That's a notice of lien. A UCC1 is not a lien. And if you file this big hunkin', 20,000 pages in there, it doesn't change the fact that it's a notice of lien ever. The lien is the contract. The lien is the agreement. The lien is the security agreement, if you have one. Now, some people do that, right? They do the security agreement, which is good, in my opinion, although I never really see where anybody loans anything of value to the straw man to say, I'm going to take a priority interest in its collateral. However, it's not my cup of tea. I don't go there. My security agreement is private, but it's noticed in the public. So again, the UCC is just for convenience. Just because you're not using UCC does not mean that the law that underpins the UCC is not valid or has any less force and effect. So what law underpins the Uniform Commercial Code, or what law structure? It's a little bit of common law, but it's a lot of equity. Okay, equity. So you don't need UCC to do equity at all. I mean, equity is what's written on a man's heart, So there's 20 maxims. I believe there's 21. I think I've seen one or two other ones that aren't usually included in the main 20, but you can look them up. The maxims of the equity are really important, because if we're doing equity first, okay, it fits one of the maxims of to do equity, you must, or to get equity, sorry, you must do equity, right? If one wants to get equity, they have to do equity. So you have to do your equity first. And if you do your equity first and you give notice properly, you're doing your equity. If you're taking control of the straw man organization and you've declared your status and you know what you actually know what you're talking about, you're not just filling out somebody's internet paperwork, and you know what you're talking about, you've got some solid stuff to stand on. You have the status, the property, and the obligations. Huge. Look up Law of Status in Black's Law Dictionary, 7th edition, and you will see that they say there are 3 departments of civil law: status, law of obligation, law of property. Now, it behooves us to study those 3, all around those 3, so we know what is the law of status, what is the law of obligation, what is the law of property, and what controls it. So when we do that, we've got much better footing. Now, I'm a big fan of trying to get it through to people that you need to have a public record of this and one that's searchable, and one that's in the land records where quote unquote interests get recorded, priority interests. Okay. Lamar County, a lot of people use Lamar County. I get it. I've used it too. But to me, it's a non-searchable record. You can't go online and search that. All right. So I've got a lot of records there. I don't even use them anymore. I've got my one record. It's all I stand on. POA, DOS covers everything. Everything's in there. You know, my security agreement with Strawman, my notice of interest is in there. My notice of adverse claim. It's all in there. So for me, now it's just a matter of me noticing an agency before I do anything. So in other words, I get a lot of people that have done the, you know, driving with their own, or traveling, whatever. Let's not get caught up on the semantics. We're letting people talking. We're not doing this legal talk stuff. So I get a lot of people that come and they, you know, they've gotten in trouble, or they do pretty good. Some people do pretty well with it because they really understand how to back up what they're doing by not having a license, not having tags, the registration. So, but I get some people that really don't understand how powerful it is to give notice first. So in other words, if it were me and I was going to pull all that stuff off my car and just travel in it without any registration or anything, before I even did that, I would notify the state and I'd say, here's my declaration and everything tied to it. Here's where I have a right under God to travel this earth unmolested by anybody and untaxed, as a matter of fact. And you can put in there whatever you want, right? Your little affidavit of facts. That goes with the POA DOS. It gets put in a special notice, okay? Special. My documents are always private, special, private, priority, restricted. They're confidential. That's written in red, you know. I'm letting them know I'm keeping this private. I'm not out there shouting this from the rooftops, you know, that what I do. So I give them notice first. And then I say, here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to register my private property, this, that, and the other. And I may not even say what I'm not going to do. What I might say is, please show me in the law where the municipal law applies to my private property or private property of a private citizen, if you want to use that term. You could say private man if you don't want to use that term. Please respond in 30 days. You know, this is just simple administrative stuff. Please respond in 30 days. Let me know if this is illegal, right? Or unlawful. And let me know where you guys have authority over my private property. Please point to the clear statute that specifically says private property, not a person's property, private property. And you will find, more than likely, you will not get a response. That's your ticket to having the car without the registration and all of that. Because if anything comes up in the future and they take that car and they make you go to court, all you're going to do is send your DOS in, an affidavit of mailing that they were notified, give them a piece of evidence, and you guys have a nice day because this is over. It was over before it started. I mean, that's just a really simple way of handling this stuff by doing equity. You have to, I should say you don't have to do anything, but doing equity first puts you on a much better footing. You can take that same exact procedure and do it with anything. But if you don't do that first, and they come at you and you start all this process stuff, I'm a free citizen, I'm a free man, I'm not a 14th Amendment citizen, and I'm an American national, and blah, 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 you're doing all this crap. You don't have anything to stand on. You don't have anything to stand on. So it's much, much harder to try to overcome something that they're claiming, whether they have a claim or not. You know, you can ask them for their claim all day long. And we have. I mean, how many people out there have? Say I, right? How many people have got railroaded and they didn't give you a claim or give you proof of claim? Say I. I mean, you know, so a lot of this stuff of, you know, sending in affidavits and all that stuff is good. And it works for a little while. But if you get in a criminal situation, I'm telling you, it's a whole different ball game. Whole different ball game. You know, if they're coming at you criminally, I'm not talking about crime like we know it. We know crime is, you know, injuring somebody. I'm talking about if they're trying to get you on criminal stuff, they're going to say, sorry, this isn't equity, right? But if you've got it all done already and you beat them to the punch, and you're serving them the defendant, which is birth certificate. I tell everybody, honestly, you should have as many birth certificates on hand as you can continue to buy. Okay, because not certificates of live birth, that is good to establish your record. Certificate of live birth is great to establish your record, whether you're from another country or not. Get your certificate of live birth. You know, it's important for people to have that. I take my certificate of live birth, and that's what I build the record off of, because that is the root document. Then my birth certificates are just certificates of interest in the organization that was created after that birth registration, right? Or out of that transaction. So the birth certificate is super important, especially in a criminal sense, because here, give that to the bailiff. You got defendant or the defendant in custody. So, I carry one in my car. I don't give any answers. I don't give any information to anybody, any agent of the state without an attorney. Sorry, I don't do it. That's my only answer to anything. I don't care what question it is, unless it's license and registration and I'm driving in a registered car. Then, of course, I would give them a license and registration because that's the contract between the entity and them. They have a right to see that.
Okay.
And that's the other thing. Like, I know a lot of people out there talk about taking the tags off your car and all that, just speaking on that. But I've handled every situation with licenses too, just the same. It doesn't matter, actually. What matters is your knowledge and your equity and what you've done. Because when we've done equity prior to the pull over and the arrest with a license, walked right through it. We no longer prosecute. We can't do anything. Doesn't matter. He had a license. Doesn't matter. No, I'm not saying that, those of you that feel your soul needs to be free and your spirit should be free and you shouldn't have one. That's personal choice. I mean, if you're going to not have a license and all, that's up to you. But the point is it doesn't always matter. What matters is, have you done your equity? Have you taken control of the property and the obligations with the status? So, so I got Davy Crockett says, this is what I don't get. Why do we continually need to use a birth certificate for everything? Wouldn't telling them you are taking your estate back be the end of it? Well, brother, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. If that would be the end of it, wouldn't it be all easy for all of us to do it? You're dealing with a system here that is built on certification, right? It's built on property and claim and civil law. So if it were that easy, yeah, that would be great. Should it be that easy? In my opinion, it should be, but it's not. You can't just say, I'm taking my estate. It's not your estate. It's not your estate. So let's clear that up. I think people get confused. Your divine estate is always yours. They don't have any control over that. They only have control over the state created person's estate. But why do they have control over that? Because they're the trustees. They're supposed to have legal title to that. And that's great. What I'm telling you is I have a beneficial interest priority in that property now. So I am the beneficiary of that estate, which you hold and administrate for me. That's the difference. They created it. It's their organization. So whatever property gets attached to it, they are the legal title holder. You just got to understand trust for those that haven't gotten into trust yet. Okay. The whole idea of trust is to split the title to property. What is title? I'll tell you what title is in one easy word: receipt. That's it. You show me a receipt, I'll show you a title. You can't walk out of Walmart with a TV without a receipt. Why? Because that's your title. Okay. Now you can make that receipt as long and thick as you want, or you can have that receipt be one little sentence, but it's still a receipt. It's still title. So you rip in a trust, you rip that title in half. One half goes to the trustee. The trustee is holding the legal title, has all the legal responsibility to manage that piece of property for the benefit of the equitable title holder, who is the true owner, the beneficiary. Okay. So the certificate is showing that, along with your claim on it. Okay. You're not claiming legal title to it. You're not claiming ownership of it. You're claiming equitable title to it because you're the beneficiary. You should have equitable title to it, but they flip it all around and they make you the trustee, or you step into the role of trustee, because a lot of it is constructive trust, which is not really a trust. However, just read about constructive trust. And there's a lot of information out there that will talk about it like it is a trust. It's a device. It's a legal device, but it's not really a trust. Just read Gilbert Law Summaries, Hallback on Trust, Edward Hallback Jr. on trust, okay? He will break it down why it's not technically a trust. But it is a constructive trust, and it will form a trust when you step into the shoes of the trustee, which is what we do all the time. We step into the shoes of the trustee and we start answering a piece of mail that comes to the house in the straw man's name. The minute you open it, you just took over the legal title. You don't have any business, so that's not yours. It's not, you don't have legal title. And that's a lot of what I see issues in dealing with people, hundreds of people over the years, is their responses. Okay, they react. Most people react. They don't respond, and that becomes a big problem because when you react, you're not thinking clearly about how everything is laid out. So, if something comes in the mail, the best thing to do is send it right back. I mean, seriously, no such person at this location. At this location, I wouldn't even say address. Because if you say address, that could be construed as, well, it made it to the address on here, so the representative must be there. Somebody answered as the representative. I don't even say that. This location. Is your location correct? So, I mean, it's not as hard as we think. We just don't know the moving parts. So when we learn the moving parts and we can see how the whole thing's functioning.
That location and that trust he's talking about is, like I said before, it's expressed on that mail matter. When it comes to you and it's got a first and last name, whether it's uppercase or lowercase, doesn't make a difference. It's a first and last name, and then it's got a street name with its number. It's a bonding number, and it's a street name security. And the security is the interest that the municipality, the city, the state, and the United States, who has the United States Zoning Improvement Plan under the United States Postal Service. That's an address under the United States Postal Service and expresses the United States trust with the municipality and the state. And where do you all go to the administrative courts? The county. Right?
Right.
All those municipal courts. And they're issuing municipal bonds as if though they're the unnamed beneficiary. Guess what? You're all saying you're a resident of the municipality by putting your first and last name on there. I use a 4-line address. Brother Keith, care of, it's not abbreviated. Don't ever abbreviate anything. Care of, and then Joyce. And then the street with its number, and the state, city, and the zip is in brackets. I give them the zip, but it's in the square brackets. That expresses you're not in that trust, and it's care of somebody else that's using that address.
Wow. This is deep stuff, man.
It is.
Woo. This is like
all form. And remember, folks, God formed man of the dust of the ground, and he is not the person, because when he took his first breath of life, man became a living soul. So when you're living in the spiritual as the living soul is totally different than living as the man by the manual.
Wow. Awesome, Wizard.
We can turn our hat in the right direction when we need to, in my experience. And it's not that hard and it's not that difficult. People, I mean, they do all this paperwork. I'm telling you, I use a few things that I've always used. POA, DOS, first, foremost, on the record. Birth certificate, notice, asseveration. I don't even use affidavits anymore. I use asseverations. And that's pretty much about it. I don't use any other paper. That's it. And I can write a notice, and I can write an affidavit or an asseveration here, right now.
Yeah. It would be good for you to explain what that is, actually.
The POA DOS is a power of attorney declaration of status. I hate it when people abbreviate. This is why I say never abbreviate. If you're gonna get your statements across to people, you have to be able to declare what you're saying appropriately. This is why I say coin your words or purse your lips. If you really want the message to get across, you have to state succinctly so there's less questions of people. That way, you're getting a better understanding and comprehension from them. So when you use those abbreviations, it could be piece of ass, Department of State, where in fact, like I said, it's the power of attorney and declaration of status when we're talking about these types of venues.
All right. So how do you get the power of attorney? What is that?
You write it. That's realizing your own status is the only one that can pass on the word of God as he wrote it in your heart. And it's what they're using as a presumption that says they have power of attorney. And again, you have the right to seek counsel, and they will affirm this. And then you affirm the will that your father gave you, constantly having faith in seeking his counsel, so that the works you do with your good hands are profitable unto all men.
All right. Okay. And Department of what was it? Department of
Power of piece of ass, or and DOS, piece of ass, Department of State, or it's power of attorney in this what he's talking about, power of attorney and declaration of status.
Okay, declaration of status. All right. So you need those two things, he says, to
the birth certificate, and he's going on.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna have to rewatch this video and take notes.
Off the top of my head, with whatever issue that comes up, and I can write you a notice and give that to you, and you've been noticed. Bam, there you go. And I can repeat my certificate, my entity's file number right off the top of my head. And I can also give you my record number off the top of my head of where my records are. So you can be notified properly of all the facts. So in my declaration of status, I never make a claim. I'm not claiming anything, okay? What I'm doing is I'm denying. I'm denying that anybody else has a superior claim on this thing, because I'm the one that gave it some gold and silver to give it some value. So I deny that anybody else has a claim above that. So all of my averments in my declaration are all, I'm without proof, knowledge, and understanding. I'm without proof, knowledge, and understanding. I'm without proof, knowledge, and understanding contrary to the fact.
And that's a very clear and succinct concept that people need to grasp. When you put that substance in that trust, and when we say in that trust, it means that you've got somebody holding something of substance as a third party in escrow, and it's backed. Any statement you make is backed up. That's a man's word is his bond. And that bond is backed up by the substance, which is another declaration, a silver certificate or something like that. In my situation, I'm working towards a fidelity bond with the Postal Service through an amended, corrected record, where in anything that has any value in that record, unearned income, insurance credits, and things like that that need to be transferred appropriately are going to be transferred appropriately. Period.
Okay. Wow. That seems like a lot of paperwork there.
It's really not paperwork. It's an express trust. Okay. Common law is the basis of express trust. Common law came around in the 1600s when they rewrote the King James, or the Bible, King James Version 1611. And that is the basis of our modern trust law. And like you said, today's equity and common law are merged, and that is the UCC. The UCC is known to be equitable. You cannot get equity out of the UCC. You have to bring equity to the UCC to be able to dismiss the UCC as its lowest jurisdiction possible and rising straight to the top jurisdiction. That's why I don't start anywhere at the bottom. I come in with that equity. If you wish to receive equity, you must first bring equity. This is one of the 20 maxims of equity that he's speaking about.
Right. Wow.
That I am the child of God. Now, why do I do that? Why do I do why do I negatively aver? Number one, if you don't understand something, shouldn't say they can't. I hate saying that. It's not that anybody can't do anything, but if you don't have an understanding, it's hard to move against you because you clearly don't understand, and that would be unlawful for somebody to do something to you when you don't understand the relationship or the information. So,
real quick, again, that's a clear distinction, a separation. Declaration of status. I'm a child of God, not a person of man. I don't follow the manuals. I don't follow the manuals. I'm a child of God, and therefore I follow the spirituals.
For me, I don't make the claim because the claimant has the burden of proof. Okay. The denier, the one that denies, does not. So I'm always without proof, knowledge, and evidence of, well, just about everything. I'm not making a claim, you know. However, by operation of law, with my declaration and everything being in the county record and the way that I have it laid out, that is a claim in itself. But I have the proof of that claim. So if the burden of proof is on me, I've got the proof. So what do I think about registering a name in Minnesota? Yeah, I don't know. Why would I do that? I don't need to register that name anywhere. It's already registered, right? People go, oh, trademark the name and do this and that and the other. Well, that's all good. I've never had a problem because I've always done my equity first and everything's already set up. So I don't have to go in there. The name is not me. You guys keep it. Knock yourselves out. You're the ones that created it. Awesome. Knock yourselves out. It's not me. I don't have any right to that. Oh, by the way, here's my recorded declaration. It says I don't have a legal title right entitled to it. So I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a nice
I
day.
don't have a name.
And that's not my name. Prove. So one of the other things is the identity, right?
Prove it's mine.
You know, they.
Yeah, I get it.
Absolutely. And I keep telling people, you do not have a name. That is a name created by the state. Like I said, it's a first name and last name. And you gave them the information on their application without comprehending what they were asking for, and gave them your given name and your family name. You're the sucker.
Right. Wow. Huh. Interesting.
They didn't ask for a given name and a family name. They asked for the first name and the last name and the middle name. But consequently, they even tell you they don't give a fuck about the middle name. They don't use it. They don't consider it in any of their documentation. But they ask you to put it on there if you want. So go ahead and keep wanting.
They get lost with when the mail comes or when something like, don't just debate it. You know, you don't know who this, here's what's happening. They're trying to send you this to make sure they have the right person. The only one that can identify you is you. Who gives the state the information to create an ID? You, right? If you gave the state the information to create an ID, who identified you? Not them. You did. It's impossible for them to identify you. They don't know you, and they don't have any witnesses. So how are they going to identify you? Unless you identify yourself, right? What's the first thing? Identify yourself. Let's see. I'm 6 foot. I got hazel eyes, brown hair. Probably about 190 at this point. We good? I mean, what else do you need, right? We good? I just identified myself. Do you have government ID? Well, last time I checked, I don't know the government. So how could I have their ID? I don't. Oh, do you mean, can I identify the government? Yeah, well, I believe it's you because you've got the badge on or whatever it is you have, right? Yeah, I'm identifying the government. That's a government ID. So again, when you get something in the mail, if you agree to it, you're identifying. So one of the things, if I do open mail, okay, by accident, then it's, oh, found this mail, found these abandoned papers by accident. Sorry that the mail was open, but these papers just happened to land by my location. Land by my location, like they just blew in the wind. All right. Seems like you have a name in here. Well, I checked this name on the internet, and I really I don't see any identification to who this name is because I found about 15 of these names on the internet. So I'm not sure who you're speaking to. However, if you're trying to identify someone at this location, please identify that person, and we'll be glad to speak to you. Thank you. Have a nice day. I mean, we got rid of child support that way, that easily.
Because see, what they're doing is they're trying to get you to identify the numbers. See, there's a string of numbers, and it's called routing. And as long as you get on that track, they're going to scoot you right along. You're going to ride that train, and it doesn't matter how slow or fast it's going, and it doesn't matter if you got a seatbelt or not, because they don't give a fuck. You're part of the cargo.
Right.
That's the position you take when you take upon those enumerations. Like I said, you can look in the phone books today and see all kinds of Tom Sawyers all around this world. So I ask you, is Tom Sawyer fiction or real? Jack Calcott.
Right. That's crazy, because when I think of it, that could have been a good response to the police officer when he asked me my identification. Well, I'll say I'm trans property, and I'm part of the cargo, so I won't be able to identify anything. Yeah.
This is my temple wherein I worship our Father which art in heaven everywhere I go, because he is my safekeeper. I sojourn with him.
There you go. Wow. This is great, man. I'm loving this stuff.
Gone, you know. Now, granted, they're still trying to bother the guy, but they can't make a connection. They can't serve him anything. because he's not accepting it, you know? And he also was smart on his child support stuff and wrote specific things that he made his ex-wife agree to. And if she didn't agree to him, he just tore it up and said, you know what? I love you. I don't want to get divorced. So she had a real problem with that, because as long as he says, I love you and I don't want to get divorced, she can't divorce him. So she's either going to agree to the terms and conditions or not. So he was smart. He did a great job with it. However, even though he put the stipulation in there that I'm not paying child support because I already support my children, I don't need the state stepping in, the judge crossed it out. Well, again, he was smart. He said any alteration to this clause nullifies the agreement. Well, the judge went like this. Well, that's an alteration. Okay, so he was smart with that. And so that didn't stop the state from coming after him for the ex from trying to come after him for child support. But we just abated the first communication, and they're stuck. They couldn't do anything. They tried to have the postmaster certify that this guy receives mail at this location. You know what the postmaster did? He didn't certify anything. He took the open letter addressed to him, the postmaster, and stuck it in my guy's mailbox. Well, if my guy would have taken that and went, oh, I better check this off, that's mail fraud, because he's not the postmaster. So why did the postmaster take a letter that's addressed to the postmaster and stick it in his mailbox and ask him to identify himself? Because the postmaster can't do it either and didn't want any liability. So he just took the letter and he brought it back up to the postmaster and he goes, oh, you left your mail. So they can't serve him because they've got no nexus to connect him to the organization. You see, that's all it is. It's all it is, man. It's about the connection to this entity, what it is, and how you operate it. There is no piece of paper that's going to change your status.
Yeah.
You could do the same thing in that 4-line address thing that I was saying. Instead of putting, like I do, care of, full colon stop, Joyce, you could put care of postmaster. It's 2 words, P-O-S-T, and then M-A-S-T-E-R, capitalized at the beginning of both words, postmaster, and then the service address. Boom.
Wow. Man, I have to learn more about this.
Where you're not going to have to talk about anything or answer to anyone. Never. So if you don't know this stuff upside down, left and right, I'm just saying it's not going to last you very long. You may get some things handled, but eventually when it's time to speak the truth about what's going on with this organization and you don't know it, they know you don't know it, which means all that stuff you swore to is perjury in your affidavits and because you don't have firsthand knowledge of facts. If you swore.
Yeah.
And real quick, in regards to that postmaster service address, if they try to come back on you, say, no, that's the postmaster, and he assigned that address to the carrier for this routing, that would mean the postmaster is the grantor, the carrier is, or the grantee, the carrier is the trustee, and whoever's at that position would be the benefactor. So you send it back. Benefactor is not required to do anything in this trust. It's your trust. You take care of it. And if you try to identify me as a benefactor in a claim that breaches the trust, very simple.
Or to, being a state citizen about it, and you're trying to back all that up. You're really digging yourself a hole, in my opinion. You don't even need to go there for the most part. But again, if you don't really know the stuff, they're going to know when they question you. No piece of paper is going to do that for you. I'm sorry. I've seen all kinds of amazing looking paperwork, and I've seen it go right down the tubes. I've seen it work. I've seen it not work. Even my own stuff worked sometimes, didn't work other times, But in a live situation, the only thing that works is you. The paper is garbage at that point. It doesn't mean anything. That's why it's important. So having a record in the county is really, really important, and understanding what that thing is saying, every single piece of that record that you've made, it's really important. So again, let's look at the overview here. Civil law. The entire country is functioning on civil law. It's in the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, and all the states model their rules after that. Okay. It's all civil. Underneath that, you've got the common law and equity functioning in there, right? Which should be the other way around, but let's face it, it's not. So civil law, 3 departments: status, right, property, obligation. Okay. You need to handle all 3 at all times. You have to be thinking, what's my status? What's the property? And what's the obligation? If you can wrap your head around those 3 and really just look at your studies in those 3 categories, you'll get really far, way faster than I did. You know, I mean, it took me years and years to figure all this out, only to come around full circle and go, oh, this is easier than I ever could have imagined. Geez, if I would have just looked at these pertinent pieces and study equity and common law too, both, you know, statutes and codes are municipal law. And I hear people, oh, that doesn't apply to me. That doesn't apply to me. Really? Where's your status? Because it does. If you don't know how to back it up, you don't have status, it all applies to you because you're agreeing to step up for that straw man organization. You're agreeing to be the legal title holder. So you keep getting caught in the pinch. And yes, joinder, it's what it's all about. There's a joinder. They're creating a joinder, trying so hard to create that joinder to get you to authorize all the charges against yourself so that they can turn around and be the beneficiary and make money off it. You know, they can reap the reward. That's why it's important to understand trust. Trust falls under equity. Trust wills estates. That's equity. You know, contracts also can fall under equity, very much so. There's some room in the common law for that. There's not a whole lot of actions in the common law as far as like legal actions. That's why they blended them, so to make it more pliable and to confuse everybody. So it's yeah, it's a lot of study, but just focus on the main points, man. You know, that property, that status, and that obligation. Where is the obligation, right? They don't have any contracts with you. They only have implied agreements, really. They don't really have contracts. I mean, you could call them contracts, but they're really agreements, and they're all implied. So they don't really have any. But obligations is important because that's all obligations. So let's think about that. Okay. You're born, your parents register you into a municipal organization that has no money. Okay. What they've done is the entire land that you live on has no money. So in order for you to do anything, you need to go to them to use their money. Well, it's not their money. It's the bank's money because the bank prints it and loans it to them. Well, they don't have anything to pay for the bank to loan them that money, except for you. They use you as collateral to pay for that money that you're using. So the obligation starts at birth. The obligation is to make sure they're secured for their loans that they're taking and passing the money on to you. The debt is, of course, an obligation of the United States. Go right on the Treasury website. I don't know if it's still there, but it used to say, you know, Federal Reserve notes are obligations of the United States. Right? So how then would the United States pass that obligation on to us unless they can't do it. They can't pass it on to our living, man. It's impossible. So they have to pass it on by creating an office, an organization, right? That's what we all know. It's the straw man. Again, taking care of these obligations ahead of time is important. So let me see. If someone used positive claims as opposed to negative averments, who can dispute the claims from fiction world? I use both. Never had a response to either. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that claims don't work. I'm just saying, you know, when you're not the claimant, you're the denier, the burden of proof's on the claimant, right? That's the law. That's a maxim of law. So that's it. I'm not saying you can't make a claim or that you can't back your claim up either. Of course you can, especially if you know what you're doing. So how can your parents sign anything for you unless you gave them power of attorney? Because they're your parents. Period. The law is they're your parents. They can sign whatever. People say, oh, you can't enter a minor in a contract. Well, let's look in American jurisprudence here, and I can prove that wrong all day long. You can sign a minor into a contract before they're even born. Totally lawful. Lawful, not legal. Lawful. Okay? Totally lawful. It is the child's responsibility, well, the parent's responsibility to teach the child, but the child's responsibility when they become of age of discretion, not majority, although, you know, they like to use that in the legal world, age of majority, age of discretion, when that child is able to use its discretion and do its business, has a right to nullify that contract at that time. They don't have to accept the benefit at that time. But the child can be entered into a contract lawfully as long as the parents do it. Read the Bible. The Bible says the children are the slaves to the parents, even though they are the inheritors. So there you go. You know, yes, you can enter a child into a contract. Absolutely. Yeah, you could try that. Son of Steve says, put the electric bill in your child's name. That's a good one. They never thought of that. Give it a try. You know, give them the Social Security number, put it in the child's name. They come after, but who are they going to come after though? They're going to come after because you're like the the signer, right? You're the responsible party for the child up until that point. So even if you did put in the child's name, they come after you anyway. You know, it wouldn't matter. Like they're still coming for you because you're responsible as the parent, you know, the executors over that child's estate, especially the father's the executor over the child's estate until that, you know, until that thing. Yeah, I'm not saying you can't do it. Of course you can do it. I'm just saying there's a discrepancy. They're going to come. Who are they going to come to? They can't come to the child. They have to come to the parent. You know, you could put it in the child's name all day long, I'm sure. And that's proof what you just said. I mean, that's proof that you can enter a child into a contract. Absolutely. It's totally lawful. It's not unlawful, you know. But where they go wrong is, you know, they have your parents do all this stuff under the assumption that they're cognizant, and they're not cognizant of, you know, your parents aren't cognizant of legal language. And there's an informant, right? At least in the United States of America, there's an informant on the birth certificate, right? It's usually the mother. It's the informant. Well, wait a minute. An informant means there's an investigation. You don't have an informant without an investigation.
Right. Informant. It's the action upon the form in which you're acting. Inform. Are you acting in person according to their manual? Or are you acting in spirit according to your word? Well, I'm a resident. They already know you're lying. They already know you're lying. I'm a resident. I've got a resident ID. You liar.
Wow.
So here's another place they went wrong, in my opinion. Did you let my parents know there was an investigation going on? No. Well, I've got evidence that there was an investigation going on. It's right here. And not only did you let them know there's an investigation going on, but did they have counsel? Were they told that they had a right to counsel? No. You know, so there's a ton of ways we could blow that up. We all know that. But to try to keep it simple, again, if in my experience, taking care of this before anything happens is what is important. And all you need to do to take care of that is just say, hey, here's my declaration, and I've handled all this. Here's where the security lies. Here's where the priority in the security lies, right? In the agreement. It's right here. It's all in my declaration. I've got the obligations, contract, or the property and the status all taken care of. And I was granted power of attorney to do that. So once that's all taken care of, that's all I stand on. I'm not doing all this crazy paperwork. The only other thing I've ever used are affidavits and notices for the most part. Affidavits and notices. And orders. I give orders too. You know, I usually, here's an order. You know, you're the trustee. So notice of appointment of trustee, an order, what the trustee needs to do, you know. If I want to give them a certificate, I will. I've done things without giving them certificates. Got the IRS to just go away, you know, actually it was a federal court on a guy that didn't show up, and they were trying for an IRS hearing. They were trying to get him for contempt, and they called him the next day and they said, "You have a nice day. We're done here. Thank you." I mean, it was one piece of paper in an affidavit and one piece of paper appointing the trustee and giving him an order. So defaults work too. I don't do any of that, man. I don't get into, you know, you're in default.
Yeah.
Right. What court are you going to take that to and enforce it?
So if a man is bound by his word, then he can speak it. You do not have to write this stuff down. It's all based upon the knowledge. So if you have the knowledge, it never has to be written down. It was already written down, and that's how you got the knowledge. Point him to the source. Exactly. Every word of God is pure. It is a shield unto he who puts their trust in God. That is an express trust. I fear not, for I have been redeemed. He has called me by thy name. I am his. It cannot be beaten.
Man, I never know what to say after you speak.
They don't care. Half the time they throw that stuff aside. I'm not saying, look, there's a lot of processes out today that used to work really well 15, 20 years ago. They don't work so well anymore. Because once these guys catch on to it, they know your game plan. That's why I don't deal with the commercial contract bullshit. I only deal with the trust. The United States is not a corporation to me. Sorry, it's a trust. I'm not giving them any immunity by calling them a corporation. Sorry, it's a trust. You show me in the trust where I have an obligation to the corporation you created out of the trust. So I need the trustee to perform holding the legal title. I need them to perform. They're holding the legal title. You perform. My right as a beneficiary is performance and accounting. Performance and accounting. That is a right of all beneficiaries. Performance and accounting. So what do I think of resignation of registered agent to the state secretary of state? Knock it out, but it's just a notice. I would say that's in my DOS. I mean, I just stated one line. I'm not the registered agent, you know, and it's on the public record. So then I just notice them, and you know. But again, how are you responding? Like, you shouldn't be acting like a you can give them notice and tell them you're not the registered agent, but if you act like one, Operation Law says you are one. So, you know, it's about how you act, you know, and how you handle your business. It's not you know, it's not just all paper. It's really not paper at all if you don't know what the paper says and what you're doing with it. So
right.
To me, it's not all status. So for a lot of people that are out there just doing status stuff,
the form on paper is different than the form in physical actions. That's just a different form. You're still communicating, and the way you're communicating says you're performing similar activities. That's it. Simple. It's a simple presumption, and that's all it is.
Good. I'm glad you're getting some relief. I'm not going to say remedy. Remedy is when you actually have an injury and you get something for your injury. When you get some relief, that's great, you know. But I do know not all things are handled that way, you know, especially when they come after you for something criminal. It's, you know, that some of that shit's not going to fly. I'm telling you that. But what will fly is how you handle yourself from the minute that criminal thing starts, you know. So, and I learned the hard way. I will never, ever, ever give my signature, name, fingerprints, nothing. If you're going to force me and break my fingers, fine. That's obviously under threat and duress, you know. But other than that, you're not getting it. Sorry. I'm not admitting that. You can find an ID in my pocket. It's not me. Prove it. Well, that looks like you. That's a picture of you. Yeah, thank you for confirming that. That's a picture. You're right. It's not me. Sorry. There's a doppelganger out there. Maybe I just happen to find his ID. You know, it's not me. It identifies the estate. We could prove that all day long. So, yeah, judges don't like to be trustees because the bar rules say that they can't be. So, you know, they get a little squirmish when you appoint them trustee. So, yeah, I mean, these are just basic principles of, you know, the construct of how everything works that I've seen, what I've done over the years. I'm not saying I got all the answers because I definitely don't. I'm not saying that I have this specific way that nobody has, because I don't. I just know what I do, and I know what's been effective. And even the effective stuff doesn't work sometimes because you can never tell who you're dealing with on the other side ever. You don't know how they're going to handle it. I mean, I've had federal judges stuff my shit back in an envelope and seal it and scribble everything out with a black Sharpie and send it back. Like, the energy off of this thing, when I got it back, you could feel they freaked out. Like, you could just by the way it was crammed in and taped up and everything scribbled out in black Sharpie, the address, the name. Who the hell does that? You know? So anyway, all right, guys, I got to get rolling. I'll be back on, I'm sure, some other time to ramble about some more shit. But I don't really like to get too deep into things in the public. And I'm sorry, but that's just not my thing. You know, I'll talk about stuff. I'll, you know, talk about experiences and different aspects of law, but I don't like to get too deep because private is private. And you're not private if you're public and in the public. So anyway, all right, guys, I'll catch y'all later.
So one of the most important maxims of equity there is that if one wishes to receive equity, you must first bring equity. And this is what I tell people all the time. The record is in error. You're the one that made those errors, and therefore you have to fix them. It's your responsibility. So when you realize their errors, your ability to respond should be able to correct the record. Therefore, if you want correction, you must bring the correction because nobody else wants it corrected. They're living off of that record. That's what gives them their livelihood. So if you truly want the equity out of it, if you want your equity share out of it, you have to remove it by correcting the record. And then the remainder, the reversion, is back to you. The excess that they've been holding on to and making a profit off comes back to you.
Exactly. Wow. Great stuff, guys.
And that's done by knowing how it's done, and that's the knowledge. So if you want knowledge, you have to bring knowledge.
True that. That was interesting video. I'm really glad we brought up these two videos this morning. It was a great initiative. Awesome content.
Yes, I enjoyed it. I've been in the background most of the time, but I'm gonna go lay down for a nap, and I'll catch everybody later.
All right, Wizard. Much love and respect to you, brother. So a lot of valuable information has been brought here today. I mean, wow. It's like it's my head is full, man. It's like it's crazy. I got so much in there. What are your thoughts on that, Sean? You haven't said much. See if I can attract your attention back over onto the screen. Just you and I here up on OTW News, Grand Rising Show number 41. Open panel, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Grand Rising Talk Show. Let me forgive my French. Yeah, see, I figured that he was away. And yeah, welcome back, Mr. Pineal Power. So what do you think of today's stream?
Yeah, it's a lot to digest there. A lot to digest in that video. I could rewatch that a few times easily.
Yeah, same here. I have to understand how that's how that functions, and and how it applies here in Canada as well, because you know how the things differ a little bit slightly from one place to another, even though everything anyway. I don't want to get ahead of myself here. I'm already full. My head's full, so it's like now I have to process everything.
Yeah, there's a lot of differences between obviously Canada and the States and beyond, in other countries. So it's kind of hard to weigh that. Whoa, what the heck? The whole stream just glitched out. That was weird. But there's a lot of similarities too in that the overall, I think most of the information there is applicable. But as far as outside of North America, I don't even know anything about statutes, policies, codes, and their system out there. I know in England, in Europe, there's a lot of similarities too. But when it comes to Asia, Africa, even South America, I'm very, very. I have barely any knowledge of what their system's like there. I'm sure there's a lot of similarities too, because all roads lead to Rome, right? So.
Absolutely. So, I guess after all of that brain mashing, we can go to a musical pause, which I haven't done in a long time. I played one before of me playing the guitar. I guess I could do that again. Have us have a little musical break here, and come back in full force for maybe another few hours of intense OTW news talk show. So let me just bring back the channel and go to my next video. This one will be a little bit smoother. No heavy metal, just a little bit of kind of a bluesy kind of style, like a Joe Bonanza. Yeah, style. Well, maybe not the style of the guitarist, but like the backing track. Anyway, you guys figure it out for yourselves. I'm just gonna play that commercial out. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah.
Yeah, I would call what we just watched getting down to the nitty gritty, and it might not be. I'm actually surprised pleasantly surprised at the numbers that held there. Because usually that kind of information will just draw people away. It seems like to me a lot of obviously a lot of people like to see the entertainment and chaos as opposed to the edutainment and infotainment.
Yeah, you're right. So let's go with another song from OTW, an improv on Joe Bonanza Backing Track. Make sure you guys go over there and sub OTW Out of This World. This is the music channel, music and art channel. So I'll be posting art videos on this channel soon, maybe even going live. Haven't done many lives on this channel. I think I've only done one where I play in a little coffee shop. So here we go. So let's play this. Take a little musical break, everybody. Roll a doobie,
Shred
relax. Yeah. Here it goes.
Shred the gnar. Pinch harmonic time.
Please like, share, and subscribe if you like my content. And I love you all, and thanks for watching. So here's an improv on like a Joe Bonanza blues backing track. So hope you like it.
All right, welcome back. Hold on. Now let me get. Okay, there we go. Fuck, I was trying to find the tab where that was playing on. Now I have to add Dick. There we go. Hi, Dick. What's up, man? Thanks, Ramon, for your contribution.
That was good, man. That was nice.
Yeah, thank you very much. Ramon appreciated it, man. He actually like goes, it's like super chat. Goes, this is for the song or the video. Yeah. Thanks for the video, and bro, the music has gotten my soul. Wow. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Oh, what you're showing there. I'm gonna put you full screen.
It's just my tea substitute right now. It's and kombucha, because kombucha has caffeine in it. So it's just probiotic. You can make this stuff. I try to make it all the time, but I didn't have any made up, so I got some on sale.
Cool. Cool.
This is way better than the stuff I make too. Lemon ginger. So good.
So how you feel?
So how was the stream today? I couldn't watch it today. I was out working, moving fucking rocks and shit.
It was epic, man. I mean, you just caught the tail end of the show. In other words, like, I'm not ending it right now, but I still have plenty of time ahead of me. But I'm just saying, it's like it's pretty much calmed down after the music video. Just before, it was all about rights, freedoms, and property equity. It was a whole stream just about that. Actually, it lasted like 5 hours. And I just decided to pop up a video of a guy that I was watching for a while. He's called Eternally Aware, and he's been talking about this for a long time, like 11 years. He's got 11 years worth of videos on his channel. He's got like now 9,000 subs. Doesn't even have that many subs for a 10-year channel. I mean, the message that he's bringing is absolutely, jaw-dropping knowledge. So, yeah. So I decided to bring that up as a video, and it just like sparked it off right from there. And then somebody sent me another link for another video, and then we watched that one, which was also pertaining to the same topic. And now we're find ourselves here right now with still 52 people watching.
What did we learn about rights, freedom, and property? Anything in particular that you guys touched on that was pretty, revealing or notable?
Well, he was explaining in the second video. He was explaining. Well, hold on. Let me go with the first video. In the first video, he's explaining that natural law finds itself everywhere in all countries, and in different countries, what they do is with the civil law is they hide certain aspects of natural law. Whether in like, let's say in Russia, they just put it right out there as one of their articles, right? So he was pointing that out, and he's dropping a lot of knowledge about the different aspects and also correlations to all of these things and connections, and how you have to be able to tell the difference between both of them and speak the language. And then we came up with the second video. He's talking about how you need to have equity before you start having rights and freedom. Like there's steps that you need to take. And before even starting anywhere, you need to have equity. And in that equity, you need to have proof of attorney and a declaration of status. So that's pretty much what the second video was about. So
what do you think about that? Are you thinking about changing your status?
I'm first going to start, go reading about it, learning more about this, because he got me interested now, and I'm gonna dive down into that rabbit hole. Yeah, because it's one of the rabbit holes that I haven't explored much, and I've been down a lot of rabbit holes, man. So, yeah, this one's actually really piqued my interest, and probably going to be more inclined to research a lot about it, actually. So my ideas haven't really been formulated towards You know, like I don't really have an opinion. I'm pretty much on like the learning scale where I'm bringing in the knowledge and maybe be able to apply it somewhere along the line here, all depending on what life brings. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you think there should be some kind of governing principles though that do enforce outside of just the general populace, outside of the people, which I understand it's still the people doing that. So it's then you're now giving a certain member of the populace an authority to try to jurisdict or enforce natural law, just causing no loss, harm, or injury? Or do we even need that?
Well, you see, I don't actually think we really do need that. But
that's more where I lean these days.
Yeah. But the way the current situation dictates that the common folk or the normal everyday Joe Blow, whatever, is not aware of their own enslavement, right? They're
So
not
they
aware
do
of
need
it. Yeah. So that would be the counter argument. Yeah.
But even if you didn't have that system, or if you did have it coinciding parallel right next to it, like say you start, Paul was talking about the other day, by a mining town, one of these old towns, you set it up and you got a bunch of buildings you got to refurbish, and before you know it, you got tourist attraction, but you have a local communal governance of sorts, because even if not your jury of your peers or 14 sovereigns forming a jury, or however you're going to come, against someone that's reckless, abandoned, causing this loss, injury, or harm. So you're going to still have to have some kind of status, even if it's not just me, you, and 5 others saying, "Hey, we got to go deal with this motherfucker. He's raping a bunch of women or doing a bunch of problems, whatever it is."
But I think
my whole thing, I think what would fix
go
a
ahead.
lot of things is if it was known that all taxes are voluntary. Because people say that all the time, all taxes are voluntary. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, everything's voluntary up until death, like someone could tell me, walk over here, and if you don't, I'm going to stick a bullet in the back of your head. And it's like, well, I'm not going to walk over there. Okay. I had a choice. I made a decision, I called their bluff, and whether it was worth it or not, that's between me and the Most High. So, yeah, I mean, these are interesting subjects, but obviously what we have is just completely out of control, tyrannical. The slaves love it. I mean, it seems like Republican and Democrat, they're both fighting to get more of it. It's just like, we got to have more people that represent us to tell us how to live and how to speak and how to think and how to walk and how to talk and how to,
Yeah.
treat
But I think
ourselves.
like in the second video that was being, like he was trying to say, I think is his status was denying the status that they were imposing upon him. So that's what his status
The
was.
citizen status.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not what you say.
And did he give
you
his
people
new
say
status a
that
label, like a state, national, or a
I am a child
diplomatic?
of God.
Yeah.
I am a child of God. That was his status.
Yeah, and then even I am a child of God, I am a child of good, I am a child of Yahweh, I'm a child of Jehovah, I'm a child of, so then it starts getting into all these different labels of what the creator is. I think that's why Christ stopped at I am, because he knew as soon as you go any further than that, they're going to snag you up, entangle you. So I just follow the Christ in that one. It's just like, I am.
Yeah, but I think there's a certain law under religious, you become into the, anyway, he explained it a lot better than I could, man. I'd have to retract and come back to the video. But yeah, but he would answer, too bad you weren't here to watch it, man. It was really interesting. You might have had.
Yeah, but any
some
law, is it superseding natural law or common law or the basic principles of not causing loss, injury, or harm? Why do I have to define myself beyond I am to satisfy anyone? That's the only thing that's
right,
observable and quantifiable and absolute.
True. You're absolutely right. But that's why I'm saying you would have had a pretty good take and have some comments on the video, which would have been interesting. But Wizard was here.
I've gotten into a lot of these discussions. I love him, and Wizard always has great input. You know, he's always got different takes on it and ways of articulating it that are very cool.
Yeah, see, Wizard was just mentioning here, child of God or person of man.
Mm-hmm. So he's saying either or. You could be one or the other of those. Or he wasn't saying those are the same, right?
No. I think it's like one versus the other. Yeah.
Yeah, those are the differentiators.
Because a person is a corporate entity, right? Could be identified as what did the other guy call it?
And the child is born of, right? So born of God.
Statutory creature. That's how he
to be or not to be. Now put I am in front of both and ask again. Oh, cool. So I am a child of God. I am a person of man.
Right. So what are you?
I am.
I am. There you go. Yeah, but you could also be
I'm not going to appease anybody by trying to add more to it. It just, for me, it's not necessary.
Right. See? We all have our own perspective on things. That's what's great about it.
Yeah, because if I go beyond it, then I'm having to validate something to somebody else that is internal. So, I mean, it's something I see in myself. I know I'm a child of the Most High. You know, I know I'm of spirit. I know I have interconnected aspect of self to the formless. I see it in my own walk, and I see it in others' testimonies. But as soon as you start saying that, then you got a Protestant or an Orthodox or, some other interpretation of what God should or could or would be with a graven image of a plastic, deity of some idea in their mind or a picture that they saw or a story they were told or whatever. And now they want to bring you into all that. And if you know who you are, you're not going to be able to truly define it with a word of babble, which is how I look at all these things. They're just words of babble. It probably wouldn't satisfy a policy enforcement person. It probably wouldn't satisfy my neighbor. It probably wouldn't satisfy the judge or the jury. They might all look at me and say, nope, that doesn't work for us. But I don't know that I can appease any of these people anyway.
Agreed. Oh, another super chat by Mr. Ramon Marquez. Wow. Much love, man. Please, short video taxes are voluntary.
Okay. Wizard's in the back. Here, I'll bring him up.
All right.
Yo, Wizard. Yo, Pineal.
Ramon killing it today, man. What up, Dick?
Greetings. I hope you got the gist of my thing there. That's perfect. I am, and then mix that with to be or not to be. I am now, and the question is, am I to be or am I not to be? Who says what? Because I'm still here and the question's still posed.
It's a conundrum.
I am to be.
And then Ramon says voluntary taxes. Taxes are voluntary. Patrick, pull up 26 CFR 31.3.
Holy shit, man. Yeah.
26. Just put it in your query. 26 space.
26 space.
CFR space.
CFR space.
31.
31.
Point. 3402.
3402.
Parenthesis P. Unparenthesis or end parenthesis.
What the fuck is a parenthesis, man?
That's your curved bracket.
Curved bracket. Okay. Curved bracket.
P.
Next. P. Okay.
And then -1.
All right. -1. There we go. With a bracket. I close that with a bracket, I imagine.
Nope.
Just
your
with
P should be closed with a bracket. You should open
okay.
your bracket and then P and then close bracket -1.
-1. All right. So that's there. Google search that. Holy shit.
You want the Cornell site.
All right.
Pull that up and screen share.
1 second. It's coming up.
These people operate under a Plain Writing Act. Okay. You're going to see in the first sentence, very plain writing, who the agreement is between.
Jeez, that's funny. It's fucking taking there forever to load. All right, let me close a few tabs here. Let's see what's going on. Okay, that's the next video I wanted to play. That's that. That's okay. Man, that page is like, oh, there we go. Now we got it. It's taking forever to load. Okay. So what are we looking at here, Wizard?
Screen share.
You want me to?
Yep, pull it up and screen share.
I thought I was already sharing it. Damn me, fuck. All right, here we go. Okay. All right, let me bring it up a little bit bigger. I'll let me remove Mr. Ramon's comment. I have that video linked up and queued up for next segment, Mr. Ramon. All right, so let me just bring that into focus. I'll try to make things a little bit bigger here. There we go.
That's what he said.
No, go a little bigger. Go a little bigger. We want everybody to be able to read this.
All right. I'm at 200 here.
Okay, there you go. Employer-employee agreement. There is no one else involved in this agreement, folks. You have the unlimited power of contracting. If you contract with an employer, that employer cannot tell you have to also contract with another private entity. IRS is a private entity, third party. They cannot force you into third-party agreements. Okay? An employee and his employer may enter into an agreement under Section 3402P3A to provide for the withholding of income tax upon payments of amounts described. So if you don't want to agree, then the employer is not assigned as a withholding agent, and you are not put down as a taxpayer making income. And therefore, there is no reason to withhold. The employer can make a statement that the employee refused to give information, and that is a qualifying statement that will not hold them to penalties for not collecting taxes. Because if the agreement is not that you are a withholding agent, then you can't withhold. That's the agreement. You are agreeing that that employer is going to be allowed to withhold things from your check. Why? If you don't agree, then can they withhold? No, because you didn't assign him when you signed that application. You made an amendment and did not make an agreement. That amendment is a W-4, not a W-2. You bring your own W-4 and you mark exempt and you hand it to him. Otherwise, under that application, he's going to hand you a W-2 and say, hey, I'm a withholding agent. False. If you fill out the W-4, which is what you're supposed to fill out first, then the employer is supposed to give you a W-2 for said withholding. But if you don't make a claim that there's no withholding and that you're exempt, then it's implied and presumed, and that employer will hand you a W-2. That's not the process due. You didn't declare the exemption, and therefore a presumption took its place. Pure and simple. Nowhere else will anybody be able to tell you that you are required to contract with the IRS because you got a job. That is a voluntary agreement between the employer and the employee. Nowhere does it say it has to be with the IRS. And that agreement is that the employer be a withholding agent for the IRS. And that's on each individual basis. The employer cannot be assigned as a withholding agent by the IRS and then be required that anybody apply is involved in income, because that is not the right definition of income. Income, you take funds that you receive as compensation and you invested in another source known as an investment. When you're doing that with the employer, they're saying your labor is your investment in income. And they make all the income because there's a credit default swap. Remember Enron? Enron was a mortgage default swap. It was a big scheme. They're still doing the same thing. They just switched it over from the mortgage to the insurance. When you go apply for a mortgage loan, the bank has an option to process it as a loan or as an insurance installment agreement. Same with your rents and leases. You're just paying an installment agreement. Whereas if you fix the original contract, that secondary contract doesn't kick in. Pure and simple. And this is in every case. Guess what? That public education, when you fix that public education document and show that you're not part of that trust, they can't claim you as a beneficiary because you're not part of the military. The only way you can be a beneficiary is from the protective services, not from the general welfare where they provide you food assistance and everything. That's protective services. That's not an extra benefit. That's protecting your life. And if you're in need of that because the community can't provide it, then the protective services has to. So why are the communities not providing it? They get the federal grants to do so, yet they have starving people in their communities. They have homeless people. They have homeless veterans, for crying out loud.
So someone is going to say you're required to report your wages or salary to the IRS, and I imagine it deals with definition where it's not income, wages, or salary. Or how does the W-4 differentiate? Because I know the W-2, I don't even actually know what a W-4 form is. I just pulled it up to look at it. It looks similar.
Yep, and it's a prior document that you fill out, and when you fill it out and put exempt, the employer never gives you a W-2 because you've already filed on the correct form that says exempt. I believe you can do it on a W-9 as well.
So you bring that proactively. Now that's a declaration. If they don't dispute that within a certain amount of time, it becomes a binding agreement to a certain extent.
Correct. And nobody can rebut it once you state it because there's no requirement. It's a voluntary agreement. I'm exempt from any requirements. As it states, it's a voluntary agreement. The fuck are you telling me I'm required to pay income taxes if I'm not agreeing to have him withhold income taxes because I'm not making income? Prove that it's income. Prove that I have a financial investment in this company as an investor and not a labor worker in the agricultural field. You're converting agriculture to a commodity by saying this animal needs to be licensed. Animal includes man. That's an agricultural capacity. So work as a man and your labor is profitable unto men and not to the person. You can still go get a job at McDonald's. You can still use those funds. But instead of getting paid by check or electronic check, it's noted as a deposit, a special deposit, wherein the financial institution receiving that deposit is required to give credit if they haven't already given that credit. That's the conversion, your labor into credit, not into a commodity known as an IOU or an obligation or security of the United States. It's converted into credit, and it goes back to the one that gets credence. All very important.
Does it have to go into a trust for this to be valid, or does it?
It doesn't have to go into a trust to be valid, but it has to go into a trust if you want to protect it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, again, the presumption is there's no trust on that end, so it's got to be deposited in their trust, destroying the special deposit.
Would you call it investments, or what do you? Because it's a deposit. Is that the main term for it? Since it's not income or wages or salary, it's just that you would say it's a deposit.
A special deposit. It's a directive to deposit this obligation or security of the United States in the interest of the United States, assuring that there is no trading with the enemy, and therefore it is a proper conversion to be given credit to the one providing for all the actions in their system. That way it's not a quote wrongful circulation. It's not going to clog
if
up
you
your
set
artery.
up an LLC or an S corp or one of these type of entities, you're kind of screwing yourself, right? And I mean, you could let your employees know that they could do that,
right.
But you, as profits of that corporation, you've already,
You're
agreed
taking on a limited liability when you don't have to.
Yeah.
Why take on a liability of person when they're
That's
the liability?
funny. I always looked at that as good. That it's you're limited in your liability. I mean, I don't now, but in my corporate days, I would have said, "But you want to limit your liability." No, you're actually taking on a limited liability where you didn't have to otherwise.
Right. Because now the liability is that you have to make sure that the record is correct. So if I come in with a W-4 exempt for religious aspects, that employer can't say a fucking thing about it. And if he does, his ass is mine. He's got that limited liability, and that's my door into the full liability of the United States, because he himself is acting in the interest of the United States by operating through a private agreement under his United States Charter to operate within the laws of the United States and collect income taxes, which are federal taxes. I don't care what state you're operating in. That income tax is a federal income tax.
Guilty. Off with his head.
They can't avoid the liability of the United States as a limited liability, because that's what they're sharing the liability with, even the states. Why share in the liability, particularly if you're the one correcting the record? See, that employer, as the one that's being held liable, is being held liable to make sure the record is correct. So if he's trying to tell the employee that he has to file for taxes, he's lying. He's the one that's placing the error in the record by requiring that which is not required. It's his fault that's not comprehension. If you want to bring a correction and an amendment of the record, if you want equity out of that, you have to bring the equity. So if you want a corrected and amended record, you have to correct and amend it. That means if he's telling you lies, you have to correct and amend him. See, I ran my own business, my own sales and marketing office, and I was an independent contractor, no liability. And if I have no liability, then how can somebody reach in through me and hold my college liable and say they have to file for taxes? I had an accountant trying to tell me that, and I said, no, I don't see how that's possible. Well, they're citizens. See, I didn't even think about it until years later. This is back when I was 25 years old, folks. 25 to 35. That's 20 years ago. 15 years later, I finally thought about that shit. That's the whole problem. You're not a resident. You're not a citizen. That's in the record. And that record is wrong. You cannot possibly be a United States citizen if the United States, first of many things, but first of two that I'll mention, is that the United States has no birth registry. Okay. Second is if the states ceded their jurisdiction to the United States, And the United States is the debtor and known to be located in Washington, D.C. And Washington, D.C. has no statehood. Then the United States has no statehood, and therefore no sovereignty. And therefore, you taking upon the registration, birth registration at the state level, you're just that claim of residence. You give up your sovereignty to that corporate entity through a birth registration at the state level because the United States has no birth registry. You just created your own dual citizenship by allowing it. Once you recognize that error, you're the only one that can and will and must correct that. No one else will. They're all still caught up in that indoctrination and believe that you are the resident. And once you fix your record, you can explain to them. Now you can teach them. You've perfected your talent, and nobody can rebut it. You have perfected it. You are not perfect yourself, but you have perfected your talent. That's all you need to do. Then you can walk on water. See, somebody mentioned earlier about law, land, air, and water. See, you land on the land with the breath of life, the spirit. You were sent to earth and you landed on the land. And when you become a man, learn how to act as a man, still in your child, you're still a child of God. Put up the childish things, but you're still a child. And in your man, you're able to execute your own person. What does execute mean? You are the executor. You are the executor. You execute everything that does. No one else. And if you do that, then no one else can administrate it. What you put out comes back. If you put it out and it don't come back, somebody else is administrating it, and wait till it bites you in the ass. Because you put the cart before the horse, and it followed you right back around. Didn't have anybody steering it to keep it straight. It was all cursive. Curse. I've cursed. It's the sign of my nature, dummies. You big dummy corporations.
Okay, so statehood would be it's not connected to something. It's an independent nation, right? It's its own sovereign, or would that would be like a sovereign statehood? Or how can because like what Broken Ho is saying here is kind of confused me, because he's saying like a state with a statehood give up its statehood to a corporation without statehood.
Well, statehood.
How does anyone have the autonomy to do that?
Okay, statehood is like tain. Tain is to hold. So retain is to rehold. Attain is to hold, at hold. Captain is the statehood where the captain, his boat, that's what he holds. And it holds everything he holds. So that's his statehood. That's what protects him. My statehood is the state of being. I am now. And the question is, am I to be or am I not to be? So my state of being is under his salvation. His helmet of salvation is the same as captain. The cap that the captain of the boat is wearing is the helmet of salvation for me. So it's wherever I'm at. If I'm on a vessel, the captain is the helmet of salvation for me everywhere I go. If I'm at home and I'm the dad, the cap that I'm wearing as dad is the helmet of salvation for me. If you're wearing anything else and putting on that second cap without that that helmet of salvation, your statehood, the full armor of God, the thing that clothes you, your hood, the thing that shelters you from Mother Nature. That's where your true statehood should be. That should be your only concern, Mother Nature. Not another man, not what another man speaks, not what another man writes, not what he draws, not what he implicates, but the Mother Nature.
Kind of like where a diplomatic national would come in, because you are your estate unto yourself, right? Or you're
correct.
You're an independent sovereign state under natural law. So they can't give away your statehood.
Right. The existence of that sovereign power exists in me because I have the power of my words to bring anybody I speak with, except Jack, evidently, into a reasonable, logical sense to understand one's own spirituality. It has nothing to do with their manual writings, but rather the word that was written on your soul, which is what gives you your spiritual being, your spiritual presence, pre-sense. You sense things before anybody has to tell you what it is. And you can discern for yourself what it is before somebody else tells you what it is by their definition, which is merely their opinion. So when you can bring those two opinions together and come up with a similar definition or a definition to combine those two opinions, you're in an agreement. So what's the definition of income? The guy over there thinks it's what he's paying me. No. That's an obligation or security of the United States. And for me to have an income, I have to invest in that. If you're invested in it, that's fine. But I don't have to be part of your investment. Invest. Hood. What hood are you in? What statehood are you in? Put on the full armor of God. And you never have to worry about what they're trying to impose upon you. You will see their statehood for what it is, whether it's a unilateral, bilateral, or multilateral. The multilateral will always have that sovereignty because that's when two come together under that sovereignty. Now you have one concept. The two become one. The only way that's done is through that sovereignty.
Hey,
I'll
be right back.
Say that
Yeah, go
That's
ahead.
that common comprehension of what's natural to each being in fairness, righteousness.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say I'll be right back. My dog wants to go out, so go ahead. You got the floor, whoever.
Well, I wanted to say I love and appreciate all the information that has come out of this. This is the first time I've ever been on this channel, so thanks for bringing me up, O2W. And Wizard, I always love to hear what you have to say. And I think that the ultimate understanding is that you are a spirit, a child of God, and all the information that, that is shared is powerful. And if you have the ability to communicate that you are a child of God and that you're not going by this, nobody has any authority over you, it really doesn't matter what that's the most fundamental thing, I think. So you can do all this stuff legally, but the premise is you don't have any authority over me except that which I give it to you, and I'm not giving that to you. So to make people more confident in their ability to step back from the system and follow these procedures, that's fine. But ultimately, if you have the ability to communicate to another human, spirit, whatever, that's where it all begins. That's the most important thing, because from there, I don't care. I'm not buying into your shit. I'm just not.
Or isn't the most important thing your action? Like, it all comes down to what you do, right? Because I can say I'm something, and then I go, sign up for the slave job, pay the taxes, do the exact opposite. So I'm not actually what I said I was. It doesn't represent my words, or doesn't present, it's not in line or accord with what's coming out of my mouth. And so I look at a lot of these things where I'm curious if Wizard ever had to present that to a judge, because I know he had a lot of court cases, and how that went down, how the judge responded. But I could see how, like, one person's interpretation, they might say, you know what? I get what Wizard's saying. I am going to honor him in his presentation because it's valid and it resonates in my heart. Another might say, off with his head. The reality is, that now they've brought that on themselves, but it's your actions that determine who you are. And it might even mean the worst outcome for you. But that's what I just keep coming back to in all this, is it either Because I can say it till I'm blue in the face. I am that I am. But if I don't act in accord to that, and I entangle myself in these contracts, and I don't actually embody that, then it's just words.
Right.
Words,
And that's
words are the beginning. So it's not just words. When people say that, it's crazy to me.
right.
Words are so important. That's all. They're like,
okay, but the guy says he's never going to beat his kid again. Then he goes right back in the next day and beats the child or the wife or whatever
that
it
might
is.
be
Right?
his. That might be his
words.
It might be his process or problem or whatever, but it's part of his thing. But words are source. I know that to be.
right. And I'm exempt from income withholding requirements because I never volunteered. It's all based, again, like he said earlier, it's based on your volunteering. Now, you can volunteer to take the bullet, or you can volunteer and submit to get down on your knees because you didn't volunteer to take the bullet. One way or another, you're volunteering. Yeah. Just because somebody else wants to threaten you, okay, I am now.
I agree with that.
The question is, am I to be or am I not to be? That one is up to you. If you think I'm not to be, then do it. That's their only option.
Most of us did volunteer, even if we were unknowing or ignorant, right? Most of us did volunteer. And
exactly. And that's why I say it's your own fault. So you have to repent by giving realizing the knowledge, repent, and forgive yourself and them. Because now you realize the problem is nobody knows this across the board. They've just been doing shit because they got indoctrinated and believe the next guy. I grew up the same way, believing you had to have a driver's license, you had to get a social security card so you get a job, and you had to have a job. 35 fucking years it took me to realize, wait a minute, you don't need to be employed. You don't need to be that individual. You don't need to be identified or identifiable. You are already.
Yeah, and I don't mean to get caught in semantics with Aaron, but it's a faith without or faith works kind of argument again for me, where it's like faith without works is dead. So if you can say whatever about yourself or about anyone else or about any contract, about whatever, but I mean, your actions are what determine if that's genuine or not, from what I can tell.
So I'm just going to go back to my understanding of words. Okay. The words are the action. When you speak words, those are the very beginning action. Those are what prompt people into action. So when you say something, I am this, then the inspiration comes or the opportunity comes within this realm to support that if you actually believe it. So it says, ask with faith that it is done and it will be given to you. So whatever you believe to be true becomes true for you. So you start with your words by saying, I am that I am, right? Or I am happy. That's why I always say life is good. I feel good. Good things are always happening to me.
I am exempt and do not wish to volunteer. Sean, you've got wrench capabilities. Pull up LII/WEX personal jurisdiction.
See, if I said I'm exempt, but then I go act in a way that is not in accord with exempt, then I'm a liar and the truth is not in me. I mean, that's where I struggle with that.
Then you don't actually believe that you're exempt. When you believe that you're exempt, you'll act in a way it's inspired. You don't have a choice.
Yeah, it's a faith
whatever you believe
works
to be
argument.
true,
Exactly.
you're going to do
So it is
things.
what I thought it was. It's a faith.
And
it's a faith works argument.
And when you realize there's, I can't remember the code, but I'll look it up. I'll see if I can find it. National and community service. Okay, that's volunteer. And it's volunteer, and it's presumed that if you live in a community as a resident, you volunteered for national and community service. Okay? That's a volunteer thing again, right? Did you do so? No? Then break the presumption. Can you pull that up yet, brother?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has to add. Okay,
I
you
just put
said
it up there.
Okay.
Oh, thanks.
Personal jurisdiction refers to the power that a court has to make a decision regarding the party being sued in a case. Now scroll down.
Even the word party has me snagged. Like, what the hell's a party?
One that's participating. Watch this.
Okay, gotcha.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Okay. Nope. You went too far. You went too far. We're looking for typically. Right there. Typically, for a court to have personal jurisdiction over a defendant, the plaintiff needs to serve the defendant in the state in which the court sits. The court has no standing. And the defendant needs to voluntarily appear in court. I'm exempt from court simply because I did not and never will volunteer to do so. Get it?
Wow.
My yay is my yay. My nay is my nay. They wrote it down, and all I have to do is stand on it because, again, the court sits like Jack.
That's amazing.
And can't do a fucking thing. Now ask me why they can put a warrant out, expect to come arrest me, and then say I volunteered to be a defendant. Fucking insane, babbling idiots.
So the mind-blowing thing there to me is the last statement, voluntary appear in court. But before we got to that, I was also looking at that it has to be served the defendant in a state in which the court sits. But if the state gave up its sovereignty to Washington and is not actually a state and doesn't have that sovereignty, so it has no jurisdiction.
The courts
kind of
sit
two
in
things there.
Well, the courts sit in a judicial state. They're making judicial determinations through administration. See? The courts are sitting in the proper judicial state. You're not. The three branches of government, executive, legislative, and judicial. The courts are administrative, and they are administrative under the judicial office. The neutral and independent office within the United States Postal Service and includes the administrative law judges.
Insane in the membrane.
It really is. I mean, even if someone did some horrific crime and was a mass murderer, would it still apply? I mean, they didn't voluntarily. I mean, the police forced them there, took them in handcuffs.
They would have to use common law according to the church.
Yeah, which is a completely different.
This is the point. If
that
you obey the law of one, which is
that's outside of Admiralty,
then there is nobody that has authority over you ever at all. As long as you mind your own business, essentially, you don't harm somebody else, then nobody else has any authority to come in and step on that. However, if you see that happening and you know this, then you have a responsibility to step in and mediate or, stop it or whatever the case. At least that's how I feel about it. So nobody can tell me what to do as long as I'm not causing any problem or harm, loss, injury to anybody else. And that's true for everybody. And that's why I said, that's the main most fundamental thing. If you can stand on that, then you can stand on anything. The rest of this stuff is great because it teaches you how to communicate to whoever you're talking to so that, that they may understand. But the fundamental is do no harm. If you obey that one law.
And when they break that law, that's the common law, where you cause harm, loss, or injury to another man. And that is why you take it to the church. King James Version of the Bible, 1611 edition. Public Law 97-280 says the scriptures of that Bible are the law of the land. And that's what common law is. It's the law of the land. Admiralty Maritime is the law of the sea. So you go outside of the Admiralty Maritime that we're discussing here.
And isn't common law trust law too?
Yes.
Right.
And that's what we're dealing with here. That's why we take them out of their uniform commercial code and all these other laws under the Admiralty Maritime, and we walk on water because we're not in those venues. They are presuming that we are, and we aren't. We show that there may be a person in that venue, but we can lay it on the ground and we have standing and it lays there. It won't be able to do a thing.
Especially once you get these understandings. I mean, then you
Right.
have something to stand on. But you can't really do that until and unless you understand. And I think, again, most fundamentally, as long as you obey that law of one, which is do no harm. And I mean, you know, that may not completely protect you from the system, because it is important to know all the stuff that, you know, Wizard talks about. Everybody, I mean, the gems that have been dropped here today have been amazing to me. And it just gives me a little bit more in my arsenal to be able to defend myself if somebody comes at me unjustly because I haven't done anything to harm anybody else. So then I can easily defend myself with my words and say, no, that's not what's going on. I don't buy into this system. I'm not doing that. You have no authority over me. I mean, but you got to be able to communicate. That's powerful. If you can't communicate the message to somebody, if you come at them in a way that they're not going to get it or they're not going to understand, they're going to do what they know to do. And, you know, if they're a cop and they've been taught a certain way, then they're going to do what they have been taught to do. And it really matters not what you just presented to them if you don't present it in a way that they can understand. So knowing all this information is very powerful and important. But firsthand, you have to know that you have inalienable rights under God, and that is nobody has authority over you. You don't have authority over anybody else, and we're all here to coexist. And as long as you're not causing loss, injury, or harm to anybody, and you're able to communicate that, most people are going to understand, and they're going to like maybe actually question what they've just been conditioned to believe and think.
Unalienable rights under God, inalienable rights under the Constitution.
What's the difference? Unalienable is so it's non-lienable. You can't lien it, but inalienable against the so you can lien it against the Constitution. Okay.
It's a suretyship. He who hateth suretyship is sure. So you don't take upon the person. You can walk on water. You don't need to make a boat and float. Floating notes. Mm-hmm.
So the Bible is an allegory.
Could I cut in here real quick, guys? So
it is.
Can we get something settled here, Wizard?
Turn your mic up a little bit.
All right, give me. Here, let me roll up my window too. Maybe that will help. How about that?
Might help.
I can hear you.
Okay. All right, Wizard. So Bad Barney and I were kind of at a different understanding here. Now you can still get equity in a municipal court as well, in an administrative process, right? As long as your trust has been established, you could still
you don't even need a trust established. You don't even need a trust established. Equity exists without a trust. Because in fact, equity is the pure trust of truth. Every word of God.
What with common law?
Right. Every word of God is pure. It is a shield unto he who put their trust in him. And so when we bring the word of God, that's bringing equity. So it's bringing the trust. So you don't need a trust. It's already with you. What you're doing is you're destroying their trust.
Now, if I remember correctly, he was saying, Bad Barney was saying that you could only get you can only have common law, or there, certain courts or whatever. There's only a court of international trade where you'll find common law. What I was saying is that you could still have common law in municipal courts as well, even at the lower level. But it works better, I believe, is if you already have a trust, so that way you can take it in camera in private, because then it is private. It's no longer a public matter.
Correct. And like I said, and that's the distinction between, in their system, between public and private trust. A trust under God is a pure trust, and you express it. You're supposed to minister the word of God. So you minister the trust. So it's public, right? Does that sound like a public trust? Well, that's because I'm a servant to the public. I'm going to serve you the best knowledge I can. And that's the Lord's trust. What other trust do you want?
Well, some people want Satan's trust. Who knows?
Then pick up a bunch
place.
of dust pick up a bunch of dust from the ground and build your trust on it. See how well it stands. Because if you believe in the dirt rather than the thing that made the dirt, the source of life, your trust isn't going to have any life. It's going to be the fictional trust that they have. It's going to be identical. It's going to be an image and likeness. And that's what they're hoping for. They want all kinds of image and likeness of that trust. They want you to write it down. They want you to be malfeasant in that trust, because once you destroy that trust, they can take it over and everything that's in it. It's called breach of trust. So go ahead and keep writing it down. Put all your property in that. If you don't know how to administrate it, how to protect it, somebody else is going to breach it and you're fucked. A trust shall not fail for want of a trustee. So I put all my trust in the grantor, and I am the benefactor. You want to know the facts? Got to come through me.
Yeah. Want to know the facts? Click the link.
The benefactor and the beneficiary.
No, you are the benefactor to the beneficiary. The benefactor gives to the beneficiary. The beneficiary is the record of the facts. So you put the facts on the record. So you put the facts on the record. That's the credit. And what you put out comes back. So now you benefit by putting out what to the beneficiary that should come back to you. Credence. So now that beneficiary is no longer a rat bastard child in the system. It's been resurrected into salvation and merged with the true party of credence. I don't walk anywhere without him. Nowhere. So I'm going to go take my nap.
All right. Thanks a lot for being here, Wizard, and dropping that absolute
bombs.
Absolute bombs. Like, exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth. It's just the guy is like, he's like a walking computer, man. It's just crazy.
Yeah, he's an encyclopedia, isn't he?
It's like,
so how are you doing, OTW? I haven't seen you in a minute.
Yeah, same here. Same here. I haven't seen you in a minute too, and I'm doing really good actually.
Are you still off the pot? Just curious.
No, sir. No, I'm not.
Okay, I was just curious. How long did you last?
Almost a month.
Yeah. Did you feel good?
Oh yeah, I was great. I felt awesome, man.
Well, I've taken breaks my whole life, where I'll, not smoke for a minute, or I will. And it typically ends up being like, why did I ever stop?
Yeah, well,
typically. But it is nice to have a break. I mean, I think it's, it does, change your mindset some, to the point, I think even more motivationally, it seems that you have more time on your hands to do things. But I think it's also very important to go inside, and that's what it does for me, is it causes me to think. So it's like, I think, and then I act. and then I think, and then I act.
Right.
Anyway, it's good to see you, and
you
thanks for
also
having me on.
analyze your thoughts a lot. I can tell you that much. You try to know where they're coming from, and sometimes you have to let them go too. That's like another thing that I've learned to do. Is some thoughts just don't belong to me, so I'm just gonna let them go, man. And I've been getting less triggered actually for a little bit now. That's another thing which I think I'm pretty happy. That I've acquired a level where it'll take a lot to trigger me now. I think I've seen a lot so far, so now I have PTSD. YouTube. I'm just joking.
For what? Explain that. Because of all the stuff that has come through.
Well, the journey that I've embarked upon since the last, let's say 8 months, 9 months now. Almost about to head into a year. Actually, it's really awesome, man. I'm actually happy to still be around.
Yeah, it seems that you're
I
doing
surprised
well.
myself.
Obviously, you're getting an audience and getting a voice and something across. That guy that you were playing earlier, and you sped it to like 1.25, I think, but he was throwing down all kinds of good stuff about like how to how to free yourself from the system or whatever the case might be.
Yeah, it's The Path to Freedom, I think it was the name of the video.
That was pretty good.
Was just part 1, so I'm hoping I'm hoping he does part 2 really soon. So because I'm gonna surely play that. That's for sure.
There's a guy named Aaron Abke, Abke, I believe, and him and another guy, I can't remember the other guy's name, but they go
Jay Griff.
through. What's his?
Jay Griff.
Jay Griff.
Yeah, and I've reached out to Aaron. I want to link Aaron with Paul, but I haven't received a reply yet from Aaron. But I've talked to him in some of his live chats and comment sections. But yeah, hopefully he'll get back. Yeah, I'm sure he's a busy dude. So
yeah, I'm sure he is. He did a thing with I don't know if that's the guy's name. It doesn't ring a bell with me.
Yeah, Aaron Abke and Jay Griff have been collabing on a lot of stuff. They got Wealth University, something like that. Conscious Wealth University, I think it's called.
Well, it was really all about God's, like basically your spiritual power and how to detach from the system. And they did like I don't know, 7-part series or something like that, 15-part series. I don't even know. It was maybe, but it was very informative. And that's where I got that the highest law is trust in common law. That's where I actually was like, oh, trust law is common law. Okay. Because they had a bunch of nuggets of information in there. So I was just wanting to throw that out there if anybody wants to, take a look at it, because I found it very informative. I would go back and review it because I don't know that I've even seen all of them yet, but they were worth the watch for sure.
Well, I'd suggest as well. The one of the guys that I played was Eternally Aware. The second one, I don't even know who that guy is. Actually, it was just somebody that dropped the link, and I decided to play that video. So I didn't even have time to check into the second person that was on the
it's in the chat.
Show.
Someone dropped it.
All right,
a couple times.
So anyway, Eternally Aware, man. This guy's got like hundreds of videos. He's been dropping these things since like for 11 years now. So when he was the one who was talking about, the path to freedom, that's just like part 1 of a new series that he started. But he's got like so much information, man. It's crazy. He does video in his beginning videos. He's like there with a whiteboard and he's like writing it down and everything. Now his videos have been gotten like they're different now. Like he presents stuff and does montages and whatever. It's like, but you'll see he starts off pretty simple, I guess, with an ordinary phone or I don't know what, and you see the evolution between the years. I've been following him for like 5 years. I just like stopped watching him and just started recently watching him again because of my interactions with Paul and what I've been learning over there, right? So because Eternally Aware talks a lot about Canadian laws, but he mixes all of them together. So he'll talk about United States, Canada, Russia, all the ones that are under the same system, if you want to call it that. You're muted. Oh, okay.
I just said the world because I was like you were like all the other systems. I'm like pretty much like the world. Yeah.
Exactly.
Until that's the power of the, for lack of a better word, community that's going on here, is that we're all spreading information that frees us as an individual to have our own realization, perspective, authority over ourself, responsibility, all that stuff. So that's, I mean, you're doing the same thing that guy's doing. I'm doing it too, just in my own little way, and Paul does, and everybody that participates, I believe, is part of that. And even in the chat, if they're adding something, then they're we're just building that
confidence,
the resource of understanding, the resource of awareness. Awareness is our biggest. It's the only commodity, really. It's the most important thing is our awareness, and where we put that is what we experience. So if we can learn to put that on experiencing the life that we would love or love, and or helping other people, I found is very powerful and fundamental. At least it makes me fulfilled, and that's what you're doing here. So I think we're all trying to just help other people to come to some understanding of themselves. And
exactly.
we had somebody to do it to us, right? I mean, now we're just passing that torch along. We're just sharing so that other people can do it for them, and then ideally they're going to teach other people, and it's just like the cycle. Absolutely. So there's no credit or fault for somebody. That's why it's easy to forgive somebody for being a dumbass, right? You're a dumbass, but it's not your fault because that's what you've learned, right? I am, I'm a dumbass too, still, but I also have that understanding. So, it's a character flaw more than, a spiritual flaw. I've just learned to be a certain kind of way. And, you teach other people, and, each person is going to learn their own way. So your voice is very powerful. And, like I said, I'm glad you're here.
Got to use it to profess the good word. You know what I'm saying?
Let's say it again.
I said, you got to use your voice to profess the good word.
Well, when you know to, only when you know to, you can't really do it until, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think it doesn't matter. I don't like Oprah, but it was noted that she quoted, "When you know better, you do better." So until you know better, you really can't do better. So that's why it's important to get everybody's little voice on here, because I'm going to speak to somebody different than you do, and you're going to speak to somebody different than I do. But we're all really, preaching that gospel, the good news, which is, to me, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So mind your words,
Agreed. I'm going to have to agree with that. That's for sure.
And Wizard's amazing at that. And Paul's great at it too. I don't know a whole lot about entomology. So that's, I am fascinated by it, and I do like to learn from it or learn it. But the one experience that I do have is your words are source. So you have to choose your words and not just let them come at you. And that's why the TV can be so coercive to people, because it just says, and they just believe. And so you have to choose to say for yourself what, and then try to believe that. And the more that you can believe it, like, God will give you evidence back. You're doing this thing. At some point you imagined, I'm going to start a podcast, or I'm going to do this thing. right? And then you got evidence back, which gave you a little bit of a higher faith or belief in that concept. And so the more that you're doing it and you're believing in it, the more you're going to see evidence of it. So if you think you're going to die of cancer, you're going to die of cancer. I can pretty much guarantee that. I don't know for sure because it's not me, but I'm just saying the more you believe in something, if you believe you're healthy and you're fit, then you'll be prompted in that direction too, or you'll start to see evidence back.
I agree with you because I'm kind of the guy who kind of thinks that I'm going to die of immortality.
And you guarantee that. And that, you know, it's like my grandfather said. I remember when he had his heart attack in his late 40s. He said for the rest of his life, every day, I'll be gone soon. I'm going to die soon. He lived longer than any other, recordable person in our genealogy. Like he lived to 98 years old. And the only reason he died was that stupid fucking Jim Jones juice. So it's I don't want to argue with it. Yeah,
oh my
man,
God.
Oh, never mind. Sorry. I thought you were actually being serious about Jim Jones. I was like, how the fuck did he get taken out like that?
No, I'm using it as a hobo code for what we're not supposed to talk about because I respect OTW's channel.
Got it. Yeah, I'm retarded. I came late. I'm sorry.
It's all right. And I'm not saying I'm not saying you should sit there and say, "Oh, I'm going to die of this." I'm not saying I learned from that. I said I don't want to be like my grandpa in that sense. There's a million ways I do want to be like him. He was an amazing man, but in that particular aspect, I think he probably was doing more harm than good. However, the word doesn't guarantee anything. The action does. It's the fact is he quit smoking. He stopped living his life in a duplicitous way, and he started eating healthier, and he gained all the benefit from it.
I'm not going to argue that, Dick. I do believe that your actions they lead to wherever.
But words are powerful, right, Aaron?
Well, my point is that the word is source. The word is what you say when you say these things.
No, the word's not source, in my opinion.
Well, I know it to be true. So
if we argue over it, it is the oldest argument, like faith versus works. Which, can you have the Most High without one versus the other, or do you have to have both together? And it's like even the good book basically shows us they're intertwined, right? And words you said that too.
Action. Words are action. So when you speak something, you're actually committing something into action. The more that you can actually get yourself to believe those words. So look, I'm just going to give you this example. If you say life sucks all the time, if you just say life sucks, here's what's going to happen. Your mind is going to say, I see how this sucks. I see it. I pick it up. I see it. And actually, metaphysically, you're going to draw those things in. If you say that life is good, you see all these things. And then both of them are going to elevate your faith in whatever words that you're speaking. So when you have the ability to control your words, now you have the ability to control your experience here on earth in this realm right now. I don't know what comes after this. I can't claim that. But it starts with word. I know that from hundreds and hundreds, probably thousands of people at this point where I've actually seen them experience it. And I do experience it on a daily basis. So that's my message to people. And that to me is true salvation. What Christians call salvation is when you understand that, then you have the ability to control your words. Then you can actually speak whatever it is that you want into existence rather than just repeating things like a parrot because that's what you've been taught.
But of course, if I'm a mute and I can't use words and I can't speak,
you still have
can
words here.
Exactly. So it's not the word, it's the spirit. It's and then what is the word? Because they'll say it's a book. I say it's the spirit. So it's all a signpost pointing to something. But does the word WORD or WYRD or however you want to say it encompass the Most High and embody everything that is beyond perception, that passes all understanding? Absolutely not. So where does it happen? In the space of formless. You're interconnected.
Imagination.
It experientially. You don't have to speak it. Even the word says that. Even the good book says that. See, now we're getting caught in semantics, but it says, go forth and preach the gospel if you must use words.
Here's my understanding of a formula that works, or I've seen work. I know it works, but my understanding: words, direct your imagination, get the feeling of being. Those three things: the feeling of being, that sense of being, the consciousness of being, is what creates the experience that we have. First, we have to believe it, and then we see it. It's not the other way around. What we see, we're casting forward. If we're seeing something and we're believing in that, which we use our words, we say, I believe that's to be true. We're using that to then define what we imagine. When we go into our imagination, which, contrary to what people say about Jack all the time, get out of your imagination, or whatever the case might be, I would argue the opposite, and get into your imagination and start imagining those things that you want. And how you imagine those things that you want is you start with your words. You say, I am this, I am that, I am becoming more patient every day. When you start to say those things, and you can imagine that you are becoming more patient, which God will give you that feedback if you continue to say these things, you'll start to see them. And then you're like, oh, okay. And then your faith becomes like unshakable. You cannot stop. Nobody else can tell me what I've experienced, because I have seen it come to fruition. I've watched miracles happen. I still see miracles happen on a regular basis. And I'm not a religious person. I wouldn't claim to be a Christian as far as things go. But I do believe fundamentally, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. I also believe all things are possible to those who believe. So if you can get yourself to believe something, which by repetition, this is what the TV does to everybody all the time. They advertise. So that advertisement it's a repetition of words to the point where people start to believe it or accept it as true. They just accept it, and then they act upon that. So if you can get yourself to believe I'm becoming more patient every day, then all of a sudden you're going to start to act upon it, and then you'll see evidence back that I really am becoming more patient every day. Wow. Because I did this with all my clients at the gym. All my clients. I will give them that little, this is why I hold this thing up. And I'm not promoting. This is not my thing. I don't care. This was given to me. But I know that it was inspired by God through me. I don't care. I don't look for fame. I'm not looking for fortune. I'm not here to take credit. And I also know that, it's not my fault for being who I am. I just share the information with other people. And it seems that the people that I get to share it with are, well, on the same wavelength or, energy level as me, or else I wouldn't be sharing it with them, or else it's just a seed. And, maybe 10 years from now, they get that or understand it. But I feel like, without, again, humbly, I say, I feel like I've reached the end. I have no idea where the fuck I go from here. Really, I don't. I'm still human, but I also realize that the eternal body of man is the imagination. There is no beginning. There is no end. And so that's where we go to actually create what we experience in the realm. And that's what most people, if not, really nobody knows. Nobody knows that. If they knew that, then they would practice getting into their imagination and actually seeing things as they would like them to be. And that's what I do a lot, and I experience it. So I get to share, and I say, life is good. I feel good. Good things are always happening to me. And I see these things happening all the time. This is an example to me. This is what's good to me. That's why it's so profound and fundamental. because it applies to the person saying it. It's only what you know to be good inside your own being, what you know, like life is good means to you, what I feel good means to you, what good things are always happening means to you. It's all personal, but it's a fundamental thing that I only came across like
You're totally monologuing right now, though.
5
Like,
years.
can anyone else get a word in edgewise or
Yeah,
say
go
anything?
ahead, bro. Anytime.
I just wanted to apologize because I saw the hypocrisy myself that I said I wouldn't argue with you, and then I proceeded to argue with you. So you're entitled to your perspective, and it's all good. You know, I respect what you're saying, and it's you know, again, I think it's one of the oldest arguments in all of spirituality. So it's like people take a side, and it's both to me. You know, what you speak absolutely matters, but it starts from the formless. But if you don't see it that way, or you do, either way, you know, I respect whatever way you see it, and I listened to everything you said there.
I do see that it starts with the formless, absolutely, because, like I said, I can't take any credit for who I am or any fault. However, what I did learn was that we as humans have the distinct ability to use our words once we realize that and understand that, to then create an experience in this realm that we would prefer to have, as opposed to saying the things that we wouldn't want to have. And that's my message to people. It's to share. It's not, I'm definitely not trying to divide. But what I was saying before is I don't, you know, like, I have experienced it. I came from that point of view of not knowing to the point of understanding, and it was a gift. It's called the gift of salvation for a reason. It's not anything that anybody can do to earn it. You know, seek and ye shall find, right? But there's nothing that, like, I can't be like, if somebody offers me a gift and I decline the gift, it's not mine anymore. I just, you know, but I didn't have to do anything to get that gift, right? Or else it's not a gift. So it's called the gift of salvation for a reason. Well, my understanding of the gift of salvation is the gift of understanding words, and it's been taught by, or I've picked it up from many different mentors along the way. My study has been for 25 years of personal development, and I don't say that to, you know, it's not to sound arrogant. It's not to be arrogant. Again, it's just what my course has been. I don't blame anybody. I don't take credit. I'm just telling, I say it only to give understanding of the things that I'm saying, I guess, to give, you know, validity to what I'm saying, as opposed to just, you know, spouting something where you're like, not you, anybody is just like, okay, whatever. You know, I'm very well studied in this field, and I've come to the understanding, or it's been given to me, that words are source creation. David Allen is a guy that, I mean, every day, all day, Facebook, that's what he does. He talks about different words, or not words, but different scenarios. He calls it metaphysics, and where, you know, it's a reminder, because we have to remind ourselves every day, because we're born fresh every day, and every day is a new day, and we can change it if we change our words. Put off the old man, put on the new man. So I don't mean to, you know, hog the floor. That was not my point. Sometimes I get on a inspired, you know, communication, and at any point, anybody interrupt, I don't care. You know, it's meant to be.
All right, man. I'm loving this energy. Thank you for you know, giving us your perspective, man. That's great.
Man, quit playing around, OTW. Hey, what's up? I just want to pop in and remind everyone that our friend Aaron here has played a pivotal role in the lore of the Trutherverse. He was the one that motivated OTW to do all of this to begin with. When it came to the improvement of smoking less and starting to work out and doing like regular broadcasts, He was the one that initially hyped up OTW on Paul's stream and gave him some constructive criticism, and so I just wanted to remind everyone of that, although I'm sure everyone remembers.
Well, yeah, I absolutely remember. So I will never forget my first interaction with. It's like, quit bullshitting yourself, man. Go ahead and do it. Don't
Well,
say you're gonna do it. Just do it. And yeah, I remember that interaction.
I know. Well, I knew what I was doing when I was doing it, but it's not always effective. But I knew what I was doing because, again, it's your awareness. You know, that's what I said. 25 years of study, bro. It's like Tony Robbins. I just speak to the people I speak to. You're speaking to the people that you speak to based on your experience. It's not a choice that we have. It really isn't. You just fucking do what you know to do. And the better that you know, the better that you can do. And I knew, based on what you said, and this is why I, kind of forcefully, like put you on the spot, because you said, I want to take a break from smoking pot. And so I'm like, okay, well, here we go. This is my role now. I get to jump into here. But, not to my credit and not to my fault. It's just is. But the more that you know, the better that you know.
It was like the universe was placing the things at the right moment, at the right time, in the right situation, with the right person, to say the right thing, to just trigger that little spark that needed to be triggered, just to have that butterfly effect. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm glad I got to be a part of that. That's what I always say. Whenever I get to watch somebody succeed, that's my highest. I love watching people succeed. That's my number one most highest thing. And if I get to be a part of that, then that's amazing.
Well, you see, that 30-day challenge that I imposed upon myself actually brought me to the fact that, when I was doing YouTube videos or broadcasts in the beginning, I wasn't really consistent, just not very, it's just like, I don't know, swinging it or something. I was just like winging it, if it's not how you call it. But anyway, so now I have like, now I have a little bit more of a consistent appearance, and I've learned consistency through the challenge because of the, how much it demanded a lot of effort. You wouldn't believe how much I had to go through just to be able to complete that challenge. And because I live with my woman, and I have animals, and I have all kinds of different responsibilities. I have like so much land. It takes 5 hours to cut the grass. So yeah, exactly. So there you go. So that's why but it still gave me the opportunity to find time to do what I love the most. So I'm really happy to be here, and that people enjoy the stream. And I believe that the consistency and the fact that I'm here every day shows that I'm really devoted to what I want to do, and that this is the proof that I give by being present there every day and contributing and time, energy, and effort into trying to create something that's worth people's time, time, energy, and attention.
Well, and the ripple effect of this, somebody said butterfly effect, I think earlier, but the ripple effect is that you don't know where this, what you're, doing is going to have an effect on. You don't know what's that going to happen in 20 years. So I give kudos to you for doing what you do. When I think that when I speak to people, I'm speaking to myself. So I'm just reinforcing what I should know or already do know, and I'm trying to put that into effect for my own self. And I'm also inspired to speak at certain times, and that may not necessarily be good, but the point is everything happens as it should. I've found that out to be. So everything happens as it should. And at some point, this was on Paul's stream the other day. I think it was Snafu was talking. And I was like, everybody is redeemable. I mean, I asked him the question, do you think everybody is redeemable? And he said no, because he was having a hard time with me saying I love he said pedo. But I said, I love everybody, it doesn't mean that I agree with them, but I've learned that karma, you know, like if I was all jacked up, I would want somebody to love me through it. So I love everybody through whatever they're going to. And if I'm inspired, or if I have the ability to help direct them in a way that's going to be more successful for their life, that I can see that they may not see, then I'll try to interject that, you know. And then it's also, the people have to want to, you know, they have to want it, you know. If they don't want it, then you're almost potentially pushing them away. So it's a fine line, you know, that you have to walk. But what you're doing is, if people weren't wanting it, they wouldn't be here. So that's invaluable in itself. And I say, keep doing what you're doing. This is the first time I've been on here, so I appreciate you again. But I've seen you on Paul's channel, so you know, I knew that what you had to say was solid in the start. It just so happened that I was out working today, and I heard he was restreaming you, and that's the only way I even knew that what was going on. And then I was just listening to the stream, but I couldn't actually interject except for comments here or there, and you didn't see those because I was on his stream. But now here I am. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Hey, Mott, welcome to the stream, man. Sorry I was muted. First time comer, I believe. Is that possible?
You are, mate, yeah. First time.
Yeah, and how did you find our stream? Like,
Stumbled across it.
Oh, that's great. Nice to hear that the algorithm is doing its job. See, people, it's always good to do that like, share, and subscribe thing there. That gets the algorithm going, and it helps to share out the channel. So make sure to hit that like button, everybody. It really helps out. See, we got newcomers. We got new faces, new panel walkers. This is just great. Where are you from, my friend?
Me? Have a guess.
I'd say Britain.
Yeah, any particular city?
How about London?
No.
Birmingham.
Have you been to England?
No, I haven't.
No,
You're
okay.
From, let's say, let me guess. You're from Gloucester.
No.
Oh, okay.
Is anybody that's been to England can recognize my accent?
Well, I have a friend that's from England, so if he was here right now, he'd probably tell me, but I wouldn't. I couldn't tell you.
He would be able to tell you.
What part of Britain are you from, sir?
I'm from England, and I am from Liverpool.
Liverpool. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, I should have got that off the first guess. I damn it.
Yeah, my accent's a little bit different than most typical Scousers, so it does have a lot of similarities and such. But
all right, that's awesome. So, what are you into? What kind of topics do you like to talk about, or that interest?
I'm just waiting to see how the whole room goes.
All right.
And then I might chip in.
All right.
So what was it in your recommended? Or did you go looking like for open panels, or how did you find the stream?
It was actually in my recommended, but I have been in other chat streams before, so maybe I had clicked on something that's related to you guys.
Yeah. That's how the algorithm works. I mean, if you've been in other open panel live streams, then
it'll probably present you with some, yeah.
Yeah, they're not super common, but they're also not super rare. I mean, they're not too hard to find if you know how to use the search feature. Like if you go to look open panel, and then you sort it by lives, for instance. Yeah, or if you just watch them a lot, then they'll start to be recommended to you. Like I notice in my recommended, sometimes there'll be 5 recommended live streams that are all open panels, but they're not necessarily useful information or of any value to me a lot of the time. They're just open panels, people just talking, you know. But a lot of times it can probably seem that way to other people here, or other people on you know, where we're, especially when we're having small talk, you know. But when we're getting into the edutainment, the education and the information, you know, it's another story. So how long have you been listening? Were you?
You're kind
Yeah,
of
were
like
you
on
hearing
the
any of the
tail
legal
end of the
lawful?
show right now.
Pardon?
You're kind of like on the tail end of the show right now, because we like pretty much went through all the really heavy topics that, well, there was pretty much about laws, legislation, rights, freedoms, properties,
Is this
equity.
all American laws and stuff?
Well, actually, no, it's actually worldwide. It's something that should be
universal law.
It's
Okay.
universal law. So
Well,
it's in every
is
country.
there such thing though? Like what's universal law?
Oh, you're gonna have to go rewatch the whole stream, my friend. You got 6 hours, almost 7 hours of information there, brother, and conversation. So you want to learn something? I suggest you rewatch the stream.
Can I ask a question? Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, Natch Kid.
I want
Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick. And actually, I want to address the question too. Is that L.I.G? How do I say your name, sir?
Life is good. That's L.I.G.
Okay, life is good. So, yeah, I do apologize. I kind of came in a little bit later, but what is your premise? Like, what were you talking about? Like about the word exactly? Like, are you a coach of some kind?
Well, I'm an unpaid coach. How about that?
Okay.
I mean, I did do personal training. I wanted to do and I still will, you know, public speaking. This is kind of that. I mean, but ultimately I came to the conclusion that I can't give away the information that I've learned, because I live by the golden rule. The golden rule is treat other people as you would want to be treated. So if somebody had information for me and I was broke as shit and I didn't have the money to get that information, would I want them to teach me anyway? So that's kind of where I am with it. You know, I teach anybody that is willing to listen or wanting to listen. It's seek and ye shall find. That's, yeah. So I am a coach of some sort, but I also learn.
Yes. Okay, so like you have some information that you feel that people would benefit from, and you know, you work with donations, or is it behind a particular paywall?
No. I mean, I really work with the other people that are inspired, you know, based on what they want to do, however they want to do it, however my message goes across. But I work a job. I do my own business. I have a landscaping business, and that's really how I make my money. But, you know, I'm not opposed to contributions, but I just, you know, I don't
ask for it.
I'm not pushing that. That's not my thing. I'm just here to share the information.
Matt, did you want us to say something?
No, I was just trying to guide the conversation. Like when he said he's not opposed to it, like he just doesn't ask for it. But maybe contributions might be a good thing for him, especially if we can sort something out on social media, like in a way that reaches a large audience.
Well, again, it all goes back to the golden rule. At a point, I had this vision of like charging $10,000 a month to coach people. You know, like that was like my goal, drive. I was driven for that. And then at a point, I came to understand the golden rule to the point where I felt like I could not do that. I would not do that, because if I have the time, the resource, the capability to share what I got to learn. I mean, I did seek and you shall find. I did that. And I've studied for 25 years to come to this understanding or conclusion. But also it was a gift to me. It wasn't like I had any, you know, I can't take credit for doing that, because I'm only doing what I know to do as me. So but my path has led me to.
And also, You are teaching the next generation as well. The ones that may not be able to afford it.
I didn't understand the last thing you said.
The next generation, the ones like the people who may not be able to afford it, you're still giving them the skills.
Anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, but L.I.G, you must have felt that it was worth $10,000. Otherwise, where like per month? Like otherwise, where did that money or where did that number come from? Right? I mean, it didn't just come out of nowhere, right?
Well, it was just basic studying other people that were doing the things that I would like to do or would have wanted to do at that time. It's changed since then. Like I said, I just, I get a lot of fulfillment just being able to come on. Thank you again, OTW. Just being able to come on a panel and share the information and get to see somebody actually do something with that. And just in my own heart, if they never recognized, I don't care. If they never saw that I was the impetus for that change in their life, I wouldn't care because I would know in my own heart and personally. And that's the highest reward is when you live by the golden rule, you're not doing it for the other people. You're doing it for yourself. So whatever you give, you're getting. And it doesn't matter if you're even just thinking it in your own mind. If you're thinking hateful thoughts, you're living at experience. So if I can help people to realize that and change their own thing, then that's great. And if I never get credit or I never get money, then that's fine. I'll get paid somehow on this world.
Can you go further into that? If you're thinking hateful thoughts, you're living by experience. What do you mean by that?
You experience anything that you're thinking. If you're imagining and thinking and saying certain things, you're experiencing that. So if you're like, I hate this motherfucker, he's a fucking, I hate whatever, I would wish them to be whatever harmed. You're experiencing that, not them. That.
Oh, so it's you. It's you that's experiencing it. But what about if some certain events have caused you to experience? Like, let's say you've had a bad run-in with them. Then is it your experience with them that's causing that? I don't know.
You gotta say that again. I'm sorry, your accent is kind of thick to me, so I'm having a little bit of a challenge.
So you're saying experience, right? And is it your experience with like certain people, or is it your experience with just in yourself?
My experience has been worldly, and it's been with myself, and I've also seen it in hundreds of other people because I have coached hundreds of people at this point. So I get to watch what they experience based on using my ultimate, one of my, I've got maybe a couple of messages, but one is use your words to say the things that you want. That's it. That's the number one. And when you start to do that, if you start saying things that you want, then you'll start seeing things in the world that you want. When you start saying things, or you're saying things like, I hate that motherfucker, then you'll experience that. That's the metaphysical that people don't understand. That's the mystery.
So you're saying you hate that motherfucker or whatever you said. You hate that person. Are you saying it to them? Is that
you don't have to say it to them.
Okay.
It's everything that it's a vibration. Okay. So there's a law of attraction. All this stuff comes down to the same thing. However you want to label it. To me, it's God, but people call it the universe. People call it law of attraction. People call it just all kinds of things, law of vibration. But the words that we use create a vibration within ourselves that we are then, it's an energy, however you want to put it. I'm saying it's all the same. There is only one source.
It's kind of like The Secret, right? It's very similar to that.
The Secret. The Secret is very fundamental. It's such a, it's such a kind of a small picture, but
you believe that though?
It's the same thing.
You believe you believe that it's all like, if you just pull out positive vibes or positivity.
I think it's a practice. I don't think that you just like pull them out. I think that you have to practice it to the point where you can actually get yourself in that state of consciousness. States of consciousness.
Would it not work if you was very negative, but you just pull out this, you just pull out all the stuff that you'd bring with positivity, you'd get the same result.
I think
Even
that
if you thought negative.
I think that we're given feedback from our realm based on what we are saying and feeling, imagining, feeling. We get feedback that then increases our belief in whatever it is that we've been saying, because we actually start to see evidence of that. And then from that evidence, it can build, into greater. But you have to first make a choice. Not always. I mean, sometimes you're just inspired into it, by an outside means. But somewhere in there, you were thinking, I want to make this kind of change. Somewhere in there, you were seeing that I would like to be this kind of a person more. So then it's given to us. It's a mystery, dude. I mean, I can't even claim to know how it works. I have no idea.
I've got a question then. Why is so many bad people successful?
No, they're not, though. If you look into their own head, dude, they're living in hell. If they're fucking with people, they're living in hell. It's just their own kind of hell.
But they are like.
So what if they have money? Who gives a fuck? If you have all the money in the world and you're lonely, if you have all the money in the world, that's why I don't care about money. I mean, I do want money. Don't get me wrong. I would, love to have all the money in the world, but not in a means that is going to defy my inner self or my inner understanding at this point. You can get it, but you may not keep it, or you may go to jail, or you may just live in misery that is silent. You can put on the biggest, false, like I've got it all shit to the world. And if you're not living the way I'm talking about right now, you are going through some hell. That's what I believe hell and heaven are now. They're not later. And they may be later too. But if you're living by the golden rule, you're going to live in heaven. That's my message. You will. If you're thinking good for other people, if you're saying good for other people, if you're saying good for yourself, however you would want to do it, you're saying the things that you would want to happen to be, that presents a heaven in this realm that I'm experiencing. And the only reason I can speak on it is because I'm experiencing it. So that's my testimony as far as things go. When, I told you I'm not religious. I don't know if you heard that, but I'm not religious. But, I do believe the Bible is an instructional book. I think Dick said it earlier where it's he didn't say parable, but he's not here anymore.
Allegory.
Yeah, allegory. I mean, it's like they're stories to teach us because we all go through states. The states don't change, but we can choose to enter those states or not by using our words. If you say I'm happy, and you say I'm happy, and you say I'm happy, and you continue to say it, even though other times you might say, oh, this sucks. You have to continue to say it. That's why it's a practice. I am happy. I am happy. Then you imagine and you try to get yourself into that feeling state of being happy. And then all of a sudden you see things in your world start to show up that actually go along with that and make you happy. They actually, build that up. So whatever you're saying, if you say I'm sick, I'm sick, I'm sick, you're casting these things forward. This is what I've learned. That's why I preach the word, because the words that we use are casting forward. They're not falling into the past like most people have been taught. They think that whatever I say now is now gone. But actually what I say now is actually going forward for me to meet that back sometime in this time space continuum, this time space realm. So I say the things that I want and I've experienced it get better and better and better. And that's why I say life is good. I feel good. Good things are always happening to me. Life is good. If you can say these things, it's been years now where I've experienced less than life is good. It's my ability to believe it. But the more I say it and the more I see it, the more I believe it, the more I can't not believe it. So I just continue to say it because I'm just keep casting it forward. And it's so simple that it's, I'm grateful to the guy that taught me that. He didn't.
So that's it, right? I mean, you have that positive outlook, and you have that affirmation about life being good, and basically, if everybody else followed that, tenet, then their life would be good, right? Like, so you say it, you believe it, and then you continue to live that life, right? So I mean, like that's the end of the lesson right there, right? Or is there more? Is there a lot of other little nuances? No, I'm like, I mean, you would know more than anybody else because you're the coach and you have coached hundreds of people, like you mentioned. And though you may not have like, charged them like $10,000 a month or whatever, like, like, do you feel like you have like achieved like, all your desires and wants?
Absolutely.
So, okay, so
I have
you
nothing less to experience on this earth. I've been through all the states. I choose to stay in the states that I want now, which is love, happiness, joy. Joy is like huge. And anything else, I just don't participate. I don't get caught up in. You can visit a state. I get, sentimental. I get sadness sometimes.
But that's your choice.
I don't stay there.
But you choose to do that. Yeah.
Well, I don't even know if I choose to, but it happens. But I don't have to stay there because I know that, I'm not subject anymore.
Okay. If like, so do you believe that, like, what is your motive to be on these panels to talk about your philosophy? I'm just curious. Like where's it?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I can't help but to be who I am, and that's what I understand about other people as well. Everybody's doing the best they can with what they have, based on what they've been, dealt with in this world. So, my inspiration is by God the Father, for lack of a better, phraseology, but it's coming outside of me. I do what I'm compelled to do, as everybody does, and that's why I said I love the pedo too, because they're only doing what they're compelled to do.
What does it mean?
What they've learned, but it doesn't mean I agree with what they're doing. And if I can help them to, change that ideology so that they don't have to go through hell, because if you think that a pedophile is not going through hell, they may live some experiences that they find, exciting or whatever the case might be. But if you don't think that they're going through hell trying to deal with all the shit that they are doing, then I would say you're sorely mistaken.
Okay.
So if you can live by the golden rule, which is, not rape other people or rape kids, right? I wouldn't want to be raped if I were a kid. I wouldn't, want somebody to rape me if I were whatever.
Well, that's obvious. Right.
But when you start to live like that, then you start to experience what I call heaven on earth. And that is what I'm living now. So what's my inspiration? I have no idea, man. I really don't.
Okay.
Except that if I can
that's fine. So what is heaven and hell right now? Like what do they look like, or what do they feel like? What is that state of being?
The state of being of heaven is, like, to me, life is good. I feel good. Good things are always happening to me. I recognize these things every day. Okay, to real life example, recently, I met my girlfriend. Well, I met her a long time ago, but we started seeing each other about 6 years ago. Her kids, it's a, long story that I won't get into, but I was not accepted at all in that situation.
Okay.
However, it took some time too, because I wasn't even sure. Is this what I want to pursue? Is this, really what do I want? That's the biggest question for people that I try to point people back to all the time. Your heaven is going to be different than my heaven. So what do you want?
Okay. So it's relative.
Absolutely.
So the heaven and hell is all relative. I see.
Absolutely. At least right now in this realm. I don't know.
So you cannot speak about anybody else's heaven nor anybody else's hell, because you can only speak about your own heaven and your own hell, correct?
I can only. And then I would point people back to what I consider to be their heaven based on what they've, expressed to me. So I would say, well, why don't you pursue that? Why don't you,
Instead of saying that, why don't you say this? Okay, yeah. So I would be interested in knowing what is your heaven and what is your hell, because you said,
my heaven is to do whatever the hell I want, whatever I'm inspired
whatever you want.
to do. Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever
Anything?
I'm inspired to do, and I'll say, on top of that, I am inspired to not harm anybody else. So,
okay.
With that caveat, I do anything that I want. And if I want it, that's the hardest question for me, is what do I want? Because I feel like I've already been through all of the states. Like
so you have no wants?
Not really. I mean, I like this. This is a good time to me. This is probably one of my, bests. I mean, I do have wants. I would love to be completely financially free to the point where I can just, do anything anytime, but I still do that right now. That's what. Except without
okay,
travel.
let's look into that a little bit. You said that you don't have any wants, and then you changed your mind. You said, well, I do have some wants, and then we got into something a little bit more specific, and now you said that you would like to be completely financially free. What does that mean to you?
Well, I kind of live it now. That's kind of why I say I don't want.
Okay, so you already live a completely financially free lifestyle, correct?
Well, if I would like to take off and fly to Paris today, that is not in my books at this moment in this realm. So I would just
so then you don't want it.
Expand. I would like to expand my capability of doing whatever I want, and I do whatever I want. I'm just saying that, there's a
you do whatever you want within your means. You do whatever you want within, yeah. But then you would like to expand your means, right?
Absolutely.
So you could do more things that you want.
So you're a coach.
No. I never have claimed to be one. I just want to know your, rationale. I mean, that's what I'm interested in, like where you're coming from, and
I have no idea at this point, where I'm going from day to day. I do speak the things that I want, and I see them happen. And the biggest thing that I got to learn from somebody was life is good. I feel good. Good things are always happening to me. That's my main quote mantra. And I say it all the time. And then it becomes a surprise as to what shows up in this realm. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I have no idea, dude. I used to think that I had it figured out, but I realized I have no idea.
Well, look, I'm not here to criticize you, Aaron. Like I saw your name in the chat. I mean, no. I'm just merely I'm merely asking some questions. But what I can say at least from this interaction is that I do feel that there could be some inconsistencies, at least inconsistencies in a sense that I don't understand completely where you're coming from, and just seems like there are some conflicting ideas that's kind of being played out. And I'll give you an example. Like you say that you could have, or you could potentially charge people, like let's say $10,000 a month, but then you feel like you want to go help people, and then you say things like, well, I don't even know why I'm doing whatever I'm doing. They seem a little bit like maybe all over the place, and perhaps I don't understand the structure where you're coming from, and that's the reason why I feel a little bit confused.
This is what I'm getting at. I have no idea, man. I really don't. And I do know the golden rule. I live by that as best as I can. Sometimes I'm sure I falter at that. However, I live by it as best as I can. And I feel like, I really feel like there is something beyond me that is leading me to wherever I'm going. And it's a mystery as to where that is. And so the things that I wanted 10 years ago, I have no desire for today. The things
you've
that
changed
I want today, I'll have no desire for in 10 years. So I just don't know at this point. I mean, that's why I stick with the simplest. Life is good. I feel good. Good things are always happening to me, because internally or in the truest depth of myself somewhere, I know what that means to me. And so the question is always, what do I want? What do I really want?
Right.
And then since I've already been through, I mean, I've had not a shit ton of money, but plenty of money, you know, and I still do. I mean, I still make plenty of money. Like I could do pretty much anything if I wanted to. I might have to work for it, but
Do you
I also
do you feel like you're making enough money? Do you feel like you're making enough money for your standard?
I think that if I made pennies, I would be making enough money at this point. There's nothing I need in this world. I'm just I feel like
You have everything. You have everything. You're at a state
all that
where
I
you
need,
don't
I
have any more
guarantee that.
wants.
I have all that I need, and anything else could be a want. But then the question is, what do I want? And I really don't have any. I can't come up with any concrete answers to that. You know, what do I want? The only thing I could really want for more is money. And then I still have conflicting beliefs about that. Like, you know, like I can still do whatever I need or want without money. You know, like I've traveled, I've, you know, met people. My biggest want and desire is this right here, probably, you know, just to be able to communicate messages to other people and learn from other people. You know, if I can share, great. If I can learn, great. That's probably my number one desire at this point, you know. So that's what I follow and pursue as much as I can. And I still do work. So, you know, I can't always, you know, and I work by myself. So, and, you know, my biggest fulfillment is to watch other people succeed. And I think I've said that again and again.
And like you said, like you know, people are experiencing their heaven and their hell, and you know that's going to be different for each individual. So your quote unquote success is for each individual to experience their heaven in their own life.
I like it. Yeah.
Rather than their own hell. But
Absolutely.
that's relative, you know. So
well,
like
it is relative, and it's also based on because I've been through hell. I mean, like, you know, everybody goes through hell. I just believe that. I believe everybody goes through hell, and then
which is what is hell? Because like if you say it's relative to
mental torment.
Okay,
that's
so
hell.
it's okay.
And also physical, you know, experience. I mean, it could be physical experience, but it's mainly mental torment, which brings on the physical experience of, you know, whatever shit. You know, I've already lived through all the shit. That's what I'm getting at. You know, I don't experience shit anymore. And that's pretty amazing. So if I can help present that to somebody else and they don't have to go through that shit, because I'm thankful of the mentors that I've had that have taught me, you know, what I've gotten to learn and now experience. So now it's just like give back. That's why I said about a responsibility earlier. You have a responsibility once you understand that golden rule. You can't just sit back and watch somebody do that, because is that what you will want for you? You know, and sometimes you have to look at it and be like, well, they obviously have to go through this right now, and there's nothing that I can personally do about it. They're going through it. So, you know, it's part of
how
their
do you
process.
discern like where
I don't
you know
that's where I'm saying I have no idea, but I do. It's been, I mean, years of study is part of my, you know, what would be my rational answer, but I can't say how I discern except that, you know, I am led. It's first you are called, then you are sent. I am sent. That's what I've learned.
And that's what that's what brought you over here, is that you feel like you were led to come here to be able to share your truth.
I wouldn't be here otherwise.
To the public. Okay.
Yeah. I don't spend my time anywhere I don't want to be.
Right. Well, that's good. And you're willing to teach or coach people who are only willing to listen, obviously. And you're not really charging people, or you could be okay with donations, but like you're basically actively right now looking for people who are willing to go further with the teachings.
I'm really just going with the flow. I mean, that's definitely, you know, something that makes me happy. So, you know, I don't know that that's my main pursuit. I don't really know what my main pursuit is, really. You know, I'm a lost puppy, truly, because I have no idea. Because I used to have wants and desires, and then I realized that it doesn't matter what the circumstance is. I am happy. So there is nothing that I have to do or somebody I have to be around that to make me happy. I am already that. So, you know, everything else is just a bonus. That's why I go with life is good. I feel good. Good things are always happening to me, because those things then appear in my world. And then, you know, I'm like, whoa, oh, yes, that is good. That's freaking awesome. Wow, life is good. Oh, I do feel good. Oh, good things are always happening to me. I mean, it's just little things that I realize. Oh, back to the story about my girlfriend. I was not accepted. In recent time, which I saw into the future, this is something that I wanted, I guess. You know, it was an evolution of a want for me, or a desire. But her kids now accept me, like, wholeheartedly. They respect me. They've gotten to know me well enough that they know that, you know, my intention is good, or whatever the case might be. And now they respect me and they love me, like truly just love, and I love them. And that's amazing to me. You know, it's like one of those life is good. But if you would have seen the path along the process, it, you know, if I didn't have the faith in that outcome, it would not be. And also the surprises along the way as to how it came to be were amazing. And I've been doing the life is good thing for about 3 years. So I just continually watch life get better and better and better. So, you know, I don't know, dude. I can just point people back to that for them. And then I ask them, what do you want? That's a big question. What do you want? What do you want? You know? And a lot of people don't know the answer to that. And I can't claim to know the answer to that. I don't know for my own self.
Well, if somebody did want something, for example, do you believe that you can help them to achieve what they want better or faster?
For sure. Guaranteed. I brainwash people.
And how do you do that?
Repetition.
Just
by bringing
affirmation.
their awareness back to, because people forget from day to day. And that's the thing that I don't do. That's why I said I'm completely, you know, satisfied in my life, because from day to day, I realize that I don't let my words or my imagination take off anymore. I've gotten such a rein on it that I think only those things that I want. And I'm so aware of the things that I'm thinking and speaking to myself and speaking out loud that I don't say things that I don't want. And that's really where I go with people. I bring them back to that understanding, that concept, that idea, and then, you know, point them back to that question of what do you want, and then say those things.
So if you don't say the things that you don't want, then eventually that like kind of diminishes that thought until it like gets to a point where it completely disappears, and you no longer
they'll no longer be there.
generate that idea anymore. So you just
it's not just the idea, it's the experience too.
Mm-hmm.
You'll no longer experience that.
So in your reality, you only experience good things and happiness. You don't experience unhappiness or sadness. You said that you might visit there, or it might spontaneously come up, but you choose not to stay there. It doesn't really affect you. So you only so you want to share your happiness. That this is success for you, and you want to share this success with others. Yeah.
Well, maybe. I mean, I don't know, but mainly I just would. I like to see other people successful.
What's that?
I said
I was
mainly.
just saying it made sense in that perspective.
It could be exactly. It's just what really. I mean, how I would define it is that when I get to see or be a part of, it makes me feel good to be a part of other people's success, and I don't have to have credit for it. I mean, like I said, I've helped hundreds of people that I guarantee will never, ever give me that credit. They'll never even remember it because we forget shit from day to day. But I know in my being, and that's the most fulfilling thing. When, you know, when we do things for people, we're not doing it for them. We're doing it for ourselves. And that's why I preach the golden rule all the time. You know, you feel better about yourself when you do a good thing. When you do a bad thing, you're feeling shit. And then you're also questioning other people because you're thinking that they're up to bad things, because we reflect or we project. We see that in other people. So I see love in other people. And guess what? I go to the store, I go anywhere. I go and people give me a, or they gave me a, how you doing? All the time. It doesn't happen otherwise. I haven't had any, I mean, it's not true. In recent times, I had some guy looking at me like he was wanting to kill me. I was kind of out of my territory as far as things go, and then I just gave him a head nod and, moved along the way. But that's as much as I can remember. In the last 2 years, I haven't been met with confrontation because I don't meet people with confrontation. So what you give is what you get. And that's my message. That's, and in order to direct what you're giving, you have to know the words that you're using. In order to know the words you're using, you have to be aware of that. And until you're aware of it, you're subject. You don't have a choice. And that's why it's easy to forgive other people, because they're not aware, or else they wouldn't be doing that. So, people do the best they can with what they got. And so I always point people back to awareness of their words. That's where I go with my coaching as far as things go. And I'm effective, or I have been effective, because you have a guy that I studied, his name's Neville Goddard. He said it takes many iterations for somebody to get something, meaning that it takes repetition upon repetition upon repetition upon repetition for somebody to actually, for it to sink in. But because I've studied the material so much in my life, it's there. Like, I don't have a choice. I'm so now it's just like I exist as my human being, Aaron, but also I live in the spirit more so than anything. And now I experience this earth realm. And
would you like to get credit for your coaching? I mean, in order for you to coach, that's already a position, right? Like if you're a coach, you need somebody to coach. Does that make sense? Like somebody who is not at the level that you're at, and then you would like to bring them up to the level of where you're at. Or is that not like that?
To me, I've said this, I can help anybody that wants help. I'm not trying to force it onto people. And, if somebody's in front of me and we're having a conversation, I believe that there is some divine reason for that. And I don't know what it is right now necessarily, but in 20 years from now, who knows? I don't know. 5 years, a year, but I know that I'm inspired at certain times, and other times I'm not inspired, and I follow my inspiration. And with that, I mean, I've got a bunch. The life is good, I feel good, good things are always happening to me is what I go to at this point. But over the years, I had written my own mantra, which was like literally like 14 minutes long of I am statements. So it was like, I am confident, happy, healthy, wealthy, and free. I'm disciplined. I am decisive. I know what I'm going to do, and I do what I say I'm going to do. And I'm not going to go the whole route there, but I'm saying that I've implanted those words into my psyche and my subconscious to the point where I experience them now. But we're casting forward. It doesn't fall to the past. It doesn't go away. We're casting forward, and that's where I try to bring people's awareness to, because when I was training people at the gym, everything would come out of their mouth.
Hold on a second. I just want to cut you off for a second there, but with the Mandela effect and everything, it wouldn't be really too far-fetched or hard to believe that what you're saying is absolutely true.
Well, I know from my experience, so I can only speak on that, and also what I've seen with others. So that's why I say I just bring it back to awareness of your words. What do you want? And then, there are certain principles at use when you're doing these things. You can't say, I want to have a family. You say, I am a family man. You say, I am a great husband. You say, and then the hard part, because we've been conditioned, is to try to believe. And that's why it says, can man only believe? So whatever you can believe, if you can conceive it and you can believe it, then you can achieve it, right? and it said, ask with faith that it is done and it will be given to you. So by asking with faith that it is done, you are imagining that you already have it or you already are it.
Right.
Then it will be given to you. And that's where, you know, that's the veil that society has created that we, you know, most people are not aware of. So that's why I said it was given to me, and now I get to share that with other people. And you know, a lot of people, it says, you know, many have ears but they can't hear. I've talked to a lot of people that have no fucking clue, and they're not going to, and it doesn't matter. I made just that seed, or maybe you know, I pushed them away. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you've been given a gift, let's say, right, from the supernatural. Okay, let's just say. So, is it possible for you to give this gift to somebody else, or can it only be gotten by the supernatural to the individual as a gift?
Well, that is through me. That would be through
me. You. Okay.
It wouldn't be me, but I would be the, you know, the human that carried
like a conduit.
To them.
You're a conduit to that. Okay.
Right, and everybody is, and that's what I'm saying. Everything works in synchronicity, and you never know what, you know. If you take a half section of somebody's life, if you look at somebody's life when they were like 19 years old or 20 or 50, you know, or 25, and they're doing shit that is terrible, you might judge that they're fucked up and they're going to be fucked up. They're going to have a fucked up life. You might judge that, right? But that's why I say everybody's redeemable, because I was, you know, totally fucked up, and I still am. Don't get me wrong. But I mean, I just don't.
What do you mean by that?
Doing no harm. Well, I just mean that, you know, I'm a person, and I was, you know, I was raised. And
you think yourself totally fucked up?
Well, I'm totally perfectly fucked up. How about that?
Okay.
I'm perfect. Exactly.
Okay, please explain yourself. I don't understand what that means. So you said you're totally fucked up. You're totally perfectly fucked up. Okay. Now I need to understand what that means to you.
I say people are weird. Okay. Everybody's weird. You know, some people, you know, don't put the cap on the toothpaste. Okay. That's what they've learned. They're weird. And so it's like really just relating to other people's weirds. If you just like went into my head, you'd be like, what is going on with this guy? Right. But I'm saying I would do the same thing if I went into your head. I'd be like, what the fuck? I'm sure you've got some fucked up thoughts. I know this universally. Everybody is fucked up. However, you can get past that. Now I'm still fucked up dude, my sense of humor is perverse. It's ridiculous. You know, some of the shit that comes to my mind, I don't say, because, you know, it's just not socially acceptable. But I know it, I think it, and I'll say it in certain company, and that's fucked up. This is what I mean when I say I'm fucked up. You know, I mean, it's different, everything, you know, to my being. However, I act on the golden rule. So if I'm not harming anybody else, I don't feel like that's a problem. If I'm not causing loss, injury, or harm. And that's, so I can be, you know, in my own right, as weird as I want, in my own right. I feel okay about that. I feel good about that. That's not the issue. You know, I love myself. That's, you know, and it's only happened in the last some years, you know, where I actually love myself. I couldn't do that, you know, a lot of my life. And it wasn't my fault either. That's what you know, if you can get to the point of loving yourself, then it's very easy to love other people, because then you're like, you know, they're just as fucked up as I am or was, or whatever the case might be, you know. And then you live by the golden rule. I'll shut up.
Hey, Aaron, brother. What's up, brother?
Is that Moose?
No, it's me, man. It's Jackie boy.
It doesn't sound like Jack.
Yeah, I can't do a good Jack. But has anyone ever told you that they feel, and I'm pretty sure I've probably witnessed it on a panel already. I'm just asking for a reminder because I don't remember. But has anyone ever told you that they feel they could improve your mantra or tweak it ever so slightly?
I don't know that I've been told that. But
to make it more powerful and essentially remove the not victim placehood that it has, but almost like a it's kind
Go
of
ahead.
okay. So
Share.
life is good. I feel good. Good things are always happening to me. Right? But what if you said that life is good, I feel good, good things are always happening for me. Right?
You could say
So
for, you could say with.
So you're sure. Sure. But it's almost like by saying to me, you're taking on that it's not
surprise.
It's I don't know what the right term would be for it. It wouldn't be the victim
well, you become the object of that
right,
good thing, right?
As opposed to right.
I'll consider what you're saying. I always play back conversations. I've studied the use of words for many, many years prior to settling on that. However, I would be stupid if I didn't consider a better possibility, at least in my own mind. So I'll consider what you're saying for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it could be nothing or it could be everything, right? Because as you're saying, if the value and importance of the words in the language is even half as important as you say it is, which I think it's probably even more important than you're saying it is, right? So, because it's like us trying to describe God and thinking that we can do any credit to, what actually is unnameable and undescribable and so beyond any type of fathomability, right? By the feeble human mind, right? So, and that's what makes the language so, especially when you find out that it's actually been reverse engineered, right, to completely disempower you and essentially get you to continually talk yourself into that position, So
Thank
it's
you.
interesting when people get on Wizard, right? Like Mr. Smith, Agent Smith will get on Wizard. If you know who Smith Creature is, as Paul puts it, he's a number counter like myself. He's someone who and everyone's got their niche, right? There are the Mandela effect people. There are the more the flat Earth people, and more the number counter types. So it's interesting if you did try to put Paul into a box, he would, I guess, go into the rights and freedoms and my patriot movement kind of, as some people might see it, right? And a lot of people did see it or do see it like that still because of a lot of the groups that come out. But man, I'm going way off on a tangent.
What niche would I be in? I'm a panel walker niche.
I guess FE and ME, so you'd be under both flat and Mandela. I don't even like saying the Mandela anymore. Can we just take on a new? Because then you're just giving all this power.
We tried. We tried. I was saying quantum effect, the quantum effect, or or something. Yeah, but it never it doesn't stick because Mandela effect is such a strong moniker. It just stuck around. Nobody wants to move away from it.
Z brings up a good point with the quantum thing, and I get it. It's kind of falling into maybe the scientism trap, but mind frame. But I've gained a lot of value from Mr. Aaron here. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would like to say, maybe in closing, because I will be going pretty soon. But the thing is, Aaron, I appreciate your thought, and I like novel Goddard material, and we understand. Let me rephrase that. I believe, quote unquote, when Jesus says, we got to have faith, and we have people like Jesus and Buddha and other people who have come along who have shown tremendous amount of faith in this reality and this world, and I look up to them for guidance. I myself, of course, and maybe the rest of us here in the panel and who are listening in, we are working towards having greater faith, but at least from my perspective, we're given different gifts, every single one of us. And, maybe when we share our knowledge with other people, maybe they will gain something from that. But I don't personally believe that I am like a conduit in any way. Like I feel like other people can make their own connections to the source themselves and maybe realize something, that is greater than themselves, and that's what we, may hope for. But I think there's something about like, being, I don't know, how would I say this in a very direct way, but like, I think you have to exemplify, we all have to exemplify like our beliefs and our faith. You know what I mean? Like we have to live that life. And I'm not saying that you are not, but when I am hearing from you and like you were saying, like words are important. And that like when you say you don't know what you want, but you expect other people to know what they want. And then you know what I'm saying? Like those kind of things do seem a little bit contradictory to me, at least from the very limited conversation that we've had with each other. So I may not be getting the full perspective on the matter, but you understand where I'm coming from, I believe, right?
I do. And it was an evolution because there was a time where I knew what I wanted. And I told you that
Right.
has changed to the point where I am so open to whatever happens as opposed to what I want, because I've already had, in my opinion, everything that I want. When I said I was a conduit, it's not of God, it's of the information. I'm sharing that information. They may get that information and then from there, realize it for themselves. But I get to be that bridge potentially. And I like that. It feels good to have that credit. But like I said, I don't care if they give me the credit. I know that this is what I'm doing when I'm doing it. I'm sharing the information with people so that they can ideally, live what they want to live. And ideally, teach people also, worldly things like don't harm other people. It is worldly, but it's also spiritual, and it's spiritual in that if you're doing that, that's what I'm saying. That is a cause of, they call it karma, right? But it's do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If whatever you give out is what you get back. That's kind of the same with your words, right? Not a word will come back void. So being able to, and it's not even being able to, it's passing along regardless if I want to or not. I'm doing it because I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice being me. And that's what I understand about everybody. So this has been my gift, if you want to call it that. And then you could say it's a gift and a curse because I don't have a choice. I just have to fucking do, whatever I'm compelled to do, which is, I'd say it's a gift, not a curse. But I would say, I do whatever I'm compelled to do, and it's good, and it's good for me. And if other people get value out of it, great. And if they don't, okay. I'm not your messenger. Somebody else will be. But I believe that everybody is redeemable, and some of us are fortunate enough to come across the information or however we got it, and then put it into practice, and then actually be able to live in a I'd say a guilt-free mental space. And when you live in a guilt-free mental space, by goodness, in my let me be clear, then that is heaven, and I don't feel guilty for anything that I do at this time anymore. I just, I'm not having an internal fight, and I might not agree with somebody, and I might even talk smack, but ultimately I'm going to love them through it, even if I don't agree with them.
Yeah, somebody asked a good question in the chat. Like, how do you define good? Is there a would you be willing to dive into that a little bit? Like how, because like, look, you were talking about how heaven and hell is relative for each individual, right? So good is like,
to me, good is doing no harm to others. That's
it. Okay.
Probably so. Or and probably even yourself, I would say, but just do no harm. That's the universal law. You live by that.
Do no harm.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do no harm. and I do the best I can with that. I've gotten better about it, but Paul goes extreme to me with, you know, not eating animals because I like meat.
Right.
So maybe that's my, you know, ego justification. I don't know. But that's, you know, I feel maybe I'm not doing the harm, but the harm is being done. So I get where he's going with, you know, his message about that kind of stuff. So that's something, again, like when people talk, I consider what they're saying.
Right. Like you have not, you know, killed that animal yourself, but you go to the grocery store and you buy animals that's been killed by somebody else's hand, and you don't feel that you're as responsible because of that.
Well, I like meat is really what it is. You know,
okay.
I grew up on it. So I would kill a deer and eat it. I mean, I've never done that, but I wouldn't kill out of sport. And I don't know if it's sustainable to just live off veggies. I'm sure people do, but is that the way I want to live? You know, so that's where it's like,
obviously not.
Right. I don't know. Well, you see me, I'm not, I mean, I'm a fat ass. You can't maintain this level of fat on vegetables. Come on.
Well, I mean, you are who you want to be. I mean, we've already established that.
Well, I mean, I don't know where else to go from here. That's all. You know, I don't know what else to want for. That's what I'm getting at. That's where when I say that, I have no idea what I want at this point. I don't know what else to want for. The only thing that drives me truly is to be able to share inspirational messages to somebody that, you know, may benefit from them. That's like the biggest thing that motivates me.
Yeah, but people are inspired. But to me, I'm inspired by examples, people who are living that life. And if you're living that life, that's great.
I am.
You know,
I'm living the life. That's my point. Life is good. I feel good. Good things are always happening to me. I exemplify that daily. Whether that means that to you, that's what I'm saying. I don't judge success based on any certain paradigm. I don't believe that. I believe success is individual. So if somebody wants a whole lot of money and they get that, then that may mean success to them. If somebody wants a family and they get that, then that may mean success to them. So I say this all the time, or I've said it for years and years. I'm not here to tell you what to want. I'm just here to try to help you achieve whatever it is that you do want, or bring you back to that awareness so that you can then, you know, manifest, create that in the world. All right.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate your L.I.G. Life is good little mantra for real.
Yeah.
It's catchy.
What's your name?
Hello,
I know you.
Christos. I think you've talked to me before on Paul's maybe. Yeah, I was there when OTW was talking with you.
Okay. Yeah, what's your name? Christos?
Normally I have facial hair. Christos.
Okay. All right. Well, there's a lot of people that pop in and out of there, so. Pineal or OTW. I'm getting the clue here. So thank you. Pineal Power, always a pleasure. This guy,
Nachiketa.
Yeah, nice to meet you. I don't know.
Pleasure meeting you, Aaron.
So yeah, appreciate you guys.
Much love, man. Hope you come back. It was awesome.
Yeah. Well, whenever I get the opportunity. See you, bro. Thanks for having me up.
Later.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ending the stream. We are going into the outro music slowly and smoothly here on OTW News, Grand Rising Show number 41. Be sure to be tuned in. Tomorrow's continuing episode of the Grand Rising Show will be number 42 here on OTW News. So be sure to be here at the same bat time, same bat channel, same bat news. You guys have any final words you'd like to say before we go?
Good night, or have good rest of the day, and thanks for having me here. And that was an interesting conversation. I think it's something maybe worthwhile to dive into a little bit more because, words do have meaning and we have to, dissect things and ideas, and, I just like to go into deeper things. So anyways, we'll see next time.
All right. Much love, man. Hope to see you next time.
Cheers. Bye.
Hi, Neil just left. Usually has an ending segment. Oh, something must have happened. Must have clicked on something. Hi, Neil. Come back and do your bit. What's going on? Hi, Neil. What are you doing? Get back up here. Dude. Hi, Neil. What are you doing?
surprise, Kevin. They don't see me coming.
All right, dude. We still have like 4 minutes left. I guess we can do a little like final teeny weeny thoughts that we might have. 3 minutes. 3 minutes and counting. Make it an 8-hour stream. Come on. Bye, Neil. I love these pictures. Hold on a minute.
Well, as I said, infinite intelligence governs and watches over all of my affairs, actions, and transactions, and whatsoever I do shall and will prosper. How's that one for you, Mr. Aaron? That's my mantra.
Wow. Excellent. Awesome.
It's been an interesting stream as always.
Yes, it has. Very, very interesting. What are we today?
I
Well,
approve,
we were
sir.
Thursday. Today's Thursday, right?
Thursday, yes. Friday Junior, as I think is a more appropriate name.
It's like Thursday Thunder. Yeah, right there. Thursday Thunder.
And I like to drop this one too because people forget.
Yeah, Thursday Thunder. Boom.
Oh darn! You know what? I don't know if you ever played that second video that Ramon wanted you to play.
No, I never got a chance to get to it, man. Conversation got so heated and inspiring that never got back to the
Wow.
video.
Well, now you're gonna have to.
I guess I'll have to bring it up tomorrow morning. At least I'll have content to bring up to start off the show.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was another one of Lori's videos or what, but if it is, she's got a lot of good stuff on her channel. I dropped her a link earlier
Yeah.
when we were playing her video.
All right. So I'm out of here. I'm gonna leave you the last minute, bro.
Oh man, jeez, what do I say? A minute? That's some put me on the spot there, man. Well, hopefully tomorrow I'll say it'll be a grand rising. It'll be early, and I'll say hello, my friends. We meet again. No, I'm not gonna do the creed right now, but yeah, karaoke tomorrow night, man. You didn't come last week, Pat. So you're gonna have to come, dude. You're gonna need to bring the guitar. It's gonna be like that one time. Verily came through. Michelle came through. Paul came through. I think Niall, Hard Hat, Lou. A lot of people came through. It was a good time. But all right. Until Talcottian Thursday, because Talcottian Tuesday is not enough. I bid you all adieu, Mr. Patrick, sir. Get off these devices, not get any more brain fry. So